Chapter 425. The River West Hall Master, Wei Shichuan, had also flown out. As a Hall Master of the Blood Ancestors lineage, Wei Shichuan's cultivation was at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm. He might not have cultivated an Earth-class low-tier Evil Dao cultivation technique, but he had cultivated the Earth-class low-tier Evil Dao martial art, Blood Essence Hand. In the Blood Ancestors lineage, his strength was ranked top 5 and was much stronger than most of the Hall Masters. After all, the River West region was one of the largest regions among the dozen regions controlled by the Blood Ancestor. After taking a glance at Li Fuchen and seeing that Li Fuchen was only at the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm, Wei Shichuan frowned. He didn't believe that a 3rd level Reincarnation Realm martial artist would be able to break the River West Hall's Hall Guardian array in a single attack. Even he was barely able to do it. "Who are you? To barge into my River West Hall is a capital offense." Wei Shichuan yelled out coldly. In his opinion, Li Fuchen should be a disciple of a hidden expert. The East Unicorn continent was massive and there would always be some unknown places with astounding experts. It was said that there were hidden experts on the surrounding islands of the East Unicorn continent. Apart from that, there might be some places with few people in the East Unicorn continent that had absolute experts. If you surrender now, you still have a chance. The River West Hall had a total of 15 Reincarnation Realm experts. With the advantage in numbers, no one put Li Fuchen in their eyes. How many regions does the 100 Sects Alliance have left? Li Fuchen stood in the air and asked. Hee, you can't even protect yourself and you are still thinking about the 100 Sects Alliance. But there is no harm in telling you. The 100 Sects Alliance is only left with 36 regions. If it wasn't for the evil monarch's benevolence, the 100 Sects Alliance might not even exist. A fierce-looking Reincarnation Realm Evil Dao expert laughed heartily. Li Fuchen didn't comment. The evil monarch, Blood Ancestor, and the others all wanted to destroy the 100 Sects Alliance, but they probably couldn't. What about the Azure Water region? Li Fuchen asked again. The Azure Water region is the Extreme Een Ancestors' territory. Why are you asking? What about the Azure Water sect? Li Fuchen's face turned dark and was filled with murderous intent. The Azure Water sect has escaped to the Wind Snow region. They are lucky to have escaped quickly. Hearing this, Li Fuchen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Azure Water sect was fine. The Li clan that was attached to the Azure Water sect should be fine as well. Otherwise, even if he had to go all out, he would slaughter the entire Demon Dao forces and kill the East Unicorn continent into a river of blood. With his current strength, there was no need to fear anyone. There were only 1 or 2 people who could compete with him. He scanned the interior of the River West Hall with his consciousness. Li Fuchen saw that in the back mountain of the River West Hall, there were countless people imprisoned. With a rough glance, there were probably hundreds of thousands or close to 1 million people. In some of the dungeons, there were plenty of Demon Dao martial artists torturing prisoners. There were also countless young women imprisoned in luxurious manners for the Demon Dao martial artists to enjoy. Demonic Dao martial artists will always be demonic Dao martial artists. After cultivating demonic arts, their minds have already become twisted. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and suddenly released the Ardent Sun Field Power. The all-out Ardent Sun Field Power enveloped the radius of 10 miles. The power might be much weaker, but no one below the Reincarnation Realm would be able to withstand it. All of them started to self-immolate and were immediately turned into ashes. The miserable roars echoed throughout the entire River West Hall and caused chills to run down one's spine. This ability could only be possessed by those who cultivated Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques. Those who didn't cultivate Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques wouldn't be able to do this even if they were stronger than Li Fuchen. The Ardent Sun Field Power involved the natural law and it was much stronger than the Earth-class low-tier field power. Courting death. Wei Shichuan and the others were shocked at first before they were enraged. They felt an invisible Ardent Sun power spreading out and immediately after, there were countless roars coming from the River West Hall. With Wei Shichuan as the leader, 15 Reincarnation Realm Demon Dao martial artists were about to make a move. Die! The ardent sun field power shrank and Li Fuchen drew the scarlet blood sword and brandished it. Thousands of green sword lights that were like the radiant sunlight swept across the 15 individuals. Bang bang bang, lumps of blood mist burst out. Apart from Wei Shichuan, the others were all turned into blood mist and were incinerated into ashes. Wei Shichuan was formidable and had strength that surpassed regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artists. But after Li Fuchen's sword, he still suffered severe injuries. Blood Essence Hand. Wei Shichuan's face was distorted as he slammed a blood palm at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's expression didn't change as he burst out with blazing flame power and brandished his sword again. With the support of the blazing flame power, Li Fuchen's sword art's lethality increased drastically. Bang! Wei Shichuan had also exploded into a blood mist and was incinerated into ashes. After doing everything, Li Fuchen went on a killing spree in the River West Hall. In fact, he didn't even need to make a move and just released the ardent sun field power. It didn't matter where the enemies were hiding, as long as they weren't covered by the array, they would be incinerated to death. In just 15 minutes, Li Fuchen enveloped the area with his awareness and eliminated all the Demon Dao martial artists. He then said loudly, "Everyone, you are free." Finishing his statement, Li Fuchen flew and left. 3 days later, at the Azure Water region's Mystic Moon Hall, all the Demon Dao martial artists were massacred. Wherever Li Fuchen passed by, none of the Demon Dao factions were spared until he arrived at the Wind Snow region. The Wind Snow region was the Wind Snow sect's territory and its surface area was comparable to 7 or 8 Azure Water regions. As the ruler of the Wind Snow region, the Wind Snow sect had already taken in 3 sections. Of course, as the price, these 3 sects would become the Wind Snow sect's halls and would be ruled by the Wind Snow sect. The Azure Water sect wasn't an exception. After asking around, Li Fuchen found out the Azure Water sect's foothold. From far away, Li Fuchen could see a mountain range in front of him and a group of well-proportioned buildings. Scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen's awareness easily permeated into the array. The newly constructed array obviously couldn't be compared with the Azure Water sect's sect protection array back then. After scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen saw many familiar faces. Sword Maniac Li Xiangru has progressed to the 2nd level of Heaven Realm. Sword Tiger Qin Yuanhu is already at the 3rd level of Heaven Realm, 1 level higher than Li Xiangru. Emotionless Sword Shui Feng is at the 1st level of Heaven Realm. Grand Elder Zhao Wujin is injured. Li Fuchen saw that Zhao Mingyue was taking care of Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin was lying on the bed with a pale expression and didn't seem to have much time left. Where are the Li clansmen? Li Fuchen's awareness continued to scan but didn't find any traces of the Li clansmen, let alone his parents. With a bad premonition, Li Fuchen increased his speed and arrived at the mountain range in just a few blinks of the eye. PFFF. Li Fuchen found a flaw in the array and brandished his sword. The array broke open a small hole and Li Fuchen went in. Releasing his awareness, Li Fuchen made sure that there weren't any Li clansmen inside. With a gloomy expression, Li Fuchen arrived at the Azure Water Hall's Grand Hall. With the support of his qi, his voice was transmitted to Ouyang Wentian's ears. Sect Patriarch, I am Li Fuchen. Come to the Grand Hall quickly. In a courtyard outside the Azure Water Hall, Ouyang Wentian was having tea with Supreme Elder, Elder Gua. Hearing the voice, Ouyang Wentian had a drastic change in expression. Sect Patriarch, what's wrong? Elder Gua was curious. Ouyang Wentian's figure flashed and flew towards the Azure Water Hall. He left behind a statement. Elder Gua, quickly inform the other Supreme Elders that Li Fuchen is back. What, Li Fuchen is back? Elder Gua was shocked. Li Fuchen was considered a legend in the East Unicorn continent. At such a young age, he was already able to stir up a storm. If it wasn't for the lack of cultivation time, he might have a place in the East Unicorn continent. It was a pity that the Demon Dao rose too quickly and the demonic 10 regions were also eyeing covetously. If he was given a few more decades, the Azure Water sect wouldn't need to rely on others and would have already soared to the sky and become an elite force in the East Unicorn continent. Putting down the teacup, Elder Guo quickly went to inform Supreme Grand Elder Ouyang Tai and the others. When Ouyang Wentian arrived at the Azure Water Hall, Li Fuchen was already waiting there. Li Fuchen, is it really you? Ouyang Wentian sized up Li Fuchen carefully. In just a blink of the eye, he was certain that this young man with an extraordinary aura was Li Fuchen who had vanished for a long time. But Li Fuchen's cultivation was too horrific. Just a short period of time had passed and he had actually reached the third level of reincarnation realm. Furthermore, his chi presence was much stronger than regular third-level reincarnation realm martial artists. It was as vast as the blazing sun. Sect Patriarch, where are my Li clansmen? Li Fuchen had sharp eyes and asked in a deep voice. When facing Li Fuchen's horrifying eyes, Ouyang Wentian felt immense pressure in his heart. He spoke bitterly, "Your Li clansmen have been abducted by the Thunder Gods sect and the Mystic Tools sect. They spread the word that they want you to personally head over to the Thunder Gods sect and the Mystic Tools sect to receive punishment. Courting death." Li Fuchen had an enraged expression. The surrounding void distorted and the entire hall couldn't withstand the chi presence that was slightly emitted, causing cracking sounds to be heard. Ouyang Wentian felt that Li Fuchen was like the blazing sun. That horrific chi presence made his skin scorch. Swish 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 swish, figures skimmed into the hall. They were the Azure Water Sect's supreme elders. The Azure Water Sect originally had a total of 7 reincarnation realm martial artists. They were the Sect Patriarch, Ouyang Wentian, the 4 supreme elders, and the left and right protectors. But in the battle with the demons, Supreme Elder, Elder Liang, and the left protector had fallen. Right now, there were only 5 reincarnation realm martial artists left. Li Fuchen, where did you go? Supreme Grand Elder, Ouyang Tai frowned. Li Fuchen didn't answer Ouyang Tai's question and continued to ask Ouyang Wentian, Grand Elder, what happened? Ouyang Wentian said, Elder Zhao helped your Li clan to speak up and was severely injured. His dantian was crippled too. Had it not been for the Wind Snow Sect's Supreme Elder's treatment, he would have died a long time ago. Li Fuchen's expression was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. Swish! The void distorted and Li Fuchen's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already outside the Azure Water Grand Hall and was skimming towards Zhao Wujin's courtyard. Ouyang Tai and the others looked at one another before looking at Ouyang Wentian. Ouyang Wentian said, Supreme Elders, from today onwards, you will follow Li Fuchen's lead. But you must not expose any information about him, in case the Thunder Gods sect, Mystic Tools sect, and the Evil Dao find out. Chapter 426. Quietly arriving at the courtyard, Li Fuchen pushed open the door and walked in. In the spacious house, Zhao Mingyue was feeding medicine to her grandfather, Zhao Wujin. Seeing her grandfather's frail appearance, Zhao Mingyue wanted to cry. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zhao Mingyue turned around. When her eyes landed on Li Fuchen, she was startled for a moment before her tears flowed down, as though she had suffered endless grievances. I'm back. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and apologized. Sob, as though Zhao Mingyue was possessed, she threw herself into Li Fuchen's embrace and cried non-stop. Patting on Zhao Mingyue's skinny back, Li Fuchen consoled her, don't worry, I am here. Zhao Wujin was injured because of him, and he was indebted to him. No matter what, he would treat Zhao Wujin. Gently pushing Zhao Mingyue away, Li Fuchen came to the side of Zhao Wujin. Great Elder. Li Fuchen bent down and spoke softly. You are? Zhao Wujin weakly opened his eyes. At this moment, he didn't look like the once majestic Grand Elder of the inner sect. It had only been a year or two, but his body was withered and skinny. His face was filled with wrinkles and his eyes were turbid. After a long time, Zhao Wujin finally recognized Li Fuchen. His turbid eyes were filled with excitement as he grabbed onto Li Fuchen's hand. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. I don't have much time left. To be able to see you back is already a blessing from the heavens. The thing he was most proud of was unearthing the true dragon, Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen was still weak, he had provided plenty of assistance to Li Fuchen. Thinking up to here, Zhao Wujin couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. "Great Elder, with me here, you won't die." While speaking, Li Fuchen activated the healing ring on his finger. In a split second, a green halo burst out and enveloped Zhao Wujin's body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Zhao Wujin's withered body gradually became stronger, as if he was filled with air. At the same time, Zhao Wujin's turbid eyes gradually brightened, and his entire body's energy was rapidly rising. When Zhao Mingyue saw this scene, she covered her mouth and was speechless. As expected of a healing artifact. In fact, Li Fuchen could also use elixirs to heal Zhao Wujin, but how could elixirs be as effective as a healing cardinal artifact? The reason why secret treasures were secret treasures was not just for show. "My body." Zhao Wujin's voice was much louder, and his face was filled with disbelief. Li Fuchen's awareness entered Zhao Wujin's body and suddenly realized that Zhao Wujin's damaged dantian was also recovering. "It seems that I have underestimated this healing ring." Li Fuchen's expression changed. One had to know that repairing the dantian was something that not even an earth-level pill could do. However, the healing ring was able to do it easily. That's for the best. Not being able to cultivate is a huge blow to anyone. Li Fuchen was in a much better mood. As long as the Grand Elder's dantian recovered, he would be able to quickly recover his cultivation with his original peak-level Heaven Dipper realm cultivation. "Fuchen, what is going on?" Zhao Wujin stood up and asked with a trembling voice. Li Fuchen laughed and said, "Grand Elder, this is a healing cardinal artifact that I obtained from the Black Sky Sect ruins. It can recover any injuries, including damaged dantian." "Ha, the heavens didn't give up on me, Zhao Wujin." Zhao Wujin was extremely excited. No one wanted to die, and no one wanted to be unable to cultivate for the rest of their lives. Originally, he had already thought it through and felt that death was inevitable. But now, the heavens suddenly didn't want him to die. How could he not be excited? "Grandfather." Zhao Mingyue dove into Zhao Wujin's embrace. "My obedient granddaughter, it has been hard on you." Zhao Wujin's tears flowed down his face. After a long time, Zhao Wujin finally calmed his emotions and said to Li Fuchen with a complicated expression, "Fuchen, you have returned too early. I can see that you are already a reincarnation realm martial artist. Your innate potential is unprecedented and there is no one who can surpass you in the future. But if you return now, you will only become a thorn in the side. The East Unicorn continent is massive and there is no place for you to stay. You better leave quickly. After 10 years, come back again. I believe everything will still be in time." Li Fuchen shook his head, "Grand Elder, since I dare to return, I will not fear anyone. The Thunder Gods sect and the Mystic Tools sect dared to abduct my Li clansmen, abduct my parents, and injure the Grand Elder. This matter will not be let off just like this. Fuchen, Zhao Wujin's cultivation was ruined and couldn't see Li Fuchen's cultivation level. He didn't know where Li Fuchen got his confidence from. Li Fuchen said, "Grand Elder, I know my limits. When has Fuchen ever disappointed you? You should recuperate well first. Keep these low-grade spirit stones and elixirs." Li Fuchen took out a storage bag and handed it to Zhao Mingyue. There were 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and some cultivation elixirs. It was enough for Zhao Wujin to recover his cultivation in the shortest time possible. As for the rebirth elixir, Li Fuchen didn't give it to Zhao Wujin for now. It wouldn't be too late to give it to him when Zhao Wujin's cultivation reached the peak level of Heaven Dipper realm. Alright then, be careful. Zhao Wujin chose to believe in Li Fuchen. Just like how he firmly believed that Li Fuchen could break the law of bone frame. Li Fuchen didn't head straight to the Thunder Gods sect and the Mystic Tools sect. He needed to head to the Wind Snow sect to understand the situation there. He might have the strength to not fear anyone, but he mustn't act blindly. The Wind Snow sect was situated in the #1 mountain range of the Wind Snow region, the Wind Snow Mountains. The Wind Snow Mountains would have snow all year round and the weather was extremely cold. Cultivating in such an environment would stimulate one's potential and increase the cultivation speed. On this day, in front of the Wind-Snow sect's entrance, a figure was galloping over. Who is it? There were 9 Earth Shatter Realm martial artists guarding the entrance. The leader of the Earth Shatter Realm martial artists yelled out. In the midst of the wind and snow, Li Fuchen stood in the air and said indifferently, "Go and report that Li Fuchen is here to visit." Li Fuchen. The leader of the Earth Shatter Realm martial artists was startled for a moment before recalling something. You are the former Azure Water sect's direct line disciple, Li Fuchen. That's right. Wait here for a moment. Li Fuchen's name was rather widespread in the East Unicorn continent. Number 1 stars ranking. No. One prodigy of the East Unicorn continent. In addition, the Thunder Gods sect, Mystic Tools sect, and the Evil Dao had all searched for Li Fuchen, causing Li Fuchen's name to be extremely well known. The Earth Shatter Realm martial artist knew that something major had happened and quickly went to report. In just a short moment, the Wind-Snow sect matriarch, Shi Huawei led a few Reincarnation Realm martial artists to the foot of the mountain. Shi Huawei was a middle-aged beauty and had once seen Li Fuchen on Empty Star Fate. She had a rather deep impression of him. After seeing Li Fuchen again, Shi Huawei's eyes lit up. It was indeed Li Fuchen. Be it looks or aura, they were identical. But Li Fuchen's cultivation had shocked Shi Huawei abnormally. How did he cultivate to the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm? Her Wind-Snow sect's youth generation leader, Wind-Snow Fairy, Su Lin, was only at the 5th level of Heaven Dipper Realm. The Thunder God sect's youth generation leader, Thunderous King Star, Situlei was only at the 7th level of Heaven Dipper Realm. As compared to Li Fuchen, they were simply insignificant. If she didn't remember wrongly, Li Fuchen was only 26 or 27 years old this year. At such an age, he wasn't just the number 1 prodigy of the East Unicorn continent, he was simply the number 1 prodigy in the history of the East Unicorn continent and no one could surpass him. Li Fuchen, why are you here at my Wind-Snow sect? Shi Huawei calmed down the shock in her heart and asked. Her Wind-Snow sect didn't have any enmity with Li Fuchen. In fact, Li Fuchen was indebted to them. If the Wind-Snow sect didn't take in the Azure Water sect, the Azure Water sect would have been eradicated. Li Fuchen said, "Greetings to sect matriarch Shi. I am here for the Thunder Gods sect and the Mystic Tools sect. I need to know the foundation of these 2 sections." It was because the Wind-Snow sect had taken care of the Azure Water sect that Li Fuchen was being polite. Otherwise, he would have already broken the Wind-Snow sect's array and forcefully ascended the mountain. Shi Huawei shook her head, "Apologies, I cannot agree to this favor." It was a very irrational action to offend the Thunder Gods sect and the Mystic Tools sect for Li Fuchen. Let alone Li Fuchen, who was at the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm. Even if Li Fuchen was at the 9th level of Reincarnation Realm, Shi Huawei wouldn't be able to help him. Sect Matriarch Shi, receive my fist. Li Fuchen circulated the Dragon Elephant power and blasted a fist at Shi Huawei. Audacious. Shi Huawei's expression suddenly changed. As the sect matriarch of the Wind-Snow sect, her status was at the pinnacle. She was already thinking highly of Li Fuchen when she spoke nicely. She didn't expect for Li Fuchen to actually make a move. The wind and snow burst out while Shi Huawei countered with a palm strike. At the same time, the corner of her mouth revealed a sneer. Li Fuchen was only at the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm while she was at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm. The difference between the 2 of them was insurmountable. She was going to teach Li Fuchen a lesson with this palm strike and let Li Fuchen know the immensity of heaven and earth. Roar! The fierce black tiger spirit rose up and enveloped the radius of a few miles. Bang boom! Shi Huawei's ice snow palm force was like tofu that was easily destroyed. Immediately after, the unstoppable fist force blasted over and caused the sky to change. What? Shi Huawei's expression changed drastically as though she couldn't believe everything in front of her eyes. She was an 8th level Reincarnation Realm martial artist and she wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. It was simply the biggest joke in the world. Presumptuous. The reincarnation realm experts that Shi Huawei brought along all made their moves. Bang! Including Shi Huawei, all the Wind Snow sect's reincarnation realm experts were sent flying. There was a surging chi wave that caused a horrific blizzard. After executing the fist, Li Fuchen didn't make another move and stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He only used 20% to 30% of his strength in this fist. If he used his full strength, there would be no survivors in his sight. Is this person really Li Fuchen? The Earth Shatter realm experts that were guarding the entrance quickly hid in the Wind Snow sect's array and had pale expressions. Li Fuchen, what is the meaning of this? Shi Huawei's beautiful eyes were filled with frost. Of course, in her heart, she was already extremely shocked and had nearly lost her ability to think. Li Fuchen said indifferently, I just wish to tell you that I, Li Fuchen, am no longer an ant. The Thunder Gods sect and the Mystic Tools sect abducted my parents and the Li clansmen. I have already formed a grudge with them. Today, the Wind Snow sect is giving me face. In the future, I, Li Fuchen, will repay them in double. There were times when violence was the fastest way to solve a problem. Chapter 427. What if my Wind Snow sect doesn't give you face? Shi Huawei probed. Li Fuchen said indifferently, I am indebted to the Wind Snow sect and I naturally won't repay kindness with enmity. But the Wind Snow sect will lose an opportunity, a chance to reap the fruits. But I feel that Sect Mistress Shi won't give up this opportunity. Of course, if Sect Mistress Shi can't make the decision, you can discuss with the Grand Elders of the Wind Snow sect. I will wait here. Li Fuchen had his own principles. Even if he was stronger, he wouldn't use his strength to bully the weak, let alone repay kindness with enmity. Otherwise, he would be no different from an evil Dao martial artist. Alright, wait here. Shi Huawei flashed and entered the array. This matter had too many implications, and if there was any mishap, the Wind Snow sect might not be consigned to eternal damnation, but it would definitely be greatly affected. It was true that she couldn't make the decision. After a short moment, all the reincarnation realm experts of the Wind Snow sect had appeared and there were dozens of them. The Wind Snow sect's supreme grand elder was a white-haired elder who was at the peak level of reincarnation realm. He had once fought with the Horn Demon region's owner, the Horn Demon King, and was only slightly disadvantaged. Taking a step forward, the white-haired elder burst out with a horrifying icy cold chi presence and enveloped Li Fuchen. The peak level of reincarnation realm might also be at the 9th level of reincarnation realm, but his chi had already accumulated to the extremity. There wasn't much difference in quality, but the quantity was much greater. As the white-haired elder burst out with his chi presence, the snow was getting heavier and the wind was getting stronger. Countless tornadoes were produced and wreaked havoc within the radius of 10 miles. The sky was pitch black and the snow had frozen into hailstones that were crashing down. Just by bursting out with his chi presence, the white-haired elder had changed the radius of 10 miles and was extending outwards. Of course, this was mainly because the East Unicorn continent's heaven and earth suppression was much weaker. If it was the 7-color continent, the white-haired elder would never be able to do this. Standing in the wind and snow, Li Fuchen had a composed expression. Before the hailstones could even get close to his body, they would be shattered by an invisible chi presence. The Wind Snow sect is indeed formidable. They actually have so many reincarnation realm experts. When facing so many reincarnation realm experts, a regular person would be trembling with fear, but Li Fuchen wasn't a regular person. After witnessing the prowess of a battle spirit realm master, the Wind Snow sect's reincarnation realm experts were just regular experts in his eyes. This old one is Mu Hanxin. Li Fuchen, if you can withstand a palm strike from me without backing off, my Wind Snow sect will give you some face. The white-haired elder said coldly. Let alone one palm strike, I can take 10 or 100 palm strikes. Li Fuchen grinned. Shameless boasting. A supreme elder of the Wind Snow sect sneered. Mu Hanxin did not get angry, be careful. As Mu Hanxin spoke, the quintessence in his body surged and gathered in his right hand. His palm, which was originally just a normal color, instantly turned pitch black and translucent. Strands of black icy chi condensed on it. Boom! When Muhanshin executed a palm strike, a monstrous icy cold field and extreme cold palm intent rushed at Li Fuchen. This palm strike was actually the finishing move from the first half of the Earth-class low-tier palm art, dark cold palm art. It might only be the first half and wasn't as powerful as a complete Earth-class low-tier martial art, but it was only slightly inferior. With Muhanshin's cultivation at the peak level of Reincarnation Realm, the power of this palm strike was enough to injure a regular Class 5 demon. This kid is asking for trouble. Another Supreme Elder of the Wind Snow sect sneered. Just in time. Li Fuchen could naturally see the power of Muhanshin's palm strike, but it wasn't enough to affect him. He activated the Dragon Elephant power and the Tiger Soul Fist. In an instant, the Giant Elephant Spirit and the Fierce Black Tiger Spirit rose at the same time. In a split second, Li Fuchen executed a fist strike and the Fierce Black Tiger Spirit enveloped Muhanshin. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound. Within a radius of 10 miles, the tornadoes and snow had all exploded. The hailstones that filled the sky had also been turned into drakes. An indescribable chi wave spread out with the duo at the center. Even though everyone here was at the Reincarnation Realm, they were still forced to retreat and didn't dare to forcefully resist. At the center of the chi wave, Muhanshin, who was withstanding the greatest force, had a pale expression and was sent flying. Even his chi protection was instantly shattered. Li Fuchen was like a reef that had been through 10,000 years. He stood within the chi wave and didn't move at all. When the horrific chi wave rushed over, half of it was repelled by the Fierce Black Tiger Spirit and the Giant Elephant Spirit. The remaining chi wave was only able to make Li Fuchen's clothes flutter. A single fist and Muhanshin was defeated. As for what Muhanshin said about not retreating after receiving Li Fuchen's palm strike, it was now a joke. Li Fuchen didn't just retreat, he sent Muhanshin flying with a single fist. Shi Huawei and the Wind Snow sect's Reincarnation Realm experts were flabbergasted. Muhanshin was the #1 expert of the Wind Snow sect and he couldn't even receive a single fist from Li Fuchen. How powerful was Li Fuchen? Could it be that he had become the disciple of a peerless master in the past 2 years? Was that why he had such terrifying strength? Everyone couldn't help but guess. After forcefully stopping himself from flying back, Muhanshin's face turned red. He coughed and said, "Sect Matriarch, quickly invite young hero Li into the sect." Li Fuchen's strength had already convinced him. With Li Fuchen's strength, he might really be able to deal a huge blow to the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect. If the Wind Snow sect was to make use of this opportunity and tie Li Fuchen to their battleship, they might not be able to dominate the East Unicorn continent, but they would at least be able to protect themselves. "Young hero Li, please." Shi Huawei calmed her emotions and gestured with her right hand. In the Wind Snow Grand Hall, Li Fuchen was seated on the first seat on the right. The first seat on the left was Muhanshin. As for the seat of honor, it was naturally sect matriarch Shi Huawei. No matter what, Shi Huawei was still the sect matriarch and her status in the sect was half a rank higher than the Supreme Elders. Young hero Li, the Thunder Gods sect and the Mystic Tools sect might be one of the top 10 elite factions in the 100 Sects Alliance like our Wind Snow sect, but their sect's foundation is much stronger than our Wind Snow sect. Perhaps only the Eternal Spring Valley can compare with these two major sections. Muhanshin took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Tell me the details." Li Fuchen said. On the host seat, Shi Huawei said, "Let's start with the Mystic Tools sect." The Mystic Tools sect is known as the most ancient sect in the East Unicorn continent and they possess a forbidden technique called the union of man and weapon. But in order to cultivate the union of man and weapon, one's cultivation must be at the Reincarnation Realm and the weapon must be a blood-refined weapon. The so-called blood-refined weapon is a special weapon that is refined with the user's essence blood and exclusive materials. The Mystic Tools sect's tool pattern's secret technique is actually derived from the union of man and weapon. From what I know, the Mystic Tools sect's Supreme Grand Elder Guyun has cultivated the union of man and weapon. He is already halfway fused with a Mystic class peak tier blood-refined weapon. His strength might not be comparable to the Evil King, but in terms of defense, there aren't many that can match him. Union of Man and Weapon huh? Li Fuchen didn't know the specifics of the union of man and weapon, but after thinking about it, he felt that this forbidden technique wasn't simple. When the chi was enhanced by the weapon, it would be able to exhibit stronger power. But the weapon and the body were ultimately not a single entity, therefore, the enhancement wouldn't be able to reach the limits. But the union of man and weapon was probably able to achieve this. Apart from that, the Mystic Tools sect still possesses a battleship. Shi Huawei continued. Battleship? Li Fuchen looked at her. Shi Huawei said in a grave tone, that is a dilapidated battleship. It is unable to fly and can only be placed in the Mystic Tools sect. But its power is earth-shattering. It is said that the evil king fancied this battleship and wanted to forcefully seize it. But he was severely injured by the array pagoda on the battleship. Since then, he didn't dare to find trouble with the Mystic Tools sect. Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen became slightly serious. He was very clear about the power of the array pagoda. There was an array pagoda in the Black Sky sect ruins, but that array pagoda wasn't as powerful as the array pagoda on the Mystic Tools sect's battleship. To be able to severely injure the evil king in a single attack, it wasn't something a regular array pagoda could do. If you want to forcefully barge into the Mystic Tools sect, I advise you to forget about it, unless you are stronger than the evil king. Shi Huawei warned Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, I know my limits. The array pagoda might be powerful, but it would only be effective if it could hit the target. With exceptional awareness, Li Fuchen was rather confident. Shi Huawei shook her head. As for the Thunder God sect, they might be known as the #1 sect in the 100 Sects Alliance, but they are easier to deal with than the Mystic Tools sect. Their greatest reliance is the Thunder Fire Array. This is an offensive array with extreme power. If one isn't at the evil king's level, it is impossible to barge in. Even the evil king would have to retreat when facing the Thunder Fire Array and the Thunder God sect's reincarnation realm experts. Thunder Fire Array huh? Li Fuchen revealed a smile. As compared to the battleship, the array's power was much weaker. It wasn't because of the Thunder Fire Array, it was mainly because Li Fuchen was confident in his awareness. As long as it wasn't a Class 6 array, Li Fuchen would be able to find the array's flaw. After progressing to the reincarnation realm, Li Fuchen was able to utilize even more awareness and wasn't inferior to Battle Spirit Realm Masters. On the opposite side, Mu Hanxin said, Young hero Li, why don't my Wind Snow sect step forward and ask the Mystic Tools sect and the Thunder God sect to release your Li clansmen? Li Fuchen sneered and said, do you think they will release them? Putting aside the fact that they don't know my strength, even if they know my strength, they will probably force me to hand over the artifacts I obtained from the Black Sky sect ruins. Li Fuchen's rise was too fast and it was inevitable for the opposition to be suspicious. Instead of that, he might as well be stronger and take the initiative. Mu Hanxin was speechless. Li Fuchen's rise was indeed too strange. Anyone would think that Li Fuchen had obtained great benefits from the Black Sky sect ruins. It was fine if the Mystic Tools sect and the Thunder God sect weren't powerful enough. But the two sects had deep foundations and even the evil king couldn't do anything to them. Why would they put Li Fuchen in their eyes? Many thanks to the Wind Snow sect for informing me of this information. In the future, Li Fuchen will definitely repay this favor. Standing up, Li Fuchen's figure flashed and skimmed out of the Wind Snow Grand Hall. With another flash, he vanished without a trace. Looking at the direction where Li Fuchen vanished, everyone in the Grand Hall had different expressions. The East Unicorn continent is going to change again. I hope that it will change in a good direction this time. Mu Hanxin lamented. Earlier on, he had observed Li Fuchen's expression. After hearing the information about the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect, Li Fuchen didn't have any apprehension. It was obvious that he had a trump card. Of course, it might be because the ignorant were fearless. Chapter 428. The Thunder God sect was once the #1 sect of the East Unicorn continent and was now the #1 sect of the 100 Sects Alliance. Thunder rumbled in the surroundings of the Lightning God sect, which was situated in the center of the Lightning God mountain range. Occasionally, purple lightning snakes would descend from the sky and strike the depths of the Lightning God mountain range. It was rumored that the Thunder God mountain range had a unique magnetic field. There were many magnetic mountains, and the magnetic mountains attracted the heavenly thunder, causing the Thunder God mountain range to be extremely rich in thunder and lightning yuan qi. This was also the reason why the Thunder God sect specialized in thunder and lightning cultivation methods and martial arts. The highest peak of the Thunder God sect was called the Heavenly Thunder Peak. This peak was 70,000 zhang tall, like a giant sword that connected heaven and earth. At the top of the peak, purple lightning flashed, and layers of clouds overlapped. From afar, Li Fuchen could see the Thunder God sect and the Thunder God sect's number 1 peak, the Heaven Thunder Peak. As expected of the number 1 sect. Such a sect atmosphere wasn't something the Wind Snow sect could compare with. As for the Azure Water sect's former mountain gate, it was simply like a straw shed. There was no comparison at all. The Thunder God sect has 2 layers of formations. One is a defensive formation, and the other is an offensive formation, the Thunder Fire formation. The Thunder Fire formation should be set up on the Heaven Thunder Peak. In this way, it can attack anyone who enters the Thunder God sect. However, the most important thing now is to find the Li family first. It was still a little forceful for Li Fuchen to face the entire sect with his own strength. If he was alone, Li Fuchen wouldn't be afraid, but the Li clansmen were in the Thunder God sect and he mustn't be reckless. When he was just a few miles away from the Thunder God sect, Li Fuchen stopped and released his boundless awareness to search for loopholes in the Thunder God sect's defense array. After a long time, Li Fuchen found a few loopholes and permeated with his awareness. Li Fuchen's awareness was extremely powerful. When he was at the Heaven Dipper realm, it had already faintly surpassed the Reincarnation realm. After reaching the Reincarnation realm, his awareness wasn't considered weak among the Battle Spirit realm masters. A single sweep was enough to observe the internal situation of the Thunder God sect. It's at the back mountain of the Heavenly Thunder Peak. Soon enough, Li Fuchen noticed the Li clansmen. In a courtyard surrounded by towering walls, half of the Li family was imprisoned. There was a formation around it, so the Li family couldn't fly out even if they wanted to. Mother. Li Fuchen saw his mother, Shen Yuyan. As for his father, Li Tianhan, he was imprisoned in the Mystic Tools sect. The people of the Li family were not in a good state. They were all emaciated, and their eyes were lifeless. Some of the younger Li family disciples had despair in their eyes, and they were extremely irritable. The dog food is here. Hurry up and eat. Outside the courtyard wall, a deacon of the Heavenly Thunder sect was carrying an iron basin the size of a bathtub, which was filled with food. However, the food was really like dog food, dirty and messy. Ordinary people would feel disgusted just by looking at it, let alone eating it. Furthermore, this iron basin looked like a lot of food, but when it was divided evenly, everyone's portion was pitifully small. Martial artists who had not reached the Heaven Star border realm had a similar need for food as ordinary people. Seeing this scene, Li Fuchen was burning with anger. The Thunder God sect actually treated the Li family like dogs. Damn you Li, damn Thunder God sect. Li Fuchen clenched his fist tightly as killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Son of a bitch, why are you snatching? You're not allowed to eat today. The sound of a whip rang out. An 8 or 9-year-old Li family disciple panicked from hunger. He had just rushed over when he was whipped and rolled on the ground. He was in so much pain that his face contorted. Tears welled up in his eyes, but they didn't fall. Clearly, he was already used to it. A bunch of dogs. If it weren't for the fact that you're still useful, I would have killed all of you long ago. The Sky Thunder sect's deacon laughed sinisterly. He truly couldn't watch any longer. At this moment, Li Fuchen only had one thought in his mind. He had to rescue the Li family and make the Thunder God sect pay the price. Li Fuchen stood up and burst out with his ardent sun qi. He turned into a golden stream of light and flew rapidly towards the Thunder God sect. Open! After finding a flaw, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. Thousands of green sword lights blasted on a single point on the Thunder God sect protection array. Rumble. The Thunder God sect protection array was originally in an invisible state. After receiving the attack, it immediately revealed itself. It was like an inverted pale blue bowl that covered the entire Thunder God sect. Who is attacking the array? Everyone in the Thunder God sect looked up at the sect protection array. All of them were rather flustered. They thought that the evil king was attacking again. After all, apart from the evil king, who would overestimate themselves and attack the Thunder God sect protection array? Li Fuchen's sword move merely used the ardent sun chi and blazing flame power. He didn't use his full strength, but it was already beyond a regular 9th level reincarnation realm martial artist. If it was a regular sex array, it would have been broken by a single sword move. Open for me. The ardent sun chi transformed into the bronze sword chi before Li Fuchen slashed again. There was a crackling sound as a giant crack appeared. Li Fuchen flashed and entered the Thunder God sect. Swish! Golden streams of light flashed like golden lightning. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen arrived outside the courtyard where the Li clansmen were imprisoned. Ah! There was a miserable scream as the Heaven Thunder sect's deacon that had insulted and assaulted the Li clansmen had instantly combusted and turned into ashes. Inside the courtyard, Li Xiaodai carried a small bowl of food and handed it to Xin Yuyan. Mother, you eat first. Xiaodai is not hungry. Li Xiaodai had already recognized Li Tianhan and Xin Yuyan as her adoptive parents. Xiaodai, you should eat. You have not eaten for an entire day. Xin Yuyan shook her head. Right at this moment, the miserable scream outside attracted the Li clansmen's attention. A voice echoed. Mother, I am Fuchen. Li Fuchen floated up and appeared above the courtyard wall. In an instant, the Li clansmen saw Li Fuchen. Fuchen. Xin Yuyan's face was streaming with tears. The constant hunger didn't make Xin Yuyan depressed. She was most worried about Li Fuchen and Li Tianhan. She would often have nightmares at night and would think that Li Fuchen was dead. Big brother Fuchen. Li Xiaodai was crying even more sorrowful than Xin Yuyan. Mother, everyone from the Li clansmen, your suffering will not be in vain. Li Fuchen didn't break the array as he would definitely have a battle with the Thunder God sect later. This array was considered to be protecting the Li clansmen. Fuchen is here, we are saved. But this is the Thunder God sect, can Fuchen rescue us? The Li clansmen's eyes were burning with hope, but the hope was so slim. They were both anticipating and afraid. Who dares to be impudent in my Thunder God sect? The Thunder God sect reacted very quickly as 40 to 50 reincarnation realm experts flew towards Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and was overflowing with murderous aura. I am Li Fuchen and I am here to collect a debt. Li Fuchen, you are finally here. I thought you have already abandoned your Li clan and your kin. Haha, since you are here, don't think of leaving. Hand over the artifacts and my Thunder God sect might leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, your Li clan will be exterminated. One of the Thunder God sect's reincarnation realm experts laughed heartily. Die! Li Fuchen's eyes surged with murderous intent. With a single fist, the reincarnation realm expert instantly burst into a blood mist. Audacious! Courting death. Take him down. The Thunder God sect's reincarnation realm experts were the strongest in the East Unicorn continent. The Supreme Elder hadn't arrived yet and only the Inner Sect Elders had arrived. Once the Inner Sect Grand Elder gave the order, 5 Inner Sect Elders lunged at Li Fuchen. All of you shall die. With the giant elephant spirit and the fierce black tiger spirit rising, Li Fuchen executed a fist that had a majestic fist force that could swallow mountains and rivers. A single fist force sent the 5 Inner Sect Elders flying. Bang bang bang. There was a burst of blood mist as all of them died miserably. With Li Fuchen's strength, those below the high level of reincarnation realm were no different from ants. Even high-level reincarnation realm experts wouldn't be able to withstand a single fist from him. Among the reincarnation realm experts, there were only 1 or 2 high-level reincarnation realm experts. The rest of them were mid-level or low-level reincarnation realm experts. What? Is this person really Li Fuchen? Why is he so powerful? The Thunder God sect's inner sect elders were appalled. Li Fuchen was already at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, and it was already very shocking. Their sect's number 1 prodigy, Situlei, was only at the 7th level of Heaven Dipper realm. Right now, Li Fuchen had killed 5 inner sect elders in a single fist. With such strength, apart from the Supreme Elder, no one else was a match for him. Everyone, attack together. The Thunder God sect's inner sect Grand Elder had a change in expression as he spoke sternly. When 40 to 50 reincarnation realm experts worked together to attack, even the evil king would have to retreat 3 feet. If he stood still, he would be jolted to death sooner or later. Let this old one meet him. There was a loud and clear voice that echoed like the heavenly thunder. The Thunder God sect's Supreme Grand Elder, Yu Lai, and the rest of the Supreme Elders flew down from the Heaven Thunder Peak. Supreme Grand Elder. Everyone spoke with respect. Supreme Grand Elder Yu Lai was the number 1 expert in the 100 Sects Alliance and was ranked top 5 in the entire East Unicorn continent. In front of him were the Evil King, the Petrified Queen, and the Blood Devil King. Yu Lai's eyes landed on Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, I didn't think that you would dare to come to my Thunder God sect. Nobody you doesn't have a lot of requests. As long as you hand over all the artifacts that you obtained from the Black Sky sect ruins, not only will I let you and your Li clan off, I will also treat you as an esteemed guest. I wonder, what do you think? Li Fuchen revealed a sneer. Artifacts belong to the virtuous. The Thunder God sect's Supreme Grand Elder actually used my clansmen to threaten me. I really don't know if it is my honor or the Thunder God sect's humiliation. If the Thunder God sect didn't deal with the Li clan, Li Fuchen might not hand over the artifacts to the Thunder God sect, but he wouldn't look for trouble with them either. It was a pity that the Thunder God sect was more despicable than he imagined. Perhaps in their opinion, Li Fuchen was someone who didn't bother about trifles. Stubborn. Since that is the case, don't blame this old one for being merciless. Yu Lai snorted and surged with thunder chi, forming a layer of thunder armor on the surface of his body. This thunder armor looked extremely solid, and it might only be a thin layer, but it was emitting a horrifying thunder prowess. Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique, Thunder Armor Divine Technique. The Thunder Armor Divine Technique could be used for both offense and defense. Not only did it have astounding defense, it could also greatly increase movement speed and attack speed. After forming the Thunder Armor, the thunderbolts in the sky above the Thunder God sect were also attracted and fused into Yu Lai's Thunder Armor, increasing its prowess. Yu Lai grinned and said coldly, "You shouldn't have come to the Thunder God sect. In the Thunder God sect, my strength is 30% stronger than normal. This little bastard is dead." Chapter 429. Yu Lai, you were suppressed by me back at the Black Sky sect ruins. Right now, I can still suppress you. The giant elephant spirit above Li Fuchen's head was getting more condensed and was suppressing the void. Courting death. Yu Lai's face was ashen while his thunderbolt armor was glowing with thunder light. In the next moment, Yu Lai appeared on the right side of Li Fuchen as though he had teleported. His right fist carried boundless thunderbolts as he blasted at Li Fuchen's head. With the support of the Thunder Armor Divine Technique, even if Li Fuchen encountered the Blood Devil King, he would still be able to contest. As the black fierce tiger spirit rose up, Li Fuchen turned around and sent a fist at Yu Lai's fist. Rumble. The radius of a few miles had turned into a thunderbolt sea. Inside the thunderbolt sea, the black fierce tiger spirit had expanded to the limits and forcefully burst the thunderbolt sea. Yu Lai grunted and couldn't help but take 100 meters back. On the other hand, Li Fuchen didn't move at all and was like a demon god. How can this child's fist force be so powerful? Yu Lai had an extremely unpleasant expression. Inside the Thunder God sect, with the support of the Heaven Thunder, his combat strength had increased by 30%. If he wasn't able to suppress Li Fuchen in such a situation, didn't it mean that Li Fuchen's true strength had already surpassed him? My heart is thunder, Heaven Thunder enter my body. Yu Lai roared while his body was emitting thunder light. He was like a magnet that contained boundless magnetism, attracting countless heaven thunder to descend and fuse into his thunderbolt armor and even his body. At the same moment, an extremely horrific thunder power was awakened in Yu Lai's body. This was the power of the 6-star Thunderbolt bone frame. My Heart is Thunder was the Thunder God sect's 5-star secret technique. In the hands of others, this secret technique could only summon thunder and control the surrounding thunder chi to blast at the enemy. But in the hands of Yu Lai, this secret technique could summon heaven thunder and fuse it into the thunder armor chi, greatly increasing the power of the thunder armor chi. Of course, this secret technique would only be able to display an effect that surpassed regular 5-star secret techniques in the Thunder God sect. Outside of the Thunder God sect, this secret technique wouldn't be as powerful. 5-star secret techniques would only be able to increase the strength of reincarnation realm experts by 20% to 30%. As for the 6-star Thunder Bone Frame's power, every time it was used, it would decrease by a portion. He would only use it against the petrified queen and the evil king. During normal situations, he wouldn't even need to use it. With the support of the heavenly thunder and the power of thunder and lightning, the thunder and lightning armor on Yu Lai's body instantly spread out, covering his head and limbs. From top to bottom, there was not a single gap. Take another punch from me. With the violent thunderbolts, Yu Lai's movement speed increased by several folds and was unbelievably fast. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's exceptional awareness, he wouldn't have been able to react in time. Boom! Fist against fist, the two of them collided again. This time it was Li Fuchen who was sent flying. As I expected, my body refinement strength is slightly stronger than Yu Lai's in his normal state. However, under the favorable conditions, the opponent's strength surpasses mine by quite a bit. Li Fuchen body tyrannical, coupled with the silver-scaled treasure armor body protection, did not suffer any injuries. After all, it is just a bombardment. Li Fuchen, hurry up and accept your death. Yu Lai transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward once more. Yu Lai, I shall let you witness my true strength. After confirming his body refinement strength, Li Fuchen didn't hold back anymore. The ardent sun chi in his body was transmuted into the bronze sword chi. Within the bone frame spatial zone, the blazing flame power was surging out violently as though it was free. Immediately after, Li Fuchen wielded the scarlet blood sword and brandished it horizontally. This sword move was unbelievably tyrannical. The streaks of green sword light were like streaks of aurora that contained indestructible, incinerating, and slicing power. Bang bang bang, on Yu Lai's body, the originally seamless thunder and lightning armor was instantly sliced apart like tofu. Without the protection of the thunder and lightning armor, Yu Lai wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. He crossed his arms to protect his face and was sent flying while vomiting a large amount of fresh blood. Li Fuchen's chi cultivation strength was already comparable to his body refinement strength. With the enhancement of the 6-star secret technique, the bronze sword essence, his strength had a drastic increase. It allowed the green sun sword intent to be tyrannical and blazing. It also had the unstoppable slicing power. Not good, even the Supreme Grand Elder isn't a match for him. The Thunder God sect's inner sect elders were in extreme shock. Supreme Grand Elder Yu Lai was the #1 expert in the 100 Sects Alliance. In the East Unicorn continent, there were only 3 or 4 individuals that were stronger than him. What capabilities did Li Fuchen have to actually be superior to the Supreme Grand Elder? Thunder Fire Array, activate. Inside the Heaven Thunder Peak, the Thunder God Sect Patriarch, Situ Shua, saw everything and instantly activated the Thunder Fire Array. Crackle! The Heaven Thunder Peak burst out with thunder radiance. Countless thunder dragons broke away from the array and lunged at Li Fuchen. The speed wasn't inferior to a true thunderbolt. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and scattered the thunder dragons. But in the next moment, more thunder dragons attacked. They were accompanied by lumps of blazing fireballs that were the size of millstones. The fireballs were extremely powerful. One of the fireballs didn't manage to hit Li Fuchen and blasted a 100-meter deep pit on the ground. The horrific blazing flame power soared up and the intense radiance made everyone unable to open their eyes. Bang boom! Huff huff. For the thunder fire array, as long as the array power didn't stop, the attacks wouldn't stop either. When the sky was filled with thunder dragons and fireballs, it actually gave off an illusion that it was the end of the world. Scatter! Li Fuchen yelled out and executed the green sun sword intent to the extremity. Thousands of green sword lights crisscrossed and intercepted the thunder dragons and fireballs. This child is actually so powerful. The Thunder God Sect Patriarch, Sidishua, had a gloomy expression. Attack together and eliminate this little bastard. One of the Thunder God Sect's supreme elders yelled out and launched a fist at Li Fuchen. In response, the Thunder God Sect's 40 to 50 reincarnation realm martial artists made a move in unison. Thunder and lightning fist lights, thunder and lightning palm prints, turned into thunder and lightning tides and blasted out. They firmly believed that even if the evil king was here, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences and could only escape in a sorry state. Sect Origin Swords. Li Fuchen's murderous aura was about to burst through the clouds. Tens of thousands of Sect Origin bronze swords chi spread out and covered the void. With a thought from Li Fuchen, it was like tens of thousands of arrows that were shot in all directions. Boom boom boom, ah! The sky was filled with thunder dragons and fireballs that exploded. Immediately after, there were continuous screams and there would be reincarnation realm experts falling. How could a simple Sect Origin swords be so powerful? But when Li Fuchen's Sect Origin swords was stacked with the bronze sword essence, the power was horrific. It wasn't inferior to a 7-star secret technique. Furthermore, it was a 7-star group attack secret technique and wasn't afraid of group battles. Almost every reincarnation realm expert would have to face hundreds of sword chi. Experts would still be able to resist a little, but those low-level reincarnation realm inner sect elders of the Thunder God Sect were only able to defend. In every breath, one of them would perish and their bodies would be riddled with holes like a hornet's nest. How can this be? The Thunder God Sect Patriarch, Sidishua, was in a daze and had a pale expression. How could he not see that Li Fuchen was no longer the same as before? Li Fuchen didn't just have heaven-defying combat strength, his trump cards were enough to threaten the Thunder God Sect. If the battle carried on, the Thunder God Sect would suffer severe losses. Bastard, you have killed so many reincarnation realm experts of my Thunder God Sect. You must die today. Sect Patriarch, hurry up and activate the Thunder Fire power. You lie, who suffered severe injuries, roared with rage. His body condensed a thunder armor and he blasted a fist to shatter thousands of Sect Origin bronze swords. Thunder Fire power, combine. Sidishua gritted his teeth and clasped his hands together. On the heavenly thunder peak, the spinning speed of the Thunder Fire array formation increased. The lightning dragons and the fireballs fused together, forming an even larger and more terrifying Thunder Fire dragon. The Thunder Fire dragon carried a monstrous chi prowess as it blasted at Li Fuchen. With just this move, even if the evil king was here, he wouldn't dare to resist it. Green Sun Absolution. While diverting his attention to control the Sect Origin bronze swords to attack everyone, Li Fuchen brandished the Scarlet Blood Sword. In an instant, a sky-piercing green pillar of light was shot out. This pillar of light was as thick as a water tank and looked as though it was going to pierce through the sky. Within this pillar of light, there were sword lights and sword chi that were in a liquid state. This move had exhausted 20% of Li Fuchen's chi. Li Fuchen was now a 3rd-level reincarnation realm martial artist and his chi quality was comparable to regular 6th-level reincarnation realm martial artists. The density of his chi was at least at the 4th or 5th level of reincarnation realm. 20% of his chi was a boundless and horrific power. Boom! The Thunder Fire Dragon and the Green Pillar of Light clashed. The Green Pillar of Light was the first to crumble, but the Thunder Fire Dragon's power had been depleted by half. The smaller Thunder Fire Dragon couldn't injure Li Fuchen and was immediately turned into sparks and thunder arcs by Li Fuchen's sword. Old man, die! Among everyone, Li Fuchen hated Yulai the most. In the air around Li Fuchen, tens of thousands of Sect Origin bronze swords appeared again. Swish swish swish. Tens of thousands of arrows were shot at Yulai. Yu Lai was already injured and there were too many sect origin bronze swords. He was drenched in blood and the thunder armor on his body was shattered and reformed again. The heaven thunder power in his body was already depleted and the thunder power was also rapidly depleting. Die! Li Fuchen seized the opportunity and brandished his sword. Thousands of green sword lights condensed into a bundle and brushed past Yu Lai's head. Bang! Yu Lai's body wasn't damaged but his head exploded. The #1 expert of the 100 Sects Alliance had perished in an instant. Supreme Grand Elder! Everyone yelled out. Li Fuchen, you killed my Thunder God Sect's Supreme Grand Elder. My Thunder God Sect is absolutely irreconcilable with you. Situ Shua gritted his teeth and controlled the Thunder Fire Array to condense more Thunder Fire Dragons. I, Li Fuchen, have never offended the Thunder God Sect. In the Black Sky Sect ruins, there are plenty of artifacts and everyone is relying on their own ability. But your Thunder God Sect doesn't care about honor and captured my Li clansmen to force me to hand over the artifacts. What logic is this? Since all of you are so stubborn, so what if I slaughter the Thunder God Sect? Sect origin swords, use them all. Li Fuchen's long black hair fluttered and he looked like a demon god. In the void around him, a total of 10,000 return to origin bronze sword chi emerged. During these 2 years, Li Fuchen's life origin sword energy had already nurtured 100,000 sect origin swords chi. Earlier on, he had only used 50,000 swords. He believed that these 50,000 sect origin bronze swords chi were enough to eliminate all the reincarnation realm experts of the Thunder God Sect. As for the Thunder Fire Array, he would slowly destroy it later. Heavens! The reincarnation realm experts of the Thunder God Sect who were able to withstand the sect origin bronze swords chi were in despair. All of their faces were ashen. They weren't Supreme Grand Elder Yu Lai and wouldn't be able to withstand too many sect origin bronze swords chi. Once 50,000 sect origin bronze swords chi were used, they would surely die. Chapter 430. Situ Shua felt dizzy as he faced the 10,000 ancestral sword chi. He was certain that if the Thunder God Sect didn't surrender and bow their heads, after today, the Thunder God Sect would no longer have any reincarnation realm martial artists. If the opposition was more ruthless, they might slaughter the entire Thunder God Sect in a fit of anger. Of course, he could also ask the elders to control the Thunder Fire Array at the Heavenly Thunder Peak to attack Li Fuchen. But without the restraints from the elders, Li Fuchen was able to concentrate on breaking the Thunder Fire Array. Seeing how Li Fuchen was able to easily break the defensive array and enter the Thunder God Sect, it meant that Li Fuchen had a certain level of proficiency in breaking arrays. Who knew if the Thunder Fire Array would be broken or not? Why must my Thunder God Sect suffer such a calamity? Situ Shua was in great pain. Before this, their Thunder God Sect was the #1 sect in the 100 Sects Alliance. Before the rise of the evil Tao, they were the #1 sect in the East Unicorn continent. Right now, they were being stepped on by a young man and all of this was because they abducted the young man's family. If they knew that Li Fuchen was so formidable, the Thunder God Sect would never provoke Li Fuchen. If they didn't provoke Li Fuchen, the Thunder God Sect's elite combat forces wouldn't suffer such severe casualties and the Thunder God Sect's Supreme Grand Elder Yu Lai wouldn't have perished either. But there were no ifs in this world. Like cause, like effect. When Li Fuchen teleported back, it was the time when the Thunder God Sect was at its peak. Situ Shua, whether we fight or surrender, a single word from you will decide the fate of the Thunder God Sect. Li Fuchen didn't wish to carry out a massacre. It was already enough to kill the Thunder God Sect's Supreme Grand Elder Yu Lai and close to half of the inner sect elders. It was meaningless to continue killing. Of course, it was up to Situ Shua's decision. Situ Shua had a conflicted expression on his face. The Thunder God Sect had little hope of fighting. If they surrendered, the Thunder God Sect would lose all face, and they wouldn't be able to explain to the dead. On the Heaven Thunder Peak, Situ Lei was also watching. As the first prodigy of the Thunder God Sect, Situ Lei has always been very proud. He believes that he can advance to the battle spirit realm and become the #1 expert of the Eastern Lin continent. But now, his pride and fighting spirit had been completely destroyed. Compared to Li Fuchen, he was no different from an ant. When Li Fuchen massacred the Thunder God sect's reincarnation realm experts, he could only watch and didn't even have the qualifications to fight. I can't accept it. Situ Lei clenched his fists tightly, and his teeth creaked. Sect leader, surrender. An inner sect elder who advocated for peace said sorrowfully. Fighting to the death might make the people of the world feel that the Thunder God sect had a backbone, but so what? The Thunder God sect that had lost its top combat strength would only become the target of bullying. At that time, the forces of the demonic path would definitely not let the Thunder God sect off. The Thunder God sect could not act on impulse and end its legacy. Surrendering to Li Fuchen would definitely preserve the majority of their strength. With the Thunder Fire Array, the Thunder God sect would still be the Thunder God sect, just not #1 in the 100 Sects Alliance. What's more, Li Fuchen was too outstanding. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 prodigy in the history of the East Unicorn continent. Losing to such an existence wasn't too shameful. Li Fuchen was destined to suppress the East Unicorn continent. Let alone the Thunder God sect, in the future, even the evil Dao and the demonic 10 regions would be trampled by Li Fuchen. Grandmaster, we can't surrender. I don't believe that he can break the Thunder Fire formation. Of course, there were also those who fought to the death and refused to surrender. You guys can give it a try. Li Fuchen's awareness was already scanning the Thunder Fire Array. As long as the Thunder Fire Array wasn't a Class 6 array, Li Fuchen had the ability to break it. Awareness that was comparable to a Battle Spirit Realm Master wasn't just for show. A few miles behind Li Fuchen, the Li clansmen were already in a daze. A single man and sword was actually able to suppress the entire Thunder God sect. Was this something that a human could do? Mother, Big Brother Fuchen is already invincible. Li Xiaodai said with a face of worship. Beside her, Shen Yuyan nodded repeatedly and was crying tears of joy. We finally made it through. Tianhan, we will be able to reunite soon. Li Tianhan was imprisoned in the Mystic Tools sect and originally thought that the husband and wife wouldn't be able to reunite for the rest of their lives. They didn't expect for the world to change so quickly. Their son carried an invincible strength and suppressed the Thunder God sect, forcing them to lower their heads. On the Heaven Thunder Peak, Situ Shua finally lowered his head. Li Fuchen, you win. As the Thunder God sect patriarch, he had to consider the big picture and couldn't be swayed by impulse and destroy the Thunder God sect's legacy. Situ Shua, you have made a wise decision. Earlier on, I have already found the flaw of the Thunder Fire Array. Li Fuchen had an indifferent expression. He was able to suppress the Thunder God sect, but it wasn't because he was stronger than the Evil King. The Evil King might have unparalleled martial strength, but in group battles, he was still inferior to Li Fuchen. His awareness was also inferior to Li Fuchen. In group battles, he was inferior to Li Fuchen, which made it hard for the Evil King to contest with so many reincarnation realm experts and the Thunder Fire Array. If his awareness wasn't as good as Li Fuchen's, he wouldn't be able to enter the Thunder God sect so easily. When he was attacking the defense array, he would probably be attacked by the Thunder Fire Array. Situ Shua's expression changed. He didn't know if Li Fuchen was speaking the truth. If it was true, it was truly extremely dangerous earlier. If he didn't surrender, once Li Fuchen broke the Thunder Fire Array, it would be the doomsday for the Thunder God sect. It would be hard for them to make a comeback. After forcefully exhaling a turbid breath, Situ Shua felt as though he had aged 10 years. His entire body's strength had been sapped. At the same moment, the rapidly revolving Thunder Fire Array had gradually slowed down and was hidden in the void. My Thunder God sect is defeated? There were too many people spectating this battle. Almost the entire Thunder God sect was spectating. Once the Thunder God sect was defeated, all of their pride seemed to have been shattered. All of them had sorrowful expressions. Of course, there were plenty of people who were looking at Li Fuchen with admiration. Peerless experts had always been respected by others. The evil king was the #1 expert of the East Unicorn continent. The 100 Sects Alliance might hate him, but they also respected him. After all, being unrivaled was everyone's dream. When they saw someone achieving it, it was natural for them to have all sorts of emotions. "Mother, we are going back." After withdrawing the sect origin bronze swords, Li Fuchen turned around and used a fist to break the courtyard's array. "Fuchen." Shen Yuyan's slender figure walked out of the courtyard's wall. Li Fuchen descended and said apologetically, "Mother, all of you have suffered. If it wasn't for him, the Li clansmen wouldn't have to go through such hardships." "Silly child, Mother is already very happy that you are able to return alive." Shen Yuyan reached out and wanted to rub Li Fuchen's head, but her body shook and she nearly fell. After a long period of starvation and malnutrition, Shen Yuyan and the others weren't even comparable to ordinary people. In addition to the ups and downs in their emotions, they suddenly felt dizzy. Li Fuchen looked back and saw plenty of people who had fainted and had weak qi presences. Turning back to look at Situ Shua with cold eyes, Li Fuchen activated the healing ring. The green halo was enlarged to the limits and enveloped the Li clansmen. The most important part of the healing ring was that green crystal. This green crystal contained powerful vitality energy, but Li Fuchen guessed that the vitality energy contained within the green crystal wasn't limitless. Once it was depleted, this healing ring would be rendered useless. Of course, the Li clansmen had low cultivation levels and ordinary vitality energy. Therefore, they couldn't deplete a lot of vitality energy. With the nourishment of the green halo, the Li clansmen recovered one by one. They looked radiant and didn't look like they had suffered from starvation at all. Li Fuchen brought Shen Yuyan, Li Xiaodai, and the others and left the Thunder God sect. Along the way, no one dared to obstruct them and no one dared to have any ideas on the Li clansmen. Looking at Li Fuchen's departing figure, Situ Shua had a complicated expression. A few years ago, Li Fuchen was just a minor heavenly prodigy, an ant. Who would have thought that Li Fuchen would grow to such an extent? Time and fate. A few dozen miles away from the Thunder God sect, "Come out!" Li Fuchen yelled out. Young hero Li has matchless strength and overwhelming martial strength. This old one is impressed. The Wind Snow sect's supreme grand elder, Mu Hanxin, appeared with a face filled with admiration and shock. Right now, he was completely convinced by Li Fuchen. Apart from Li Fuchen, no one in the East Unicorn continent would be able to escape unscathed from the Thunder God sect, let alone suppressing the Thunder God sect and forcing them to lower their heads. Don't ask how he knew. Since Li Fuchen was able to bring the Li clansmen out of the Thunder God sect safely, he knew that the Thunder God sect must have lowered their heads. Otherwise, with the Thunder God sect's arrogance, they wouldn't let them go so easily. Li Fuchen said, "Elder Mu, I shall trouble you to bring my mother and the others to the Wind Snow sect. I still need to make a trip to the Mystic Tools sect." With Mu Hanxin's protection, the Li clansmen would be very safe. Mu Hanxin said solemnly, "Young hero Li doesn't have to worry. Unless this old one dies, I will ensure their safety." This was a rare opportunity. With Li Fuchen around, the 100 Sects Alliance might not be able to suppress the evil Dao and the demonic 10 regions, but they would definitely be able to stand firm and contest with the evil Dao and the demonic 10 regions. As for his Wind Snow sect, because they were close to Li Fuchen, they would be able to occupy the most important position. The prerequisite was to maintain this relationship. "Fuchen, you have to be careful," Shen Yuyan said with concern. Li Fuchen said confidently, "Mother, don't worry. The Mystic Tools sect won't be able to do anything to me. Elder Mu, I shall trouble you then." While speaking, Li Fuchen flashed and turned into a golden stream of light that vanished into the horizon. The Mystic Tools sect was one of the most ancient sects in the East Unicorn continent. Only the Eternal Spring Valley was comparable to the Mystic Tools sect. Their foundation was so profound that even the Thunder God sect wasn't comparable. It could be said that heading to the Mystic Tools sect was much more dangerous than the Thunder God sect. The Thunder God sect's Thunder Fire array was only slightly stronger than Li Fuchen at its strongest. It wasn't even able to injure Li Fuchen. Of course, if the battle dragged on, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to withstand it. But if Li Fuchen spent some time, he would still be able to break the thunder fire array and wouldn't allow it to continue unleashing its prowess. But the Mystic Tools sect's dilapidated battleship was different. It was basically unbreakable and had immense power. A single attack severely injured the evil king meant that if Li Fuchen was struck by the attack, he would be in danger too. Of course, apart from the dilapidated battleship, the Mystic Tools sect was much easier to deal with than the Thunder God sect. After all, the Mystic Tools sect's reincarnation realm experts were inferior to the Thunder God sect in terms of quality and quantity. Chapter 431. From a distance, Li Fuchen's awareness permeated the Mystic Tools sect's defensive array and entered the interior. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found his father, Li Tianhan, and the others in the back mountain. Unlike the Thunder God sect, the Mystic Tools sect treated the Li clansmen as laborers. They were either mining or transporting ores. During the process, the supervisors would whip them from time to time. Damn it! Li Fuchen's anger rose again. If the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect only imprisoned the Li clansmen and didn't humiliate them, Li Fuchen wouldn't start a massacre. But the two sects were used to being superior and didn't treat the Li clansmen as humans. If Li Fuchen didn't return, it was unknown how the Li clansmen would be tortured. After cleaving a crack on the Mystic Tools sect's defensive array, Li Fuchen entered the Mystic Tools sect. The back mountain of the Mystic Tools sect was a vast ore vein. This ore vein was very abundant. After countless years of excavation by the Mystic Tools sect, all the ores above the surface were basically excavated, but there were even more ores below the ground. Outside one of the ore mines, Li Tianhan was pulling a ore cart and walking with difficulty. Slap! A whip mark appeared on Li Tianhan's naked back. Hurry up and move. What are you dawdling for? The one who lashed out was a supervisor with a protruding mouth and monkey-like chin. After lashing out once, he wasn't satisfied and lashed out 2 more times. When the other laborers saw this scene, they all lowered their heads and had fearful expressions. This supervisor had a nickname, Vicious Wolf. He had a vicious temperament and every month, there would be 2 or 3 laborers that would die in his hands. Furthermore, they were whipped to death by him. Perhaps the ores on the ore cart were too heavy. When Li Tianhan increased his speed, his strength wasn't uniform. With a clang, the entire ore cart suddenly flipped over and a large amount of ores rolled on the ground. You are courting death. Vicious Wolf's eyes flashed with a vicious light as he lashed at Li Tianhan. This whip even used a trace of qi. If it landed on Li Tianhan's body, his skin would definitely be lacerated and his flesh would be churned. But Li Tianhan was suddenly stunned and looked ahead in a daze. He didn't even feel the whip lashing at him. Ah! A mournful scream rang out, and Dulang's 7 orifices suddenly spewed out raging flames. His entire body began to burn, and in an instant, he was burned to ashes. The whip lost control and flew past Li Tianhan's body. Fuchen! Li Tianhan rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was dreaming. Father, I'm here. Li Fuchen landed on the ground and hugged Li Tianhan. Fuchen, it's really you. Li Tianhan's body trembled as he hugged Li Fuchen tightly. For over a year, he had gone through all sorts of hardships and suffered multiple beatings. He had never shed a single tear, but now his eyes were instantly wet. His family would always be his weakness. Whenever he thought of Shen Yuyan and Li Fuchen, he felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He had already neglected his own hardships. Father, I have already rescued Mother and the others from the Thunder God sect. Right now, I will bring you away from the Mystic Tools sect. Li Fuchen's heart was also in pain. What? You saved your mother? Li Tianhan grabbed onto Li Fuchen's shoulder and said excitedly. Yes. Li Fuchen nodded vigorously. That's great, that's great. Li Tianhan was so excited that he didn't know what to do. He was crying and laughing at the same time. He didn't know how Li Fuchen rescued Shen Yuyan, but he knew that Fuchen wouldn't lie to him. Furthermore, his mind was in a mess and he wouldn't think about how Li Fuchen rescued her. Patriarch, Fuchen. One after another, the Li clansmen walked out from the ore mine. These Li clansmen were all males. After receiving Li Fuchen's transmitted message, they walked out one by one. As for those who obstructed them, they were already burned to death by Li Fuchen's ardent sun field power. Fuchen, what should we do now? A Li clansman asked Li Fuchen. Follow me out of the Mystic Tools sect. While Li Fuchen was speaking, he activated his healing ring and released a green halo, allowing everyone to recover to a healthy state. Who dares to barge into my Mystic Tools sect? Hurry up and die. When Li Fuchen split open the defensive array, the upper echelons of the Mystic Tools sect were already alerted. From the various peaks of the Mystic Tools sect, a large group of reincarnation realm experts flew over and there were a total of 38 of them. The leaders were obviously the supreme elders of the Mystic Tools sect. Even the Mystic Tools sect's supreme grand elder, Guyun, was among them. As the evil king had barged in once, the Mystic Tools sect was very vigilant. Once there was a commotion, all the reincarnation realm experts would be mobilized. Li Fuchen. After seeing Li Fuchen, Guyun's eyes were wide open and he was extremely astonished. I didn't think that you would actually cultivate to the third level of reincarnation realm. But since you are here, don't leave. Guyun laughed heartily. In his opinion, Li Fuchen must have learned an incredible array-breaking technique from somewhere, therefore, he was able to break the Mystic Tools sect's sect protection array with ease. It was a pity that Li Fuchen had underestimated the Mystic Tools sect. How could it be so easy to secretly bring away the Li clansmen? Guyun, Yu Lai has already died in my hands. It is your turn now. Guyun was someone Li Fuchen had to kill. Not only did Guyun nearly kill him, but he had also caused his father, Li Tianhan, and the others to suffer. Yu Lai died in your hands? What kind of joke is that? Guyun didn't believe Li Fuchen's words. In the entire East Unicorn continent, there weren't more than 5 individuals that could kill Yu Lai. Furthermore, among the 5 individuals, only the evil king had a higher chance of killing Yu Lai. As for the others, Yu Lai might not be a match, but he was still able to escape. Whether it is a joke or not, you will know later. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, a round metal plate landed on the ground. In the next moment, with the metal plate as the center, a golden cover enveloped Li Tianhan and the others. This was a Class 5 array board and Li Fuchen spent 40,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase it. The so-called array board could be considered a cardinal artifact and it was inscribed with a miniature array. After activating the array board, the array inside could be activated. But the power of the array was too domineering after all. Using a small array board to support the array was still a little forceful. When the power withstood exceeded the limit, the array board would collapse. In addition, if it was used too many times, the array board would also crack. As for those array boards that could withstand more than the limit or those that could be used countless times, it wasn't that there weren't any, but it was too rare and wouldn't circulate in the market. Even if one wanted to buy it, it wasn't that Li Fuchen could afford it. With the array board protecting Li Tianhan, Li Fuchen circulated his qi and soared into the sky. Watch me destroy you with a single fist. Guyun brandished his fist and blasted a flaming fist at Li Fuchen. In your dreams. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit rose at the same time while Li Fuchen also blasted a fist. Rumble. A violent qi wave radiated in all directions. Guyun was caught off guard and was sent flying. Li Fuchen's fist caused Guyun's expression to change. Such a powerful fist had actually reached his class. Again. The red tool pattern on his body lit up and Guyun's right fist was burning with red flames. Iron Transformation Divine Fist. Chapter 432. Just in time. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way as he clashed with Guyun's fist. It was as though 2 meteorites had collided. Everyone felt as though the void was trembling. Surging energy and flames spread out in all directions. some of the profound tools sect's inner sect elders with weaker cultivations couldn't even stop themselves and were sent flying. Those profound tools sect's inner sect elders with stronger cultivations were also forced to retreat several miles away. Guyun was able to become the Mystic Tools sect's supreme grand elder because he naturally had a 6-star bone frame, and it was the 6-star blazing flame bone frame. Therefore, this fist didn't just contain chi and tool pattern power, it also contained the blazing flame power. In terms of fist strength, he wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen by much. Let me test his foundation first before eliminating him in a single move. Guyun was different from Yu Lai, as Guyun's defense was much stronger than Yu Lai. If his strongest move wasn't able to kill Li Fuchen might lose the opportunity completely. Li Fuchen didn't want to drag things out. Boom boom boom, the duo's fists clashed for over a dozen times. Li Fuchen took advantage of his superior body refinement level and ignored the recoil force. Guyun's body was covered with red tool patterns and didn't care about the recoil force either. I've underestimated you. However, if this is all you've got, then die. The red tool pattern on Guyun's body was extremely bright, like a red-hot soldering iron. A horrific wave was released. This wave was like a flesh wave and also like a mystic class tool wave. But it was several times stronger than a mystic class tool and was close to an earth class tool. The Mystic Tools sect's forbidden technique, union of man and tool. When the evil king was born, Guyun might be slightly inferior to Yu Lai, but the current Guyun was only stronger than Yu Lai. Because he was already 60% fused with a blood-refined tool. In order to injure him, one would need to have the ability to easily sever a mystic-class peak-tier tool. Otherwise, even dozens or 100 strikes wouldn't be able to kill him. To a certain degree, he was even more fearsome than a body refinement martial artist. After all, body refinement martial artists still had the body of flesh and blood. After cultivating the union of man and tool, they would only be considered half human and half tool. Apart from that, the union of man and tool would allow the martial artist to exhibit combat strength that was beyond the limits, and there was no need to worry about the burden. Iron Transformation Immortal Fist. It was the same Iron Transformation Immortal Fist, but this time, Guyun's fist became red from inside to outside, as if it was a piece of steel that had just been roasted 100 times. As he punched out, a terrifying and blazing power broke out crazily. Azure Sun Sword Intent. Taking a step back, Li Fuchen drew his scarlet blood sword and brandished it, releasing thousands of sword lights. Clang 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 clang, Guyun's fist technique was straightforward and had very few changes. Although his punch shattered more than 90% of the sword light, there was still 10% of the sword light that cut Guyun's body. However, these sword lights didn't gain anything other than leaving faint white marks on Guyun's body. On the contrary, Guyun's fist force made Li Fuchen explosively retreat several miles away. What a hot and condensed fist power! The unity of man and weapon is indeed worthy of the unity of man and weapon. Li Fuchen was taken aback. In terms of direct combat strength, Guyun was several times stronger than Yu Lai. Of course, Guyun's speed wasn't as fast as Yu Lai and seemed rather stupid. I didn't use the core blazing flame power for that sword move earlier, neither did I use the bronze sword essence secret technique. But even if I used it, it would probably be hard to kill the opponent in a single move. I will have to execute the clear sky sword art. To be honest, even if Li Fuchen used his full strength, he was only 70% or 80% confident that he could kill Guyun, but it was enough. After all, in this world, nothing was foolproof and everything had its risks. The core blazing flame power that Li Fuchen didn't even use during the battle with Yu Lai burst out and fused into the Ardent Sun Chi. In the next moment, the Ardent Sun Chi turned into the Bronze Sword Chi and poured into the clear sky sword art martial pattern on his wrist. A resplendent and vast sword light lit up. When Li Fuchen thrust with his sword, the void felt as though it was collapsing. A giant spherical sword light instantly enveloped Guyun. Not good. Guyun was appalled. The red tool pattern on his body flickered violently and endless flames surged out from Guyun's body to resist the sword light slashes. But the spherical sword light wasn't so easy to resist. The densely packed sword lights were destroyed and reborn, born and destroyed again. Each cycle would cause a large number of cracks on Guyun's body, making him look like a porcelain man that was about to crumble. Bang! When the spherical sword light's power was exhausted, it suddenly exploded and produced the final and most horrifying round of sword light slashes. Guyun screamed miserably while his body was covered in cracks. His right arm was instantly severed. These sword lights weren't just dense, they obviously contained the mystical power of law, allowing the sword lights to have horrific lethality. He didn't die even after that. Li Fuchen had a higher opinion of Guyun. But it is about time. Li Fuchen blasted a fist at Guyun's chest. Bang! Guyun was shattered into thousands of pieces and couldn't be more dead. Everything happened too quickly, so fast that the Mystic Tools sect's reincarnation realm experts couldn't react in time. Most importantly, they were too confident in Guyun. They believed that with Guyun's defense, even if he wasn't a match, he wouldn't be in any danger. Who would have known that Li Fuchen would suddenly burst out with lethality that was 2 times stronger than before? Bastard, you killed my Mystic Tools sect's Supreme Grand Elder. Today, I shall make you pay with your life. The Mystic Tools sect patriarch was burning with rage. He instantly flew to the dilapidated battleship on the main peak. Immediately after, an array pagoda on the deck of the battleship lit up. Woo woo woo. There was a horrifying and ear-piercing sound. An extremely bright wind blade was produced and instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen. Due to the extreme speed, it looked like a flat white aurora that had extremely ferocious slashing power. Danger! Li Fuchen's awareness had already spread throughout the void. The instant the wind blade was produced, his awareness had traces of stinging pain, and it was something that he had never experienced before. With a flash, Li Fuchen dodged the wind blade attack in advance. TFFF. The ground in front of him trembled lightly and an unfathomable crack appeared. I must not get hit by this wind blade, otherwise, I will definitely be severely injured. Li Fuchen didn't think that his defense was stronger than the evil king. Even if he had the Earth-class mid-tier silver scale armor, it was still hard to neutralize the impact of the wind blade. Hum, multiple wind blades were produced, forcing Li Fuchen to dodge in all directions. Everyone, attack together. Let's see how he dodges. The rest of the Mystic Tools sect Supreme Elders and Inner Sect Elders made their moves. All sorts of chi forces filled the void and blasted at Li Fuchen. Sect Origin Swords. Li Fuchen quickly summoned the Sect Origin Bronze Swords chi. A total of 50,000 Sect Origin Bronze Swords chi skimmed at the Mystic Tools sect's members. Ah! There were endless miserable screams as the Mystic Tools sect's Inner Sect Elders perished one after another. Chapter 433. 50,000 Sect Origin Bronze Swords chi was basically Li Fuchen's final trump card. Once it was used, he wouldn't be able to use any more Sect Origin Bronze Swords chi within a short period of time. He would need to spend a few days to nurture it. But Li Fuchen had to use it. The Mystic Tools sect had the advantage in numbers and he was alone. As the Mystic Tools sect's Inner Sect Elders fell one after another, the Mystic Tools sect patriarch was anxious. Li Fuchen, if you don't surrender now, I will eliminate your Li clansmen. That array board is not able to withstand a single attack from the Wind Blade Array Pagoda. Li Fuchen also spoke in a cold voice, if you kill a single member of my Li clansmen, I will slaughter the entire Mystic Tools sect. If you want to fight to the death with me, you can try. Li Fuchen wasn't going to fall for the trick. He was indeed concerned about his father's life and death, but it didn't mean that he would surrender. Because once he surrendered, his and the Li clansmen's fate would be in the hands of the Mystic Tools sect. If that was the case, he might as well act forcefully. He didn't believe that the Mystic Tools sect patriarch would be so deranged to use the entire Mystic Tools sect as a wager to fight to the death with him. Li Fuchen, you deserve death. The Mystic Tools sect patriarch was unwilling, but he didn't dare to attack the Li clansmen. He had no choice but to use the Wind Blade Array Pagoda to attack Li Fuchen in a frenzy. However, Li Fuchen's awareness was too powerful. As long as he felt a trace of pain in his awareness, he would immediately dodge the wind blades in advance. As time elapsed, the Mystic Tools sect lost a few more inner sect elders. Ah! Ah! The Mystic Tools sect patriarch roared out in a frenzy. His heart was in a dilemma, and at the same time, he hated Li Fuchen. He was now in a dilemma. If he continued to attack Li Fuchen, all of the Mystic Tools sect's inner sect elders would perish. If he killed the Li clansmen, Li Fuchen would definitely slaughter the entire Mystic Tools sect in his rage. But he was unwilling to accept this fact. Sect Patriarch, the overall situation is more important. There is no need for us to fight to the death. A Mystic Tools sect Supreme Elder advised earnestly. He could see that Li Fuchen didn't have the intention to massacre the upper echelons of the Mystic Tools sect. Li Fuchen was just taking revenge on Supreme Grand Elder Guyun and taking revenge on the Mystic Tools sect for imprisoning the Li clansmen. Now that Guyun was dead and over a dozen inner sect elders were dead, Li Fuchen's anger had almost dissipated. If he continued to fight, the Mystic Tools sect would suffer greater losses. If it really reached that stage, it would only result in a life and death struggle. Most importantly, it was impossible to kill Li Fuchen. If it was possible to kill Li Fuchen, it would be fine to risk it, at least to vent his hatred. Grand Master, Elder Wu is right. Furthermore, as long as there's life, there's hope. If the life is destroyed, then everything will be destroyed. Another senior elder advised. The Profound Tools sect master began to waver. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about this. However, he was the Mystic Tools sect master. He viewed Mystic Tools sect's glory as his own glory and viewed Mystic Tools sect's humiliation as his own humiliation. His emotions were fluctuating too much and it was hard for him to make a decision. At this moment, Li Fuchen spoke. Guyun conspired for my artifact, therefore, I killed him. Your Mystic Tools sect bullied others and abducted my Li clansmen. I have also taken my revenge. Right now, I am going to bring my Li clansmen away. I wonder if your esteemed sect has any objections. Li Fuchen naturally didn't wish to have a life and death struggle with the Mystic Tools sect. His father's life was much more precious than the Mystic Tools sect. As long as he brought the Li clansmen away, he would have fewer worries. The East Unicorn continent was massive and he would be able to do as he wished. Li Fuchen, my Mystic Tools sect will remember this humiliation today. The Mystic Tools sect patriarch stopped the wind blade array pagoda and gritted his teeth. I hope you won't forget. Li Fuchen had also withdrawn the sect origin bronze swords. Close to half of the 50,000 sect origin bronze swords had been consumed. You may leave before I change my mind. The Mystic Tools sect patriarch lowered his eyes and did his best to control his murderous intent. In that case, I shall accept your invitation. Li Fuchen flew to the side of Li Tianhan and the others and kept the array board. He then swept his chi and brought a large group of Li clansmen out of the Mystic Tools sect. Looking at Li Fuchen's departing figure, the Mystic Tools sect's #1 prodigy, immovable King Star, Qi Heng clenched his fist tightly. Li Fuchen, there will be a day when I surpass you. The Mystic Tools sect's humiliation was naturally Qi Heng's humiliation too. He couldn't possibly remain indifferent. Of course, he could only say these words in his heart. Right now, the gap between him and Li Fuchen was too huge and it was immeasurable. If he said it out loud, he would only become a joke. But the ups and downs changed, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to catch up to Li Fuchen. They are out, they are out. The Li clansmen were rather excited. To them, the Mystic Tools sect was simply hell and they didn't want to stay in there for even a moment. Father, Li clansmen, all of you have suffered when I wasn't around. But from today onwards, no one will dare to bully my Li clansmen. The entire East Unicorn continent will be under my Li clansmen's control. Li Fuchen knew that everyone needed to vent, therefore, he spoke an arrogant statement. Of course, this statement wasn't too arrogant as the news hadn't spread out yet. Once it was spread out, anyone who wanted to deal with the Li clansmen would have to consider if they were qualified or not. Fuchen, you have grown up. My Li clansmen produced an absolute prodigy like you. I wonder which true god has been moved by you. One of the Li clansmen's upper echelons said with delight. A few days later, everyone returned to the Wind-Snow sect. The entire Wind-Snow sect was in an uproar. Including the Wind-Snow sect's supreme grand elder, Mu Hanshin, everyone came out to welcome them. Among the crowd, the Wind-Snow sect's #1 prodigy, Wind-Snow Fairy, Su Lin was staring at Li Fuchen with a complicated expression. They were all prodigies, but Li Fuchen had left them far behind. If they were fireflies, Li Fuchen would be the sun in the sky. Not only did he look down on the youth generation, he also looked down on the older generation. In the entire East Unicorn continent, there were probably only 2 or 3 individuals that could contest with him. To be honest, Su Lin was rather jealous of Li Fuchen's strength. After all, who didn't want to dictate their own fate? Who didn't want to be all-powerful and reach the pinnacle? Inside the Wind-Snow sect, the Azure Water sect's members were also present. When Li Fuchen headed to the Mystic Tools sect, the entire Wind-Snow sect had unanimously decided to let the Azure Water sect become independent. How would the Wind-Snow sect dare to dictate Li Fuchen's sect? Ouyang Wentian and the rest of the Azure Water sect felt as though they were dreaming. When they found out that Li Fuchen had suppressed the Thunder God sect, they suspected that the Wind-Snow sect was deceiving them. After all, how old was Li Fuchen? How could he suppress the Thunder God sect? It was something that not even the evil king could do. But now, they had no choice but to believe it. To be able to bring back the Li clansmen from the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect was enough to prove Li Fuchen's strength. The Azure Water sect's youth generation were all looking up to Li Fuchen. It included Li Xiangru, Chen Yuanhu, Xue Feng, Lu Wu Huang, and Yuan Tian. Everyone felt as though they were watching a myth. In the past, they were delusional enough to catch up to Li Fuchen's footsteps. Right now, they had already given up on this thought. Before reaching the reincarnation realm, they didn't dare to have such thoughts. Among the crowd, Guan Shui had the most complicated expression. There were times when she thought about how good it would be if she didn't break off the engagement back then. After all, she was a woman, and which woman didn't wish for their other half to be a dragon or phoenix among men? But the human heart was truly mystical. Li Fuchen was so glorious, but she was relieved. Such a glorious Li Fuchen wouldn't belong to her. On a mountain peak of the Wind-Snow sect, the Li clansmen were arranged to stay here. When Li Tianhan and Xin Yuyan met, they were extremely excited. It was the same for the rest of the Li clansmen. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's achievements had finally spread across the continent. Without a doubt, the entire continent was shaken. Demonic 10 regions, Stone region. After the petrified queen received the news, she remained silent for a long time. The humans are truly tenacious and fortunate. No wonder the East Unicorn continent has never been enveloped by darkness. In every era, there would be an absolute figure. But this Li Fuchen is ultimately just a single individual. It is a fool's dream to think he can contest with the demonic 10 regions and the evil Dao by himself. Blood Devil region. The Blood Devil King grabbed a Heaven Dipper realm martial artist and bit him until his mouth was filled with blood. Who is this Li Fuchen? He is actually able to suppress the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect. There must be something fishy about this. One of these days, I shall meet him and see how capable he is. The rulers of the demonic 10 regions didn't really believe the rumors. At least, they felt that the rumors were too exaggerated. Not even the evil king was able to force the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect to lower their heads. But they still acknowledged Li Fuchen's strength. After all, the rumors wouldn't be spread out without a third. Evil region, Evil Fist sect. The evil king revealed an interested expression. He didn't know if the rumors were exaggerated, but he knew that he was looking forward to Li Fuchen's artifacts even more. Li Fuchen was able to be so powerful because of those artifacts. Otherwise, who would be able to achieve such accomplishments in just 1 or 2 years? Help me take care of these artifacts for now. When he barged into the Mystic Tools sect, he had underestimated the power of the dilapidated battleship. If he went again, he wouldn't be injured. When he was on guard, there had never been an existence that could injure him. Region of Extreme Een. The Extreme Een ancestor had a gloomy expression. Along the way, Li Fuchen had destroyed plenty of his hulls, making him extremely furious. Now that he knew about the rumors, he didn't dare to take the initiative to provoke Li Fuchen. This wasn't because he feared Li Fuchen. Before he understood Li Fuchen's strength, he wouldn't take the risk. Li Fuchen, just you wait. My evil Dao will sweep the entire East Unicorn continent sooner or later. Amir, you will not be able to stop us. The Extreme Een ancestor had to endure this anger for now. Just like the Extreme Een ancestor, the Blood ancestor was also very sullen. Back at the Black Sky sect ruins, he had suffered a loss in the hands of Li Fuchen. Now that Li Fuchen was out, he didn't dare to take the initiative to provoke Li Fuchen. For a moment, he felt extremely sullen. Wait until I nurture a sufficiently powerful blood corpse. You will suffer sooner or later. The Blood ancestor suppressed his anger and went into seclusion. The demonic 10 regions and the evil Dao weren't the only ones that were shaken, the 100 Sects Alliance was even more shaken. They weren't too far away from the Thunder Gods sect and the Mystic Tools sect, therefore, they had more detailed information. When they found out that Li Fuchen had killed the Thunder Gods sect and the Mystic Tools sect's Supreme Grand Elders, they were all horrified. At the same time, they were silently rejoicing. With Li Fuchen around, their pressure had lessened. At least, they didn't have to worry about the evil Dao and the demonic 10 regions invasion. Chapter 434. Fuchen, the elixirs you gave us are too mystical. In just a short 1 month, your mother and I have progressed by 3 levels. But our chi is very stable and there isn't a trace of weakness. At a pavilion at the peak of the mountain, Li Tianhan said to Li Fuchen with surprise. Before Li Fuchen returned, the duo had each consumed an earth-shattering fruit. One of them was at the 2nd level of the Earth Realm while the other was at the 1st level of the Earth Realm. But now that 1 month had passed, Li Tianhan was at the 5th level of the Earth Realm while Shen Yuyan was at the 4th level of the Earth Realm. Li Fuchen laughed and said, "Father, those elixirs are just the appetizer. Next, I am going to give you and mother the main course." While speaking, Li Fuchen took out 2 bottles of elixirs. This bottle is the Spirit Root Elixir and this bottle is the Star Spirit Elixir. These 2 elixirs can allow you and mother's bone frames to reach 3 star. In the future, it will be several times easier for you to cultivate. Elixirs to upgrade the bone frame. Li Tianhan's eyes widened. The bone frame was like a person's innate fate and it determined one's future achievements. The bone frame might be able to change, but artifacts that could change the bone frame were too rare. Even elite factions might not have them. Li Fuchen continued, "I am unable to obtain elixirs to upgrade the bone frame to 4 star or 5 star for now. But there will definitely be a chance in the future, 4 star or 5 star bone frame." Li Tianhan was speechless. That is too far away. Your mother and I will be satisfied to have a 3 star bone frame. Li Fuchen said, "Father, don't you wish to progress to the reincarnation realm? The lifespan of a reincarnation realm expert is 250 years old. I wish for you and mother to live for another 200 years. Hearing the statement, Li Tianhan's eyes were burning with passion. How could he not wish to progress to the reincarnation realm? But the chances were too slim and close to 0. Therefore, he never dared to think about it. Father doesn't have to worry. This isn't a dream. Believe me. Father believes you. Li Tianhan nodded heavily. Li Fuchen had created too many miracles and Li Tianhan subconsciously chose to believe. With the Spirit Root Elixir and Star Spirit Elixir, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan weren't the only ones who upgraded their bone frames to 3 star. Li Xiaodai, who was Li Fuchen's godsister, had also received the same treatment. Her bone frame had also upgraded to 3 star and she was beaming with joy. As for the remaining Spirit Root pills and Star Spirit pills, they would be kept by Li Tianhan. They could be given to the hard-working descendants of the Li family in the future. The Wind-Snow sect was huge and the Azure Water sect was temporarily placed within the Wind-Snow sect. After all, it was safer here and the situation wasn't clear. It was better to be a little more careful. Arriving at the Azure Water sect's mountain peak, Li Fuchen transmitted a message to Ouyang Wentian. Fuchen. A short moment later, Ouyang Wentian flew over with a respectful smile. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "Sect Patriarch, I wonder how long have you been stuck at the second level of reincarnation realm?" Ouyang Wentian was a 5-star bone frame, and with such a bone frame, it wasn't impossible for him to break through to the battle spirit realm in the 7-color continent. But in the East Unicorn continent, due to the thin heaven and earth chi, if there weren't any great opportunities, he would at most be able to reach the mid-levels of the reincarnation realm. It was extremely difficult to reach the high levels of the reincarnation realm, let alone the breakthrough to the battle spirit realm. It was something that even a 6-star bone frame would find hard to achieve. Ouyang Wentian blushed with shame. It's been 12 years. He spent 8 years to progress from the first level of reincarnation realm to the second level of reincarnation realm. He reckoned that he would need at least another 3 to 4 years to progress to the third level of reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen flipped his palm and an primary ascension elixir appeared in his hand. Sect Patriarch, this primary ascension elixir can assist you in progressing to the third level of reincarnation realm. Just treat it as a greeting gift for Sect Patriarch's generosity towards me. The primary ascension elixir could allow a low-leveled reincarnation realm martial artist to progress to the next level perfectly. A single elixir was worth 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Fuchen, how can I accept this? Ouyang Wentian was shocked. After handing the elixir to Ouyang Wentian, Li Fuchen said, "Sect Patriarch doesn't have to say any more. This is a small token of Li Fuchen's appreciation." Finishing his statement, Li Fuchen turned and flew off the mountain peak. Staring at the primary ascension elixir in his hand, Ouyang Wentian was filled with gratitude and passion. For the next few days, Li Fuchen had a very peaceful life. Every single day, he would be comprehending the blazing flame bone frames patterns. There was still a difference between the 4-star blazing flame bone frame and the 5-star or 6-star blazing flame bone frame. The high-grade blazing flame bone frame could absorb the blazing flame power that was obviously purer and more vigorous. If Li Fuchen didn't want to be left behind, he had to rely on his own perception and work hard to comprehend the blazing flame bone frame pattern. If he could comprehend the blazing flame bone frame pattern to 50% and develop the blazing flame divine ability, then even if the opponent had a 6-star blazing flame bone frame, as long as the divine ability wasn't developed, the opponent wouldn't be comparable to Li Fuchen's 4-star blazing flame bone frame. Right now, Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern had already been comprehended to more than 40% and was very close to 50%. I wonder what exactly is a divine ability? Li Fuchen was very curious. Apart from comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern, Li Fuchen was also comprehending the green sun sword intent and the ardent sun divine palm. Once these two martial arts reached the trance stage and comprehended the intent, it would greatly increase Li Fuchen's combat strength. As for his cultivation, it was basically impossible to increase it within a short period of time. He took less than 2 years to progress from the 8th level of Heaven Dipper realm to the 3rd level of Reincarnation realm. This speed was truly appalling. It was one thing to have sufficient resources, but the main reason was Li Fuchen's powerful spirit soul. Otherwise, even if Li Fuchen consumed elixirs that could increase his mental state, it would be hard for him to control such powerful strength. If the spirit soul was a wooden barrel, the mental state would be the water in the barrel. With a powerful spirit soul, the wooden barrel would be sturdy and huge, allowing it to contain more and heavier water. It could be said that the spirit soul was a person's most important source. Even the bone frame was inferior to the spirit soul. On Wind Snow Mountain, Mu Hanxin and Li Fuchen were enjoying the snowy scenery while drinking tea. The humans are truly miserable. All the regions that are occupied by the demonic 10 regions have become food. In my previous life, I went to a region that was occupied by the demons. There were plenty of cities that were empty and filled with corpses. Mu Hanxin sighed. Li Fuchen was silent. For more than a month, he didn't go out. It wasn't that he didn't want to chase away demons, but it was because he didn't have enough manpower. Based on the current situation, the 100 Sect Alliance's overall strength was far weaker than the demonic 10 domains and the demonic Dao. Especially the demonic 10 domains, which had the strongest overall strength and the most peak experts. If a war were to break out, the 100 Sect Alliance would be wiped out. Therefore, he hoped that he could reach a higher level. Once he had the strength to easily kill the masters of the monster and demon 10 territories, he would naturally destroy them in one fell swoop. But after hearing Mu Hanxin's statement, Li Fuchen felt that he shouldn't be so calm. Even if he couldn't start an ultimate war with the demonic 10 regions, he had to at least force the demonic 10 regions out of the humans' territory. Looks like it's time to show my sword again. Li Fuchen stood up. Mu Hanxin exclaimed, "Young hero Li, what are you trying to do?" When he said this, he was purely lamenting and didn't have any intention to provoke Li Fuchen. After all, the monster and demon 10 regions were different from the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect. When Li Fuchen was dealing with the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect, he was dealing with one sect at a time. When dealing with the demonic 10 regions, he was dealing with one race at a time. To be honest, if Li Fuchen was to face the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect at the same time, he might not be able to suppress the two sections. His individual martial strength wasn't at the level where he could crush everything and was ultimately a little too forceful. If Li Fuchen was to start a war with the demonic 10 regions, he would be facing 10 existences that were on par with Yu Lai and Guyun. At the same time, he would have to face plenty of Class 5 demons, Class 5 peak-grade demonic beasts, and Class 5 high-tier mutated demonic beasts. The scene would be unimaginable. I know what I am doing. Li Fuchen wasn't foolish enough to start a war with the demonic 10 regions. He was just asking them to restrain themselves. Elder Mu, wait for my good news. Li Fuchen flashed and left the Wind Snow sect. Mu Hanxin let out a bitter laugh. No wonder Li Fuchen was invincible at such a young age. Only the evil king would be able to match up to such a vigorous and decisive spirit. He didn't head to a region that was occupied by the demons. There were too many demons in a region, and even if Li Fuchen killed for a year, he wouldn't be able to kill all of them. The region that Li Fuchen was heading to was one of the demonic 10 regions, the Horn Devil region. Horn Devil region, Horn Devil Palace. The Horn Devil King was tasting human martial artists. To demons, humans were delicacies. Devouring humans would allow them to strengthen their source. The stronger the human, the more source they would obtain after devouring. It is a pity that I am unable to devour Reincarnation Realm martial artists. If I can devour a few dozen Reincarnation Realm martial artists, I might be able to progress to a Class 6 demon. The Horn Devil King thought in his heart. Boom! The huge Horn Demon Palace was split into two. The violent sword chi killed many level 4 fiendish demons and level 3 fiendish demons in an instant. Only level 5 fiendish demons survived the aftermath of the sword chi. Wielding the Scarlet Blood Sword, Li Fuchen stood in the sky above the Horn Devil Palace with an indifferent expression. Damn it, who is it? The Horn Devil King soared into the sky and was brimming with anger. I am Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said. Li Fuchen, what are you doing in my Horn Devil region? Do you want to start an all-out war? The Horn Devil King's eyes shrank before he spoke with overflowing anger. Let's fight first. The ardent sun chi transformed into the bronze sword chi, and Li Fuchen brandished his sword. PFFF PFFF PFFF. The green sun sword intent was extremely sharp, and the Horn Devil King's body was instantly covered with countless sword scars. Class 5 demons were best at defense. In the entire world, apart from the evil king, no one could break their defense. Of course, the petrified queen's petrification ability was also able to restrain them. No wonder he is the monarch of the Class 5 demons. They were all Class 5 demons, but there were still strong and weak ones. Of course, the weakest one wasn't any weaker than the Wind Snow Sect's Supreme Grand Elder, Mu Hanxin. Green Sun Absolution. Li Fuchen executed the Green Sun Sword Intense Sword move. The green pillar of light pierced through the sky and sent the Horned Devil King flying. When he stood up again, the Horned Devil King's body didn't have an intact place. The most serious part was missing a large piece of flesh. If Li Fuchen did it a few more times, he might be able to kill the Horned Devil King. Li Fuchen, what are you trying to do? The Horned Devil King panicked and quickly pulled out the horn on his head. Now we can have a talk. Li Fuchen withdrew the scarlet blood sword and smiled. Chapter 435. Li Fuchen didn't think of starting a war with the demonic 10 regions now. Therefore, he couldn't kill the Horned Devil King. Once he killed the Horned Devil King, the demonic 10 regions would definitely unite again and attack the 100 Sects Alliance. By then, Li Fuchen might be able to protect himself, but the others wouldn't be able to hold on. Without Yu Lai, Gu Yun, and dozens of reincarnation realm experts, it would more or less be affected. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't regret it. These two individuals deserved to die and he wasn't going to compromise. Compromise was the behavior of the weak. With strength that was comparable with the evil king, no one was able to make him compromise. Li Fuchen, do you know what you are doing? The Horned Devil King held his horn and asked with vigilance. Li Fuchen said, ask the demons of your Horned Devil region to return to your territory, otherwise, I will kill you next time. Li Fuchen said he was here to have a conversation, but he was actually here to warn the Horned Devil region. Before waiting for the Horned Devil King to reply, Li Fuchen flashed and left. Damn it! The Horned Devil King vented his anger by brandishing his horn. A small mountain peak that was a few dozen miles away had instantly exploded. One day later, Li Fuchen arrived at the Power Devil region. The owner of the Power Devil region was the Power Devil King and he was a Class 5 power demon. His strength wasn't inferior to the owner of the Mountain Shaking region, the Mountain Shaking Elephant. Roar! A small mountain that was a few dozen feet in height was uprooted. The Power Devil King that was only a few dozen feet in height suddenly exerted his strength and threw the small mountain at Li Fuchen. The small mountain that was flying at high speed produced heat from the friction with the air and instantly combusted. It was just like a giant meteor crashing at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's clothes fluttered as he thrust his sword at the burning small mountain. Bang! The small mountain exploded into millions of pieces and smashed the ground full of potholes, causing smoke and dust to rise. Green Sun Absolution. After this sword, Li Fuchen executed his finishing move. A glaring green pillar of light blasted on the Power Devil King's body. But Li Fuchen was rather surprised that the Green Sun Absolution was only able to slightly injure the Power Devil King. Its defense was obviously superior to the Horned Devil King. Circulating the demon chi, the Power Devil King's injuries were healed. He grinned sinisterly and said, "You cannot do anything to me." In terms of defense, in the Monster and Demon 10 territories, only the Mountain Shaking Elephant could compete with him. Both of them had great strength and extremely strong defense. Is that so? What about this sword? Li Fuchen activated the core blazing flame power and blasted at the Power Devil King again. The Power Demon King had completely become a target, and he couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. He was hit directly. This time, the injuries on the Power Demon King's body were much greater. His chest had caved in and his flesh was charred black. What are you trying to do? The Power Demon King's expression changed. The demonic aura around his body surged as he tried to recover from his injuries. Tell the fiendish demons of the Power Devil Zone to leave the human territory. This is just a warning. Turning around, Li Fuchen left without any hesitation. The Power Demon King was left with a gloomy expression. Along the way, Li Fuchen sighed to himself. His ability was strong, but it consumed too much chi and he couldn't fight a protracted battle. Whether it was the sword move Green Sun Absolute or the Clear Sky Sword Art Martial Mark, they both consumed a lot of true chi. The Green Sun Absolute would consume 20% of his chi, while the Clear Sky Sword Art Martial Mark would consume 30% of his chi. When dealing with the Power Demon King earlier, Li Fuchen had used up 40% of his chi. It also meant that if Li Fuchen didn't use the clear sky sword art, he wouldn't be able to kill the Power Demon King. Most of the rulers of the demonic 10 regions might not be a match for Yu Lai and Gu Yun, but they were definitely harder to kill than Yu Lai and Gu Yun. The demons' defenses were too tough and their vitality were also tough. Even the evil king would need to expend a lot of effort to kill any one of them. I have to cultivate the Green Sun sword intent to the trance stage. As such, my regular sword moves will be comparable or even superior to the Green Sun Absolute. The Green Sun Absolute was formidable because it could produce a lot of chi in an instant. But if the Green Sun sword intent was at the trance stage, Li Fuchen didn't need to produce a lot of chi. Just by using the sword move's profound laws, he would be able to burst out with astounding lethality. After finding a place, Li Fuchen started to absorb the chi from the low-grade spirit stones to recover his chi. 2 days later, Li Fuchen arrived at the Tiger Devil region. The ruler of the Tiger Devil region, the Devil Pattern Tiger, was originally a Class 5 peak-tier demonic beast. It was unknown what demon artifact it consumed, causing its body to mutate. It possessed the characteristics of both demonic beasts and demons and had developed all sorts of horrific abilities. Its strength was at the pinnacle of the demonic 10 regions and was just inferior to the Petrified Queen and the Blood Devil King. Tiger Devil Roar. On the messy battlefield, there was a tiger demonic beast that was close to 1,000 feet in length. It had dark golden patterns and black fur that let out a heaven-shaking roar. In the next moment, a tiger demonic beast shadow appeared in the air and also roared at Li Fuchen. Buzz! The void trembled and time seemed to have stopped. This is the void power. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. The tiger's roar obviously contained the void power and the void within a few miles had been frozen. Of course, it was just a trace. If the tiger demonic beast truly grasped the void power, a single thought would be able to immobilize all life on the continent and allow them to be slaughtered. However, it was something that primary Sea Realm monarchs and demonic beast kings couldn't achieve. Grasping the void power was already the means of a god. The roar suppressed Li Fuchen as the devil pattern tiger's massive body pounced over and slammed with its claws. Even Li Fuchen would suffer some injuries if he was hit by this claw. But it was obvious that the tiger devil roar was only able to suppress Li Fuchen for an instant. An instant later, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and blocked the devil pattern tiger's claw attack. The devil pattern tiger roared again and wanted to continue suppressing Li Fuchen. However, Li Fuchen had already seen through this move. He burst out with his ardent sun field power and shrunk into a ball. This time, Li Fuchen only felt his body turning sluggish and wasn't suppressed. The field power actually contained traces of void power. It might not be comparable to the Tiger Devil Roar, but it was still able to resist. After executing the Green Sun Absolution, Li Fuchen blasted the Devil Pattern Tiger away. The Devil Pattern Tiger's strength was only slightly superior to the Power Devil King, but in terms of defense, it wasn't superior to the Power Devil King. How was it able to block this sword? One of its legs was nearly severed by Li Fuchen. After leaving behind a warning, Li Fuchen left the Tiger Devil region and headed for the last region, the Mountain Shaking region. This time, Li Fuchen wasn't planning to warn all the rulers of the demonic 10 regions. 4 was already the limit. After all, he was worried that they might work together. In the Mountain Shaking region, the giant elephant's roar was constantly echoing. A giant elephant that was 1,000 feet tall was in combat with a puny human. Every clash would cause the ground to split open and the mountain rocks to explode. It was as though two giants were fighting and the prowess was astonishing. Li Fuchen realized that the mountain-shaking elephant was stronger than he imagined. When its body collided, it actually contained the void power and was able to freeze the void. It might not be as powerful as the Devil Pattern Tiger's Tiger Devil Roar, but the Tiger Devil Roar required time to activate, while the mountain-shaking elephant only needed an instant to charge. It seems like the mountain-shaking elephant has excavated even more bloodline power from the monarch beast, the mountain-pulling elephant. The monarch beast was naturally a demonic beast king. Chapter 436. When facing the mountain-shaking elephant's charge, Li Fuchen could only use his ardent sun field power to weaken it before using his sword move to injure the enemy. Ignoring the sword wounds on his body, the mountain-shaking elephant continued to charge at Li Fuchen. He would even use his trunk to sweep over and try to restrain Li Fuchen. But how could Li Fuchen allow the mountain-shaking elephant to do as he wished? His body moved around and was always able to avoid the elephant's trunk. No wonder you are an absolute prodigy of the human race. But you must die today. The mountain-shaking elephant shrieked, and the thin and long fur on his body suddenly glowed. A portion of the fur fell off and was shot at Li Fuchen with astounding speed. Seal! The scarlet blood sword was placed horizontally in front of Li Fuchen's chest. There was a burst of green radiance that enveloped Li Fuchen. The green sun sword intent didn't have any moves. As long as Li Fuchen willed it, every move and stance would be the green sun sword intent. In an instant, the glowing fur pierced over. PFFF PFFF PFFF. The green radiance was so powerful that the glowing fur would explode and be destroyed. But there were too many glowing fur and they were thin and long, allowing them to burrow through any gaps. Over a dozen fur broke through the green sun sword intense blockade and shot at Li Fuchen's body, letting out clanking sounds. The demonic king mountain pulling elephant's bloodline power is indeed extraordinary. These fur weren't able to injure Li Fuchen and weren't even qualified for Li Fuchen to move. But Li Fuchen could imagine if he was in Yu Lai or Gu Yun's shoes, even if they weren't severely injured, they would at least suffer some light injuries. With their attack methods, it would be considered good if they could eliminate 90% of the fur. As for the rest, they would have to rely on their own defenses to resist. The mountain-shaking elephant's expression turned dark. Li Fuchen's sword art was much more brilliant than he imagined. That sword move earlier was simply watertight, and even his innate ability, Rain of Needles, was almost perfectly defended. In the demonic 10 regions, only he and the petrified queen had awakened their innate abilities. He had just awakened it last year. Battle Heaven Tyrant Body. If one innate ability wasn't enough, the mountain-shaking elephant burst out with his second innate ability. That's right, in the short span of a year or two, he had awakened 2 innate abilities. One was the Rain of Needles, and the other was the Heaven and Earth Battle. The body burst out with a thick dark yellow halo. The mountain-shaking elephant flashed and charged at Li Fuchen with an indescribable speed. The mountain-shaking elephant's current speed was too fast, several times faster than usual. If it was during the war with the 100 Sect Alliance, the mountain-shaking elephant's current speed would be unstoppable. After all, the mountain-shaking elephant's only weakness was its speed. However, Li Fuchen's awareness was even more heaven-defying. Before the mountain-shaking elephant made a move, Li Fuchen had already made an evasive action. Boom! One of the mountain peaks behind Li Fuchen was sent flying and shattered. It wasn't over yet. The mountain-shaking elephant's already long nose suddenly grew longer and thicker. It was just like a divine whip that was glowing with a dark yellow halo as it lashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen dodged again. Gotcha! The ground split open into a ravine that was over 100 feet deep. In the sky, a figure descended from the sky as fast as a meteor. When Li Fuchen's sword blasted on the mountain-shaking elephant's body, he blasted it into the ground and even destroyed the tyrant body state. After jumping out of the ground, the mountain-shaking elephant said proudly, "Li Fuchen, you are much stronger than I imagined. It is a pity that you will not be able to escape death today. With just you or just the 3 of them?" Li Fuchen looked around. "You know of our existence?" The Horn Devil King flew over from a few dozen miles away, together with the Power Devil King and the Devil Pattern Tiger. The 4 of them were in regions that were close to each other, therefore, they were able to work together in the shortest period of time. "Why? Do you wish to fight against all 4 of us?" The Power Devil King sneered with disdain. "Your strength is only slightly stronger than the Elephant King. If the 4 of us work together, you will definitely die." The Devil Pattern Tiger's eyes contained horrific murderous intent. The mountain-shaking elephant's body shook as he entered the Battle Heaven Tyrant body state again. "Li Fuchen, you shouldn't have provoked us. You are too arrogant, and this dead end is the price you have to pay for your arrogance. If 2 more of you come, I might not be able to withstand it. But just the 4 of you aren't enough to make me fearful. Li Fuchen spoke calmly. Arrogant. The Horn Devil King pulled out the horn on his head and poured in demon chi. The horn glowed and cleaved at Li Fuchen. The Power Devil King's body swelled up a few times. He bent his knee and leaped forward, instantly arriving in front of Li Fuchen. The Devil Pattern Tiger activated the Tiger Devil Growl and enveloped the area where Li Fuchen was. The mountain-shaking elephant brandished his trunk and swept at Li Fuchen. When the 4 of them worked together, it was enough to suppress anyone. Just in time. Li Fuchen's battle intent surged into the sky. Even he himself wasn't too sure what level his strength had reached. The so-called strength didn't just mean offense, it also included defense, awareness, combat skills, and adaptability. A person would only be able to roughly estimate his own strength. Without going through multiple battles, it was impossible to know where his limits were. The ardent sun field power burst out and weakened the Tiger Devil Growl. Li Fuchen used a single sword to knock away the Horn Devil King's horn. He then clenched his left hand into a fist and sent the Power Devil King flying. In terms of close combat, the Power Devil King wouldn't be able to catch up with Li Fuchen. It was only during close combat that Li Fuchen was able to combine the Ardent Sun Chi and the Dragon Elephant power for a short period of time. The mountain-shaking elephant's trunk was rather troublesome to deal with. When facing the mountain-shaking elephant's trunk, Li Fuchen swung his right leg and kicked the dark yellow trunk multiple times. He then used the force to soar into the sky. His close combat strength? The Power Devil King's mouth was overflowing with blood while his right arm was distorted beyond recognition. His right arm might have recovered in the next moment, but it had also consumed plenty of his demon chi and traces of vitality. Is this all you have? Li Fuchen took the initiative to attack. He raised his sword and rushed to the front of the Horn Devil King before cleaving. This sword was just an ordinary sword, but with the stacking of the bronze sword chi and the dragon elephant power, this sword looked as though it was going to tear apart the void. A single sword was enough to split open the Horn Devil King's stomach. The speed was so fast that the Horn Devil King didn't even have time to brandish his horn to intercept. Go! A few miles to the right, the Power Devil King's hand surged with demon chi and formed a pitch-black spear. In the next moment, the Power Devil King threw the spear with all his might. The speed of the spear was far beyond the speed of sound, and it was unknown how many times the speed of sound it had reached. Before the sound could be transmitted, the spear was already in front of Li Fuchen. Crackle! Li Fuchen didn't even bother to look and raised the scarlet blood sword. A green sword light flickered and the pitch-black spear was severed into 2 halves before brushing past Li Fuchen's body. A shadow assaulted from behind. It was unknown when the Devil Pattern Tiger appeared behind Li Fuchen and had activated the Tiger Devil Roar at close range. When enveloped by the Ardent Sun field power, Li Fuchen only felt slightly uncomfortable. However, the danger didn't come from the Devil Pattern Tiger, but the mountain-shaking elephant. The mountain-shaking elephant's body was glowing with a thick dark yellow halo and was crashing over with astounding speed. Li Fuchen might have heaven-defying awareness, but it was already too late to dodge in advance. He had no choice but to counter with his sword. Boom! The mountain-shaking elephant's tyrant body state was destroyed again, but Li Fuchen was also sent flying. The collision with the tyrant body state was definitely the mountain-shaking elephant's strongest attack. Furthermore, it had the effect of freezing the void. He should be injured, right? The mountain-shaking elephant looked at the giant pit at the front. Inside the giant pit, Li Fuchen soared into the sky and grinned, again. Damn it, why isn't he injured at all? The mountain-shaking elephant was certain that Li Fuchen's sword earlier was executed in a hurry and he didn't have enough time to circulate all his strength. In such a situation, it was already good enough to neutralize 40% of the collision force. The remaining 50% to 60% of the collision force should have been transmitted to Li Fuchen's body. When in the tyrant body state, 50% to 60% of the collision force was enough to severely injure any elite human expert apart from the evil king. However, Li Fuchen was fine. How could he know that Li Fuchen's defense wasn't inferior to his? In terms of Qi defense, Li Fuchen wasn't high and was only at the regular 6th level of Reincarnation Realm. But with the silver scale armor, Li Fuchen's Qi defense wasn't inferior to Yu Lai. With the addition of his physical defense, Li Fuchen's overall defense was almost unrivaled. Of course, Li Fuchen wouldn't be so foolish to not resist and allow himself to be beaten up. Be it Qi defense or physical defense, there would be consumption. Qi defense would consume Qi, while physical defense would consume Dragon Elephant power or Qi blood power. Attacked together, I don't believe that he will never be injured. The mountain-shaking elephant was truly infuriated. Together with the Horn Devil King and the Power Devil King, they engaged in close combat with Li Fuchen. The Devil Pattern Tiger would also occasionally engage in close combat. Most of the time, he would be using the Tiger Devil Roar to affect Li Fuchen's condition. This battle caused the mountains to crumble and the ground to crack. In the sky, there would be violent winds and thunderbolts. There would be dark clouds that would split open and the sunlight would shine brilliantly. There would be thunderbolts and torrential rain. The battle between 5 elite existences had already affected the weather in the radius of a few hundred miles. Furthermore, the radius was expanding and was rapidly spreading to the surroundings. As for the commotion of the battle could be clearly felt from 1,000 miles away. The nearby demonic beasts of the mountain-shaking region were all fleeing with their tails between their legs. None of them dared to join the battle. Once they entered the core region of the battle, they would be torn into pieces by the violent Qi forces. Split! There was a flash of green sword light as Li Fuchen drew a giant wound on the Power Devil King's body, causing fresh blood to spurt out endlessly. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen was getting more and more valiant. During close combat, his consumption wasn't considered huge, but his attack power was extremely formidable. A casual move of his was already comparable to the sword move, Green Sun Absolution. For the first few battles, Li Fuchen didn't even use his close combat strength. Right now, when he went all out, his opponents couldn't suppress him even after working together and were severely injured instead. Especially the Horn Devil King and the Power Devil King. Both of them were slightly weaker and had been slashed by Li Fuchen countless times. With the help of the Demon Qi and Vitality, their injuries were recovering quickly, but their Qi presences were getting weaker and weren't as overbearing as before. The Devil Pattern Tiger and the Mountain-Shaking Elephant were in a slightly better state, but they weren't in a much better state. Kill! Chapter 437. Compared to human expert, demons' combat skills are too poor, the moves are stupid. If there are 4 Yu Lai or 4 Guyun attacking Li Fuchen, the situation is definitely 10 times better than now, can completely suppress Li Fuchen. Most of the time, fiendish demons relied on their tyrannical talent to compete with humans. Pull away from him and consume his true energy. The mountain-shaking elephant was extremely far away and was using its trunk to attack Li Fuchen. His elephant trunk could be long or short and was abnormally tough. In the state of tyrant body, the hardness of his trunk was close to that of a low-grade Earth-class weapon. The Devil Pattern Tiger had also distanced itself and used the Tiger Devil Growl to lock onto Li Fuchen. As an existence that was neither a monster nor a demon, the Pattern Devil Tiger's Tiger Demon Roar was also a kind of innate ability. In fact, the Pattern Devil Tiger had more innate abilities than the Petrified Queen and the Mountain-Shaking Elephant. After swallowing the demon treasure, the Pattern Devil Tiger had awakened a total of 3 innate abilities. The Tiger Demon's Roar was the most terrifying one, while the other 2 were of little value. They could only be used to deal with those who were much weaker than him. The Horn Devil King and Power Devil King were frightened by Li Fuchen. Before the Mountain-Shaking Elephant said anything, they had already distanced themselves and attacked Li Fuchen from a distance. Although they were far away and their attack power was reduced, it was still better than being oppressed. It was a pity that this tactic was useless against Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen locked the Horn Demon King and killed it directly. As for the other people's attacks, he didn't even try to dodge and directly took them head-on. In any case, it wouldn't take much effort to resist a few times. Horned Demon King, whose shoulder was split by a sword, screamed and retreated. I'm no match for him. I'll be leaving first. He was really scared. From the start of the battle until now, the demon chi within his body had been severely depleted. His vitality had also been depleted and he would need at least half a year to recover. If the battle continued, even if Li Fuchen didn't intentionally kill him, he wouldn't be able to endure it. As soon as the Horned Demon King left, the pressure on the three of them increased. Very soon, the Power Demon King also left. Only you two are left. With two fewer opponents, Li Fuchen was even more relaxed. If he went all out, he might not be able to kill the mountain-shaking elephant and the devil-patterned tiger. But that was too risky. First, he didn't want to start an ultimate war. Secondly, he didn't want to take too many risks. Once he exhausted his full strength, he would also be greatly affected. The core power of the flame, the clear sky sword art martial mark, and even the 10,000 swords returned to origin bronze sword chi were all consumption type and did not have the ability to fight for long. The mountain-shaking elephant and the devil-patterned tiger had stopped. They naturally understood that the two of them weren't able to deal with Li Fuchen. Even four of them were suppressed by Li Fuchen, let alone two. I'll let you be arrogant for a period of time. The mountain-shaking elephant snorted coldly, feeling aggrieved. Aside from the time he was injured by Evil King's punches and kicks, he had never been so angry before. Li Fuchen, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I hope you can still be this calm the next time we meet. The devil-patterned tiger let out a vicious statement. Li Fuchen said, Li Fuchen, will wait for you. But the next time we meet, I might kill you. Finishing his statement, Li Fuchen laughed and left calmly. Li Fuchen believed that this incident would definitely make the demonic 10 regions vigilant. Before they had absolute confidence to deal with Li Fuchen, they wouldn't provoke him too much. Unless they banded together for life, otherwise, Li Fuchen would be able to kill his way in at any time and eliminate a few of them. In just a few days, Li Fuchen returned to the Wind Snow sect. Young hero Li, you are back. Mu Hanxin let out a breath of relief. Li Fuchen said, the demonic 10 regions are much stronger than before, especially the mountain-shaking elephant. He has already excavated 2 demonic beast innate abilities and his strength is above Yu Lai. Had it not been for the existence of the evil Dao, the demonic 10 regions might attack the 100 Sects Alliance again and start an all-out war. What? The mountain-shaking elephant is so powerful now? Mu Hanxin was shocked. During the previous all-out war, the demonic 10 regions only had the Petrified Queen and the Blood Devil King that were stronger than Yu Lai. There were no more than 3 of them, while the mountain-shaking elephant's strength was inferior to the Eternal Spring Valley's Supreme Grand Elder. That's right. The mountain-shaking elephant contains a trace of the demonic king mountain-pulling elephant's bloodline. It might only be a trace, but it allowed him to awaken 2 incredible innate abilities. Li Fuchen nodded. Mu Hanxin asked carefully, I wonder how young hero Li's trip was like. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. During this trip to the demonic 10 regions, I challenged the Horned Devil King, Power Devil King, Devil-patterned tiger, and the mountain-shaking elephant respectively. These 4 aren't a match for me. If they are sensible, they should restrain themselves for a short period of time. Young hero Li has unparalleled strength. This old one admires you. Mu Hanxin took a deep breath and was filled with admiration for Li Fuchen. Among the 4 of them, even the weakest Horned Devil King was slightly stronger than him. But in front of Li Fuchen, they were all defeated one by one. Mu Hanxin couldn't help but admire Li Fuchen. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the Horned Devil King, Power Devil King, Devil-patterned tiger, and the mountain-shaking elephant were much more restrained. They might not have followed Li Fuchen's instructions to summon back their demons and demonic beasts, but they didn't dare to openly devour humans. Previously, the demons and demonic beasts were fearless. If they had a sudden impulse, they would immediately devour an entire city of humans. Right now, they only dared to secretly capture humans to eat. After all, the Horned Devil King and the others were truly afraid that Li Fuchen would fly into a rage out of humiliation and kill them. Furthermore, they didn't wish to gather together all the time. If the rulers of the demonic 10 regions were to gather together after being frightened by Li Fuchen, it would definitely be a laughingstock and would be ridiculed by the world. Of course, this was just a temporary situation. Once the demonic 10 regions felt that they had the ability to deal with Li Fuchen, this situation would definitely disappear. By then, they might provoke Li Fuchen in all sorts of ways and force him to come out. Blood Devil region, inside the Blood Devil Palace, the Blood Devil King had a gloomy expression. He already knew that Li Fuchen had arrived at the demonic 10 regions a few days ago. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to be so powerful. Even the mountain-shaking elephant and the others were defeated by Li Fuchen. He was very apprehensive of such strength. This child cannot be left alive. He must be eliminated as soon as possible, otherwise, he will become a variable sooner or later. To be honest, the demonic 10 regions were already very satisfied with the current situation. The 100 Sects Alliance was weak and they could openly devour humans. Furthermore, with the evil king around, they wouldn't be able to rule the East Unicorn continent. Therefore, it was best to maintain this situation. But Li Fuchen's appearance wasn't part of the plan. With Li Fuchen around, the 100 Sects Alliance would catch up sooner or later. By then, the demonic 10 regions wouldn't be able to be as unrestrained as before. I have to discuss this with the queen. In the demonic 10 regions, he and the petrified queen had always been half the power. Normally, as long as the two of them had the same opinion, the others would listen. A blood rainbow rose up as the Blood Devil King flew towards the stone region. My current combat strength is still not powerful enough. If I don't rely on the core blazing flame power, the clear sky sword art martial pattern, and the sect origin bronze swords, I will be able to kill the mountain-shaking elephant. That is true strength. In addition, the green sun absolution consumes too much chi. Unless it is a crucial moment, I will use it as little as possible to prevent the enemy from exhausting my chi. Li Fuchen's chi cultivation was his greatest weakness. Once he entered a protracted battle, he would easily exhaust his chi. This was something that Li Fuchen had to consider. I wonder how to undo the first seal of the Joint Heaven Sword. Li Fuchen thought about it and felt that undoing the first seal of the Joint Heaven Sword was the fastest method. Everything else would require a lot of time. But time would never wait for anyone. Ever since Li Fuchen comprehended the Mystic Heaven Sword intent, he felt that the first seal of the Joint Heaven Sword had loosened. Why don't I ask Elder Mu? If it was in the past, Li Fuchen would never expose the Joint Heaven Sword. After all, Earth-class low-tier weapons were rare in the East Unicorn continent, let alone the Joint Heaven Sword that had multiple seals and could be upgraded. Once it was exposed, there would definitely be a bloody contest and Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to keep it. But now, he didn't have to worry about this anymore. If anyone wanted to snatch his Joint Heaven Sword, they would have to ask if he agreed. An artifact sword that can be upgraded after undoing the seal. Mu Hanxin revealed an astonished and envious expression. I wonder if Elder Mu has a solution? Li Fuchen asked. Mu Hanxin muttered for a moment and said, I heard that these sealed weapons would usually have a weapon spirit. Young hero Li might be able to communicate with the weapon spirit. Weapon spirit? Li Fuchen said, isn't it said that only heaven-class weapons contain weapon spirits? Mu Hanxin smiled bitterly and said, Young hero Li, I can see that even if your artifact sword isn't a heaven-class artifact sword, it isn't too far off. It is said that Earth-class peak-tier weapons might also contain weapon spirits. I see. Li Fuchen understood. It seemed like the Joint Heaven Sword was indeed different. Originally, Li Fuchen thought that every time a seal was undone, the Joint Heaven Sword would be upgraded by 1 grade. From the looks of it now, it might be more than that. Young hero Li, it is best not to expose your Joint Heaven Sword. This sword is too precious. To be honest, if it wasn't for his lack of strength, Mu Hanxin would want to snatch it. It didn't matter if Li Fuchen was a swordsman, if he had an artifact sword that could be upgraded, it would bring him immense combat strength in the future. Li Fuchen didn't think much of it. In the East Unicorn continent, he wasn't afraid of anyone trying to snatch it. Elder Mu, I have troubled the Wind Snow sect for the past few days. This pair of gloves shall be considered as a reward. Li Fuchen took out a pair of silver-threaded gloves and tossed it to Mu Hanxin. Mu Hanxin received it and had a drastic change in expression as he was extremely excited. It was obviously a pair of Earth-class low-tier gloves. The reason why his strength was inferior to Yu Lai, Gu Yun, and the Great Elder of Eternal Spring Valley was mainly because he had only practiced half of the Earth Realm low-rank martial art. Innately, he was one level lower than the three of them. Although even if he had practiced the complete Earth Realm low-rank martial art, he would still be no match for the three of them, but after all, they were at the same level. With this pair of Earth-class low-tier gloves, his strength would definitely surpass the trio and increase by a whole level. Many thanks, young hero Li. Mu Hanxin was so excited that his body was trembling. Li Fuchen smiled and said, I might have to trouble Elder Mu in the future. Earth-class low-tier gloves were around 1,000 or 2,000 low-grade spirit stones each, and it wasn't considered too precious to him. Young hero Li doesn't have to worry. I will not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or go through a sea of flames. At this moment, Mu Hanxin had completely submitted to Li Fuchen and would only follow Li Fuchen's lead. Chapter 438. For the next few days, Li Fuchen attempted to communicate with the sword spirit in the joint heaven sword. Communicating with the artifact spirit was different for each individual. Some artifact spirits would automatically choose their masters, some artifact spirits were untamed and had to be subdued with willpower. There were also some artifact spirits that were extremely evil and wouldn't require communication as they would take the initiative to tempt the master. Due to the joint heaven sword being in a sealed state, the sword spirit should be sealed too. Therefore, it was rather difficult for Li Fuchen to communicate with it. The only thing Li Fuchen could rely on was his exceptional awareness. He could use his awareness to sense the existence of the sword spirit before communicating with it. As the days passed by, Li Fuchen would take out a portion of time to sense the sword spirit. He might not have any gains, but during the sensing process, Li Fuchen had a deeper understanding of the joint heaven sword. He also had a deeper comprehension of the sword pattern in the joint heaven sword. His sword pattern foundation was steadily increasing. The joint heaven sword pattern is too profound. I might only be able to sense the sword pattern at the outermost layer of the joint heaven sword, but it still gives off an awe-inspiring feeling like the Heaven Tao. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he could completely grasp the joint heaven sword's basic sword pattern, his sword pattern proficiency would definitely reach an extremely high level. It was just a matter of time before he became a sword pattern grandmaster. A sword pattern grandmaster was able to condense an earth-class low-tier or above sword pattern. Even if he was holding a piece of wood, he would be able to exhibit the power of an earth-class weapon within a short period of time. On this day, Li Fuchen continued to sense the sword spirit and the wonders of the sword pattern. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen was enlightened and the sword pattern foundation in his mind was fused to produce an earth-class low-tier sword pattern. This earth-class low-tier sword pattern was extremely profound and was like an illusory sharp sword. Picking up a withered branch, Li Fuchen poured the earth-class low-tier sword pattern into it. TSS. The withered branch burst out with a shocking sword light. At that moment, the withered branch's chi presence wasn't inferior to the earth-class low-tier artifact sword, the Scarlet Blood Sword. But in the next moment, the withered branch exploded and turned into fine sand. The earth-class low-tier sword pattern was too dominant and the withered branch wasn't able to withstand it. After comprehending an earth-class low-tier sword pattern, perhaps I can try to complete the Silver Sword Essence Remnant chapter. The Sword Essence secret technique that Li Fuchen obtained was divided into 3 parts. Only the Black Iron Sword Essence and the Bronze Sword Essence were complete, and the Silver Sword Essence was only a small part. An incomplete Silver Sword Essence naturally couldn't be cultivated because the final condensed Silver Sword pattern wouldn't be an ordinary Earth-class mid-tier sword pattern, but an extremely special type of Earth-class mid-tier sword pattern. After all, if it was an ordinary sword pattern, it would be too simple. One must know that every Sword Rune Grandmaster had mastered many Earth-class sword patterns. Didn't this mean that every Sword Rune Grandmaster could create a Sword Essence secret technique? The sword patterns in the sword essence secret technique were very suitable for the human body. They could perfectly fuse with the human skeleton and become a part of the skeleton. If it was an ordinary sword pattern, it might be able to strengthen the skeleton, but it would also block the skeleton and cause the skeleton to lose its growth potential. With the incomplete silver sword essence, Li Fuchen dared to say that he tried to perfect it. As for his own creation, forget it. The sword essence secret technique was too overpowered. It could be stacked with other amplification secret techniques. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, the person who created the sword essence secret technique was definitely a strategically advantageous individual. Their cultivation was at least at the primary sea realm or even beyond. Because there might be a golden sword essence later on. Have you finally grasped the Joint Heaven Sword's basic sword pattern? An illusory voice echoed from the Joint Heaven Sword. Sword Spirit? Li Fuchen's heart jumped as he asked. That's right, it is this Lord. Since you are able to obtain the Joint Heaven Sword, it means that you are fated with the Joint Heaven Sword and also with me. Right now, I shall release a trace of Qi presence to assist you to undo the first seal. While speaking, a trace of destructive and severe Qi presence was emitted. Li Fuchen had almost subconsciously executed the Mystic Heaven Sword intent. With the combination of the two, there was a sound of chains breaking from within the Joint Heaven Sword. At the same moment, an incomparably dense and tyrannical sword Qi rushed into the sky and pierced through the boundless wind and snow. The first seal of the Joint Heaven Sword was undone. Earth-class mid-tier. Wielding the Joint Heaven Sword and sensing the power of the sword Qi, Li Fuchen raised his brows. If the first seal was already at the Earth-class mid-tier, wouldn't the second seal be at the Earth-class peak-tier or even the Heaven-class low-tier? It is truly an incredible artifact sword. Li Fuchen was in a great mood. Earth-class mid-tier weapons were rarely seen in the seven-color continent and were often out of stock in the market. Especially artifact swords, they were out of stock and the supply couldn't meet the demand. Most of the time, people had to spend a huge sum of money to contest for them in auctions. With the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen's strength would definitely increase by several folds. It is naturally incredible. In ancient times, the Joint Heaven Sword is the leader of the three great divine swords and has slaughtered countless saints. A trace of sword Qi power is enough to eliminate countless of you. The sword spirit said proudly. Li Fuchen let out a smile and immediately asked, "What is the level of a saint?" "You are still far from that level. It will be a waste of time to tell you. Alright, you have only undone the first seal. It is very exhausting for me to talk to you. I shall go to sleep first. Remember not to disturb me if there is nothing important." After speaking, there was no more sound. Saints should be existences that are far beyond primary sea realm monarchs. Li Fuchen currently knew that the highest realm was the primary sea realm. As for the realms above the primary sea realm, perhaps he would only find out in the seven-color continent. Of course, just like what the sword spirit said, it was useless for him to know. Once he reached the battle spirit realm or even the primary sea realm, he would naturally find out. That's right, I wonder if there is a sword art inheritance after undoing the first seal. Wielding the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen brandished at the sky. This sword was like a sword of heaven and was silent. The wind and snow above the wind-snow mountains were split open. The clouds above the wind and snow were also split open. The sky looked as though it was split into two and a horrific Qi presence was extending out. Immediately after, his mind was filled with a lot of information. The information was very messy at first, but soon enough, it formed into a sentence. High Heaven Sword Art, Earth-class mid-tier sword art, Earth-class mid-tier sword art Li Fuchen revealed a smile. He might already have the Green Sun sword intent, but it didn't mean that he didn't need other Earth-class mid-tier sword arts. Furthermore, the Green Sun sword intent didn't have any moves. It might be very powerful, but he still had to slowly comprehend it. But the High Heaven Sword art was different. With the Joint Heaven Sword, the speed of comprehending the High Heaven Sword art would be several times faster. Furthermore, the High Heaven Sword art contained moves that were stronger with each move. the profoundness of the moves would definitely be far beyond the Green Sun Absolution. After all, the Green Sun Absolution was created by Li Fuchen and it wasn't considered anything. It was just a huge chi output. Once this sword is upgraded, no one in the East Unicorn continent will be a match for young hero Li. Li Fuchen's brandishing of the sword caused a huge commotion. Mu Hanxin, who was familiarizing himself with the Earth-class low-tier gloves, quickly looked up and saw an unforgettable scene. If the outer sword pattern of the Joint Heaven sword was the basic sword pattern, then after undoing the first seal, the sword pattern was extremely profound. It was as though countless Earth-class sword patterns were combined together. A single glance was enough to make Li Fuchen's scalp go numb. He knew that he wouldn't be able to comprehend it without a few years. Kid, comprehend more sword patterns. It will be beneficial for you. The sword spirit that was in a deep slumber suddenly tossed out a statement. Li Fuchen had deep thoughts. Sword patterns were the same as sword arts and were a part of the sword Dao. Comprehending sword patterns was also the same as comprehending the sword Dao. Of course, comprehending sword patterns wasn't something that could be done overnight and there was no way to be impatient. I will cultivate the High Heaven sword art first. Li Fuchen really wanted to know how the High Heaven sword art was compared to the Green Sun sword intent. Huff huff huff, on the snow-covered mountain peak, there was a snowstorm. TSS. A pale blue sword light seemed to have a spirit as it shuttled through the snowstorm with lightning speed. TSS TSS TSS, more pale blue sword lights were activated and each of them had a different trajectory. The awe-inspiring sword lights had extraordinary spirituality. The one practicing the sword was naturally Li Fuchen. The High Heaven sword art had moves and it was much easier to cultivate than the Green Sun sword intent. Of course, it was mainly because the High Heaven sword art and the Joint Heaven sword intent were very compatible. It was much easier to cultivate. In just 3 short days, Li Fuchen had cultivated the High Heaven sword art to the sub-completion stage. The High Heaven sword art had a total of 4 moves. The first move corresponded to the sub-completion stage, the second move corresponded to the completion stage, which was the sub-perfection stage, the third move corresponded to the perfection stage, and the fourth move corresponded to the trance stage. As long as the first move was cultivated, the High Heaven sword art would be considered to be at the sub-completion stage. After cultivating the second move, the High Heaven sword art would be at the completion stage. So on and so forth. But it didn't mean that the first move would be useless after cultivating the second move. Cultivating the first move might be considered to be at the sub-completion stage, but if the second move was cultivated, the first move's power would also increase and reach the completion stage. This move is like a fish in the water and is extremely agile. It is simply the polar opposite of the Green Sun sword intent. The Green Sun sword intent might have thousands of sword lights that were shot out at the same time. It was massive and extremely gorgeous, but as long as the opponent could react, it was easy to guard against it. But it wasn't so easy to guard against the Green Sun sword intent. Of course, it didn't mean that the Green Sun sword intent was inferior to the High Heaven sword art. In terms of power, the Green Sun sword intent seemed to be superior to the High Heaven sword art. Furthermore, no matter when, having more sword lights would always be an advantage. When thousands of sword lights were blasted out, there weren't many in the same realm that could block it. The first move took Li Fuchen 3 days, the second move took Li Fuchen 10 days. This move was called Wave Breaker and it was very tyrannical and ferocious. When the sword was executed, the sword lights were like shuttles and emitted a fearsome and glorious prowess. As for the third move, it was called Rise to the Heavens and the fourth move was called High Heaven Sword. If I can cultivate the third move, the power will probably be comparable with the Green Sun Absolution. The Green Sun Absolution was created by Li Fuchen after all and there were plenty of areas that weren't perfect. The sword Dao laws contained within were also rather shallow. But the High Heaven sword art was different. Every move was extremely profound and only 30% of Qi would be able to produce 100% of the effect. Li Fuchen reckoned that the Qi consumption for the third move wouldn't exceed 10% of the Green Sun Absolution. Chapter 439. Above the sea of clouds, Li Fuchen was practicing his sword art. In the Wind Snow sect, there were too many restrictions and he couldn't practice without restraint. But in the sea of clouds, there weren't such restrictions. There was only a vast sea of clouds in all directions and nothing else. After practicing the high heaven sword art a few times, Li Fuchen's sword prowess flourished and the surrounding sea of clouds surged. A sword light that penetrated through the sky broke through the sea of clouds and penetrated through the heaven and earth. In the eyes, there was only that blue and tyrannical sword light that made one's heart palpitate. The high heaven sword art's third move, Soar to the Heavens, was completed. This move was similar to the Green Sun sword intent, but the sword Dao laws contained in the two moves were entirely different. The Green Sun sword intent was like the radiant sunlight, resplendent and glorious. But Soar to the Heavens was incomparably tyrannical and emitted the will to defy the heavens. The high heaven sword art originally had the intention to rule over the heavens. It might not be able to truly rule over the heavens, but the sword intent didn't allow anyone to resist, not even the heavens. With the joint heaven sword, my cultivation speed of the high heaven sword art is too fast. Perhaps, I might be able to reach the trance stage earlier than the Green Sun sword intent and comprehend the fourth move, High Heaven Sword. Sheathing his sword, Li Fuchen shot down from the clouds and landed inside the Wind Snow sect. Young Hero Li, the 100 Sects Alliance's conference is going to start at noon tomorrow. Mu Hanxin reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded, there is no hurry, we will depart tomorrow morning. The conference location wasn't too far from the Wind Snow region and could be reached in half a day. As for the content of this conference, it was related to Li Fuchen. The 100 Sects Alliance originally had 3 alliance leaders, Yu Lai, Gu Yun, and the Eternal Spring Valley's Supreme Grand Elder Su Yuanhe. There were 7 Vice Alliance leaders and they were the Supreme Grand Elders of the top 10 factions. Mu Hanxin was also one of them. Now that Yu Lai and Gu Yun were killed by Li Fuchen, there were 2 fewer alliance leaders. Li Fuchen's combat strength was exceptional, therefore, he naturally had to take the position of alliance leader. Therefore, the main content of this 100 Sects Alliance conference was to reconfirm the alliance leader and deputy alliance leaders. On the next morning, Li Fuchen and Mu Hanxin headed towards the White River region, which was near the Wind Snow region. The White River Zone's White River sect was a first-rate sect. In the White River Zone, there was a White Cloud Mountain. On the White Cloud Mountain, there was a palace. This palace was the 100 Sect Alliance's new conference hall. Early in the morning, the Supreme Grand Elders of the various sects and forces had arrived. Even the Thunder Gods sect and the Mystic Tools sect had sent a Supreme Grand Elder. There was no helping it. If the Lightning Gods sect and Mystic Tools sect did not come, it would be equivalent to leaving the 100 Sect Alliance. There were only 2 outcomes for leaving the 100 Sect Alliance. The first was to be annihilated by the demonic Tao or the demonic 10 domains. The second was to surrender to the demonic Tao. With the bloodline of the Thunder Gods sect and the Profound Tools sect, how could they surrender to the demonic Tao? When it was almost noon, Li Fuchen and Mu Hanxin had yet to arrive. This Li Fuchen sure is arrogant. The great elder of the Dolin clan, Xiahou Wu, was secretly dissatisfied. He's here. Someone looked up. 2 figures shot down from the sea of clouds. One of them was the white-haired Mu Hanxin. There was another figure and it was naturally Li Fuchen. I have made everyone wait. Mu Hanxin cupped his fist. Li Fuchen sized up everyone. Li Fuchen could sense that the body of the Dolin clan's Supreme Grand Elder, Xiahou Wu, contained a tyrannical power. This power was very mystical and existed in a special form. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen's exceptional awareness, he wouldn't be able to detect it. The Battle Spirit bone frame is indeed a special bone frame, even though it is one of the weaker special bone frames. Withdrawing his gaze, Li Fuchen said, "Let the conference begin." In response, everyone entered the palace hall. They didn't feel anything about Li Fuchen's attitude. After all, Li Fuchen's strength had far surpassed them and was on a completely different level. Inside the palace hall, there was a long stone table. Li Fuchen sat at the host seat of the stone table while the rest sat on both sides of the stone table. After everyone sat down, Li Fuchen said, "Previously, the 100 Sects Alliance had 3 alliance leaders and 7 vice-alliance leaders. This time, I have decided to have 1 alliance leader, 2 vice-alliance leaders, and 8 doyens. I shall assume the position of the alliance leader. The vice-alliance leaders shall be Elder Mu and Elder Su. As for the rest of the vice-alliance leaders, they shall be the doyens. I wonder if everyone has any objections?" Su Yuanhe frowned. He didn't have any objections if Li Fuchen was the alliance leader, but he had some objections if he was demoted to a vice-alliance leader. The alliance leader and vice-alliance leader might only have a difference of 1 word, but their authority was completely different. As a vice-alliance leader, it meant that he had to listen to Li Fuchen completely, otherwise, he would be betraying the 100 Sects Alliance. Admiring Li Fuchen's strength and submitting to Li Fuchen were 2 different things. Su Yuanhe wasn't the only one who was dissatisfied, the rest of the vice-alliance leaders were also very dissatisfied. It was fine if Li Fuchen was the alliance leader, but he actually helped Mu Hanxin to be one of the 2 vice-alliance leaders. Mu Hanxin's strength was around the same level as them and might even be inferior. How could he be above them? This was too nepotism. Alliance leader, I don't have any objections if you are the alliance leader. But please reconsider the position of vice-alliance leader. The Golden Extinction Hall's Supreme Grand Elder Shifang stood up and took a glance at Mu Hanxin before speaking slowly. Li Fuchen said with a smile that didn't look like a smile, "Oh, it seems like Elder Shi isn't convinced of Elder Mu. Elder Mu, why don't you spar with Elder Shi? Elder Shi, please." Mu Hanxin flew out of the palace and stood in the sky outside the palace. "Let's fight then, who is afraid of who?" Shi Fang had also flown out and fought with Mu Hanxin. Boom boom. In the sky, chi forces were crisscrossing and thunderbolts were flashing. Dark cold palm art. After a few moves, Mu Hanxin executed a palm strike. The dark cold palm intent broke through Shi Fang's blockade and sent him flying. Earth-class low-tier gloves. Shi Fang suddenly had a change of expression. "That's right." Mu Hanxin smiled and said. There were only a few Earth-class equipment in the entire East Unicorn continent. The Black Sky Sect ruins might have some, but it was too dangerous. A slight misstep might result in death. Originally, Shi Fang and Mu Hanxin were evenly matched. But now, Mu Hanxin had tossed him aside. After all, Shi Fang didn't have an Earth-class low-tier weapon and was the same as Mu Hanxin, he had only cultivated an incomplete Earth-class low-tier martial art. Earth-class low-tier weapon. Everyone couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen had a great harvest in the Black Sky Sect ruins and had provoked Yu Lai, Gu Yun, and even the Evil Dao's elite experts to mobilize. In their opinion, Mu Hanxin's new Earth-class low-tier weapon should be a gift from Li Fuchen. He is truly lucky. The Celestial Star Sect's Supreme Grand Elder's eyes were burning with passion. If he also had an Earth-class low-tier weapon, he would be able to contest with the mid-ranked existences of the demonic 10 regions. It was a pity that there weren't many Earth-class weapons in the entire East Unicorn continent. Elder Mu, let me experience your superior moves. The Sky Dragon Sword Sect's Supreme Grand Elder Guifeng walked out. Guifeng was one of the few people who possessed an Earth-class low-tier weapon. Before Gu Yun and Yu Lai perished, their strength was at least top 5. Chapter 440. The battle between Guifeng and Mu Hanxin was several times more intense than the battle between Shi Fang and Mu Hanxin. In the sky, sword intents and palm intents were shuttling. But Li Fuchen could see that in terms of pure attack power, Mu Hanxin was stronger than Guifeng. After all, Mu Hanxin's palm intent was already materialized while Guifeng's sword intent wasn't materialized yet. This was the power of Earth-class martial arts. The intent could materialize and increase the lethality. Furthermore, the mysticism contained within was far superior to mystic-class martial arts. Of course, Guifeng wasn't weak either. His Sky Dragon sword art was very close to Earth-class low-tier sword arts. It was just like how Li Fuchen was able to push the meteor sword art from Mystic Class Low Tier to Mystic Class Peak Tier. As long as one had enough perception and was willing to spend time, the martial arts grade could be increased. Bang! After sending Guifeng flying with a palm strike, Mu Hanxin said, "Elder Gu, you aren't a match for me. Receive another sword move from me." Sky Dragon Sword Art, Rage of the Sky Dragon. Guifeng yelled out and brandished his gorgeous long sword. Countless sword lights gathered together and formed a giant dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. This giant dragon had both prowess, and it was obvious that it had materialized the sword intent. What a great Earth-class sword move! How could Mu Hanxin not see that Guifeng's sword move had materialized the sword intent and the power was completely different from the previous sword moves? With both palms, Mu Hanxin burst out with the extreme cold palm intent and froze the void. Bang 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 bang, in the sky, there was a burst of hail and overflowing sword chi. Boom! Guifeng was still a step behind and was forced to take a step back. But Mu Hanxin's body merely shook and he had a greater advantage. "Elder Gu, thank you for letting me win." Mu Hanxin cupped his fist and had a face of admiration. He had cultivated the dark cold palm art for many years and was actually only slightly superior. It was imaginable how profound Mu Hanxin's sword Dao proficiency was. "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge Elder Mu?" Li Fuchen asked. Everyone went silent in response. Even if Mu Hanxin's current combat strength was inferior to Yu Lai and Guyun, he wasn't that much inferior. They weren't confident they could defeat Mu Hanxin. Since that is the case, the Vice Alliance leaders shall be Elder Su and Elder Mu. Li Fuchen immediately made the decision. Wait! The great elder of the Dolin family, Xiahou Wu, stood out. Why? Does Elder Xiahou want to challenge Elder Mu? Li Fuchen looked over. Xiahou Wu shook his head with a smile. Elder Mu is not my opponent. The opponent I want to challenge is you. You want to challenge me? Li Fuchen laughed. He could tell that Xiahou Wu's strength was very strong, even stronger than Yu Lai and Guyun. This was because of the tyrannical energy in his body. If he guessed correctly, that overbearing power should be battle spirit energy. Moreover, it was battle spirit energy that was stimulated to the limit. It was likely that the embryonic form of the divine ability had begun to form. Of course, even if the opponent developed the battle spirit divine ability, Li Fuchen was confident he could defeat the opponent. Although they were known to be invincible in the same realm after developing their divine abilities, unfortunately, their cultivation techniques and martial arts had to keep up. Elder Xiahou, the alliance leader, isn't someone that you can challenge as you wish. If you want to challenge the alliance leader, you have to get past me first. Mu Hanxin had already submitted to Li Fuchen and naturally wouldn't allow Xiahou Wu to challenge Li Fuchen casually. To deal with you, I only need one move. Xiahou Wu stood with his hands behind his back. Boasting shamelessly, bring it on. Mu Hanxin stared at Xiahou Wu coldly from outside the palace. Since that is the case, I shall let you see my Xiahou Wu's strength. Xiahou Wu flew out of the palace and stood in front of Mu Hanxin. Originally, if Li Fuchen didn't kill Yu Lai and Guyun, Xiahou Wu was preparing to contest for the alliance leader's position. But it wasn't too late now. Even if he couldn't defeat Li Fuchen, as long as he could fight evenly with Li Fuchen or was just slightly inferior, Li Fuchen believed that Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to monopolize the alliance leader's position. Boom! The duo's first clash was earth-shaking and the surging chi waves nearly shattered the White Cloud Mountain. Amidst the chi waves, a figure was sent flying. Everyone took a closer look and saw that it was Mu Hanxin. Mu Hanxin's eyes were extremely grave. He didn't expect for Xiahou Wu's battle spirit power to be so powerful. Not only was his dark cold palm intent unable to approach Xiahou Wu, but it was also repelled by Xiahou Wu, causing his palm to feel numb. Elder Mu, if it was in the past, I would definitely not be a match for you. But a few months ago, I have already developed my battle spirit power to the extremity and produced the fledgling stage of the divine ability. As Xiahou Wu spoke, his body suddenly burst out with a yellow radiance. Battle Spirit Divine Abilities Fledgling Stage. Battle Spirit Tyrant Body. Fledgling Stage of Divine Ability. Mu Hanxin had an unpleasant expression. Those who grasped divine abilities were all extremely powerful existences and were considered invincible in the same realm. Xiahou Wu might only have grasped the fledgling stage of the divine ability, but it was already incredible. Receive another palm strike from me. Mu Hanxin wasn't willing to accept it and sent a palm strike at Xiahou Wu. In the void, a black palm that was emitting boundless cold qi froze the void and instantly appeared in front of Xiahou Wu. For this palm strike, Mu Hanxin had already exerted his full strength and didn't hold back. Just in time. Xiahou Wu laughed heartily and executed a fist strike. Bang! The black palm instantly exploded and the materialized cold underworld palm intent struck on Xiahou Wu's body. It was only able to shake the yellow radiance slightly, but Mu Hanxin wasn't able to withstand Xiahou Wu's fist force. His body shook violently and he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. The Battle Spirit Tyrant Body was the fledgling stage of the divine ability, and it didn't just increase the defense. It contained mystical laws and was extremely mystical. When executing a fist with the Battle Spirit Tyrant Body, the fist force would also contain mystical laws. If one had to describe it, the Battle Spirit Tyrant Body was similar to the Earth-class body refinement intent and was extremely tyrannical. Of course, Xiahou Wu's Battle Spirit Tyrant Body was only at the fledgling stage of the divine ability. If he completely grasped the Battle Spirit Tyrant Body, it was unknown how powerful it would be. Elder Mu, you may stand down. Li Fuchen sized up Xiahou Wu with some interest. This was the first time he saw a divine ability, even though it was only at the fledgling stage. Alliance Leader, please enlighten me. Xiahou Wu's mouth formed an arc as he smiled and said, Elder Xiahou, it doesn't matter if you are a match for me. You will definitely have a spot as the Deputy Alliance Leader. Of course, if you defeat me, I will give up the Alliance Leader position to you too. Li Fuchen flashed and appeared outside the palace hall. In response, everyone else walked out of the palace hall. Inside the palace hall, they might be able to use their awareness to observe the commotion outside, but how could it be comparable to using their naked eyes to observe with their awareness? Alright. Xiahou Wu was delighted. With Li Fuchen's statement, he was at ease. After all, he didn't have absolute confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. If he was inferior to Li Fuchen and Li Fuchen bore a grudge against him, it would be very bad. In the sky above the White Cloud Mountain, violent winds were biting cold and lightning were constantly striking down from the dark clouds like snakes. Li Fuchen and Xiahou Wu were 1 mile apart as they stood in the sky. Alliance Leader, be careful. Xiahou Wu's body was emitting a golden halo that was getting brighter while a tyrannical Qi presence rushed into the sky. Just do your best. Li Fuchen felt that Xiahou Wu's Battle Spirit Tyrant Body should be similar to the mountain-shaking elephant's innate ability, the Battle Heaven Tyrant Body. When in the Tyrant Body state, the essence, Qi, and spirit would be at the extremity. At the same time, be it defense, attack, or speed, they would all be greatly enhanced. In the void, a dazzling yellow light suddenly appeared. Within the radiance, Xiahou Wu blasted a fist at Li Fuchen at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. This fist was extremely concentrated with essence, qi, and spirit. This fist contained an indestructible intent. When this fist was executed, the void seemed to have frozen. A tyrannical intent enveloped Li Fuchen while the fist was constantly enlarging in Li Fuchen's eyes. The power of law contained within is much stronger than the mountain-shaking elephant's Battle Heaven Tyrant Body. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. The mountain-shaking elephant was already very powerful. After executing his innate ability, the Battle Heaven Tyrant Body, his strength was even stronger and he was much stronger than Yu Lai and Guyun. Xiahou Wu wasn't considered especially powerful, but after executing the fledgling divine ability, the Battle Spirit Tyrant Body, his strength had actually surpassed Yu Lai and Guyun. It was imaginable how powerful the fledgling divine ability, the Battle Spirit Tyrant Body was. It was definitely superior to the mountain-shaking elephant's Battle Heaven Tyrant Body. It was a pity that if Li Fuchen could suppress the mountain-shaking elephant with ease, he could naturally suppress Xiahou Wu with ease too. Li Fuchen didn't draw the joint heaven sword as he wanted to defeat Xiahou Wu convincingly. When the scarlet blood sword was drawn, the ardent sun qi turned into the bronze sword qi. Together with the blazing flame power and dragon elephant power, they surged into the scarlet blood sword. Clang! Li Fuchen cleaved on Xiahou Wu's fist. The originally confident Xiahou Wu had a violent change in expression after making contact with this sword. The power contained in this sword was too horrific and it was simply overwhelming. PFFF. Like a flickering candle flame, Xiahou Wu's battle spirit tyrant body state was immediately extinguished. The sinister glove on his fist was also shattered. Xiahou Wu vomited fresh blood violently and was sent flying. A single sword and Xiahou Wu was defeated. He was defeated just like that. Apart from Mu Hanxin, everyone else was flabbergasted. Xiahou Wu could defeat Mu Hanxin with ease, Mu Hanxin could defeat Shifang with ease, but Li Fuchen defeated Xiahou Wu with a single sword. What kind of strength was this? Only Mu Hanxin knew that Li Fuchen's strength was far beyond this. If Li Fuchen took out that upgraded sword, just the sword prowess would be enough to scare Xiahou Wu away and cause Xiahou Wu to lose the will to fight. Li Fuchen shook his head as Xiahou Wu actually wanted to have close combat with him. Didn't he know that close combat was Li Fuchen's strongest combat strength? Let alone one Xiahou Wu, even 4 Xiahou Wus wouldn't be enough. The Eternal Spring Valley's Supreme Grand Elder, Su Yuanhe, took a deep breath and let out a bitter laugh. His original dissatisfaction was completely gone. What a joke. Li Fuchen's strength wasn't just 1 level stronger than him, it was at least 2 levels stronger. If he was in Li Fuchen's shoes, he wouldn't be given the position of Alliance Leader. Giving him the position of Vice Alliance Leader was already giving him high regard. Alliance Leader's sword art is matchless. This old man, Su Yuanhe, is impressed. Su Yuanhe cupped his fist and said respectfully, Alliance Leader's matchless sword art is our 100 Sects Alliance's blessing. The rest of the people came back to their senses and cupped their fists respectfully. If they still had some thoughts before, they didn't have any thoughts now. In the face of absolute strength, any thoughts were unnecessary and laughable. Mu Hanxin sneered. These people knew to lower their heads now. Sheathing the scarlet blood sword, Li Fuchen said, I said it before. It doesn't matter if Elder Xiahou wins or loses, he will still have a spot as the Vice Alliance Leader. Right now, I shall appoint Elder Xiahou as the 3rd Vice Alliance Leader. Does anyone have any objections? We have no objections. Chapter 441. After confirming the Alliance's roles, Li Fuchen made a request as the Alliance Leader. Everyone, I need spirit stones to cultivate. If you can provide a certain amount of spirit stones, I promise that in the next few years, I will give each of you 1 or 2 low-tier Earth-class tools. Of course, the more spirit stones you provide, the sooner you will get the low-tier Earth-class tool. Next, please send me a private message. After thinking for a moment, Li Fuchen said, of course, if anyone doesn't trust this Alliance Leader will not force you and will not make things difficult for you. Finishing his statement, Li Fuchen smiled and glanced at everyone. In the palace hall, there was silence. Everyone was thinking about the credibility of Li Fuchen's words. The White River Sect's Supreme Grand Elder took a glance at Mu Hanxin and the Earth-class low-tier gloves. He gritted his teeth and transmitted a message to Li Fuchen, Alliance Leader, my White River Sect is willing to contribute 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. It didn't matter if Li Fuchen was a man of his words, he had to fight for it. His White River Sect was a first-rate sect. If he could have a low-tier Earth-grade weapon, it would be enough for him to gain a foothold among the top powerhouses. In other words, if Li Fuchen had deceived him, he would at most lose 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. To the White River Sect, it wasn't considered a huge loss. However, if he hadn't lied to him, then he would have profited greatly. Earth-level low-tier equipment, in the East Lin continent, cannot be bought with spirit stones, is a priceless treasure. Alright, I wonder what type of Earth-class low-tier equipment you require. Li Fuchen transmitted a message to the White River Sect's Supreme Grand Elder. The White River Sect's Supreme Grand Elder revealed a delighted expression. Since Li Fuchen asked in such detail, it meant that he was reliable. He quickly transmitted a message, I will definitely want a weapon for the first item. A great spear or a pike will do. No problem. Li Fuchen nodded. Leader, our flourishing school is willing to offer 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. My Thunderbolt sect is willing to offer 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. None of the top 10 factions spoke. The ones who spoke first were the first-rate sects or the few remaining second-rate sections. As for the third-rate sects, they had either been destroyed by the demonic path forces, surrendered to the demonic path forces, or became the vassals of the large sections. They were not qualified to participate in the Alliance Conference. Soon, the top 10 forces could no longer hold themselves back. Alliance Master, our 3 Absolute Palace is willing to pay 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Golden Absolute Palace is willing to pay 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. High Heaven Sword Sect bids 180,000 low-rank spirit stones. The Sky Dragon Sword Sect offers 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Eternal Spring Valley bids 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the voices echoed in his ears, the smile on Li Fuchen's face was getting brighter. He didn't expect these sects to be so rich. Just the low-grade spirit stones from a top-notch sect was enough for him to return to the 7-color continent. But thinking about it, it was normal. The East Unicorn continent might be barren and there weren't many spirit stone veins, but everyone here was a pinnacle existence that controlled a region. It was easy for them to take out 100,000 to 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the 7-color continent, a major clan in a city would be able to take out 10,000 to 20,000 low-grade spirit stones by clenching their teeth. The East Unicorn continent's sect forces, if they clenched their teeth, they could probably take out 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for whether it would affect the operation of the sect, it was unknown. After all, every Heaven Dipper realm martial artist in the sect would be given out low-grade spirit stones. Reincarnation realm martial artists would also need low-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Apart from that, some of the places in the sect that were covered with arrays, especially the sect protection array, would require spirit stones to operate. If the array relied on thin heaven and earth chi, the effects of the array would be greatly reduced. My Thunder God sect is willing to pay 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Mystic Tools sect is willing to pay 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Finally, the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect each reported a number. These two sects had a feud with Li Fuchen, therefore, they were certain that Li Fuchen wouldn't give them Earth-class low-tier equipment. But they were afraid that Li Fuchen would settle the score later, therefore, they had no choice but to report a number that wasn't considered too much, but wasn't considered too little either. There was a total of 36 sects and Li Fuchen calculated in his heart. The 36 sects had contributed a total of 4.08 million low-grade spirit stones. This was an extremely appalling number, and in the 7-color continent, most of the battle spirit realm masters weren't as wealthy as him. There was no other choice. Battle Spirit Realm Masters had to rely on themselves to earn Spirit Stones, but Li Fuchen could rely on the entire continent to earn Spirit Stones. This was a profitable business. It was as if he had picked it up for free. Li Fuchen was bursting with joy in his heart. After everyone finished transmitting their messages, Li Fuchen said seriously, "For the first batch, I will offer 5 Earth-class low-tier equipment. The sects that will receive them are the Wind Snow Sect, Eternal Spring Valley, High Heaven Sword Sect, White River Sect, and the Thunderbolt Sect. Everyone, please wait for the good news. In addition, I will also gift some Earth-class low-tier elixirs to the rest of the sections. It will be helpful for your cultivation or the cultivation of the heart. As for the Earth-class low-tier equipment, all of you will have to wait a little longer." Li Fuchen wasn't going to satisfy everyone at once. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. He had to whet their appetites in order to make them obedient. If he was to satisfy everyone at once, there might be some other problems. In addition, the White River sect and the Thunderbolt sect might not be offering as many spirit stones as the other elite factions, but Li Fuchen intentionally placed them as the first batch. It was to stimulate the other factions, especially these elite factions. While speaking, Li Fuchen took out an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor from his storage bag and handed it to Mu Hanxin. I just happen to have an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor here. On the seven-color continent, Li Fuchen had obtained plenty of Earth-class low-tier artifact armors and weapons, but he had basically sold them for low-grade spirit stones. This Earth-class low-tier artifact armor was from the Scarlet Fire Fist. The gloves that Li Fuchen gifted to Mu Hanxin were also from the Scarlet Fire Fist. Artifact armor? Mu Hanxin was delighted. With the gloves, even if his strength wasn't top 10 in the East Unicorn continent, he would at least be top 15. With this Earth-class low-tier artifact armor, his overall strength would at least be top 10. If he was to go against Xiahou Wu again, he would at least have a chance and wouldn't be easily injured. Earth-class low-tier artifact armor? Including Su Yuanhe and Xiahou Wu, everyone had envious expressions. They didn't even have Earth-class low-tier weapons, but Mu Hanxin had an artifact armor. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. But there was no other choice as Mu Hanxin was too close to Li Fuchen. Congratulations, Elder Mu. The various sect's supreme elders were looking at the artifact armor in Mu Hanxin's hands with passionate eyes. Huh, same to you. Mu Hanxin grinned and laughed heartily. Alright, the Alliance Conference has ended. Everyone, return and prepare the spirit stones. Li Fuchen waved his hand and ended the conference. For the next few days, he was going to make a trip back to the seven-color continent. Of course, before returning, he had to wait for the various sects to deliver the low-grade spirit stones. 1 week later, the various sects had all delivered their spirit stones over. Some of the sects changed their minds at the last minute and said that they wanted to contribute more low-grade spirit stones, hoping that Li Fuchen would put them in the second batch. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't reject them. As such, the original 4.08 million low-grade spirit stones had turned into 4.6 million low-grade spirit stones. With so many low-grade spirit stones, I can make over 20 trips. After consuming 210,000 low-grade spirit stones, the teleportation board's energy pool was filled up. Li Fuchen activated the energy pool and turned into a stream of light that vanished from the East Unicorn continent. Seven-color continent, Violet Flower Kingdom, South Forest City. In a single day, more than half of the Earth-class low-tier equipment in the South Forest City had been bought. At the same time, half of the Earth-class elixirs in the Violet Flower Kingdom had been bought. With a massive amount of spirit stones, Li Fuchen bought whatever he saw that was useful. Some were for the various sects, some were for the Azure Water sect, some were for the Li clan. Of course, the most valuable items were naturally for himself. After a final calculation, just the Earth-class low-tier equipment had cost Li Fuchen 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. Because Li Fuchen had bought 150 items, 80 of them were weapons and 70 of them were artifact armors. Weren't the demonic 10 regions powerful and tyrannical evil Dao factions? For the next few years, once the 100 Sects Alliance was equipped with Earth-class low-tier equipment, they would be able to suppress the two major factions. As for the elite few, Li Fuchen would just need to delay them. 1 day later, Li Fuchen activated the teleportation board and returned to the East Unicorn continent again. Let's wait a little longer. I will give them the Earth-class low-tier equipment after a few more days. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to start the second Alliance conference. The spirit stones used for the 2 teleportations and the spirit stones used to fill up the chi pool have cost a total of 630,000. With the addition of the spirit stones used for the purchases, I have spent a total of 2 million spirit stones. Spirit stones are truly used up quickly. Looking at the 2.6 million low-grade spirit stones piled up in the wrist guard spatial zone, this was the first time Li Fuchen felt that the teleportation board was a divine artifact and he could be considered a continent merchant. If he relied on himself, he didn't know when he would be able to accumulate a few million low-grade spirit stones. 200 Vajra elixirs and 200 body-forging golden elixirs should be able to increase my body refinement by another level. 400 Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs had cost Li Fuchen 440,000 low-grade spirit stones. In fact, without relying on the body refinement elixirs, Li Fuchen's body refinement was also slowly increasing. After consuming the elixirs, Li Fuchen's dragon elephant power was increased to 25,000 strands. Right now, it was already 26,000 strands. Body refinement martial artists might consume resources, but they wouldn't consume resources as much as Li Fuchen. It was mainly because Li Fuchen's spirit soul was too powerful and his awareness was also powerful. He was able to control more chi power or extraordinary chi power. If it was other body refinement martial artists, even if they had sufficient resources, they wouldn't be able to progress so quickly. It was because they wouldn't be able to control their chi power. If they forcefully consumed a large number of body refinement elixirs, it would only cause their chi power to mutate and cause their body to explode. Li Fuchen didn't have so many restrictions. As long as he had a way to remove the impurities in his body, he would be able to constantly use body refinement elixirs to increase his body refinement. The unrestrained increase in speed allowed Li Fuchen to consume resources that were a few times or even 10 times more than others on the body refinement path. After consuming the Vajra elixirs, Li Fuchen's dragon elephant power was rapidly increasing. 28,000 strands. 30,000 strands. 35,000 strands. 40,000 strands. 50,000 strands. 55,000 strands. In just a few days, Li Fuchen's dragon elephant power had climbed to 55,000 strands. Chapter 442. There are too many impurities. I have to remove them. As the dragon elephant power was doubled, Li Fuchen's chi blood was filled with impurities and it made Li Fuchen feel uncomfortable. After consuming Earth-class mid-tier elixirs to temper impurities, the impurities in Li Fuchen's body were rapidly reduced. After a few more days, Li Fuchen's body was only left with less than 10% of the impurities. A portion of the impurities were from the Vajra elixirs and the body-forging golden elixirs. There were also some impurities from the tempering elixirs. If Li Fuchen wanted to refine all the impurities, he would have to rely on himself. Of course, if there were a few Earth-class high-tier elixirs or one Earth-class peak-tier elixir, he would be able to reduce the impurities. But Earth-class high-tier elixirs wouldn't even appear in the market and couldn't be purchased with spirit stones. In just 1 week, the elixirs consumed are worth 500,000 spirit stones. Even if the impurities are all removed, I reckon I will need more than 2 million low-grade spirit stones to increase my cultivation to the next level. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. If he wanted to shorten the cultivation time, he had to rely on resources. If he didn't rely on elixirs, his body refinement would also be at this level, but it would be delayed by at least 5 years or even more than 10 years. Of course, he wouldn't be so foolish. His spirit soul was his advantage, just like those heavenly prodigies with body refinement bone frames. Why would they slow down their cultivation just to save resources? But even heavenly prodigies with body refinement bone frames wouldn't be able to improve without restrictions like Li Fuchen. Firstly, they wouldn't be able to control the sudden increase in body refinement. Secondly, they didn't have the Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, the Dragon Elephant body forging chapters. The higher the grade of the body refinement technique, the faster the body refinement martial artist's cultivation speed. Elder Mu, inform everyone that I am going to convene the Second Alliance Conference. On this day, Li Fuchen's voice was transmitted to Mu Hanxin. Yes, Alliance leader. Mu Hanxin immediately sent out the reincarnation realm experts from the Wind Snow sect to relay the message to the various factions. 1 week later, the Second Alliance Conference was held at the White River region's White Cloud Mountain. Inside the palace, all of the faction's Supreme Grand Elders were present. Swish! Li Fuchen took out 4 Earth-class low-tier weapons and tossed them on the stone table. This is my spear. The White River region's Supreme Grand Elder Xian Wuyuan reached out and a black gold spear landed in his hand. Buzz! After pouring his chi into the spear instantly burst with an invincible and piercing spear light. Fuchen Xian Wuyuan was ecstatic. He had never thought that he would be able to get his hands on an Earth-grade low-rank long spear in such a short time. Compared to this long spear, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones was nothing. High Heaven Sword Sect's Supreme Grand Elder Hua Jianqiu also reached out and pulled the only Earth-grade low-rank artifact sword over. It was a green treasured sword. Once the sword was pulled out, the sharp sword chi skyrocketed, causing the entire interior of the palace to be filled with cold air and numb scalps. Alliance Leader Long, Alliance Leader. His basic strength was about the same as Sky Dragon Sword Sect Supreme Grand Elder Guifeng, but Guifeng had a low-grade Earth-grade treasured sword while he didn't, so he had always been suppressed by Guifeng. The Eternal Spring Valley's Su Yuanhe and the Thunderbolt Sect's Tang Yuan also obtained Earth-class low-tier weapons. Su Yuanhe's mood was better than everyone present. He, Su Yuanhe, had already cultivated the Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique, 8 Desolate Eternal Spring technique to the highest rank, and had grasped the 8 Desolate Eternal Spring technique intent. His strength was already comparable to Mu Hanxin. With the Earth-class low-tier whip, his strength had reached an extremely horrific level. Apart from Li Fuchen, the Evil King, and the Petrified Queen, he didn't fear anyone. In fact, if the Black Sky Sect ruins didn't open, he was confident he could contest with the Evil King. It was a pity that the Evil King had a bountiful harvest in the Black Sky Sect ruins and was much stronger than before. If he wasn't injured in the Mystic Tools sect, he would have already attacked the 100 Sects Alliance. Alliance Leader, I wonder where did these Earth-class equipment come from? Xiahou Wu asked with an unbearable itch. Everyone looked at Li Fuchen in response. They were also very curious as they didn't know where Li Fuchen obtained so many Earth-class low-tier equipment. Li Fuchen knocked on the stone table with his finger, "This is my secret and it isn't convenient to divulge it." In response, Xiahou Wu was rather disappointed. In his opinion, Li Fuchen must have found an ancient hidden domain. In this ancient hidden domain, there were plenty of ruins. If Xiahou Wu could enter this hidden domain, he wouldn't need to look at Li Fuchen's face. But if Li Fuchen didn't say it, Xiahou Wu couldn't do anything either, as he couldn't force Li Fuchen to say it. In the entire continent, there was probably no one who could force Li Fuchen. After staring at Xiahou Wu until Xiahou Wu's hair stood on end, Li Fuchen shifted his gaze. Those who didn't obtain any Earth-class low-tier equipment don't have to be anxious. I have some Earth-class low-tier elixirs here, one for each of you. Li Fuchen took out bottles of elixirs and distributed them to everyone. Everyone was looking forward to these Earth-class low-tier elixirs. The East Unicorn continent's generation gap was too severe. Earth-class equipment and elixirs were all things that could only be encountered and not sought. If there were sufficient resources, they wouldn't be stuck at the reincarnation realm and would have already progressed to the battle spirit realm. Of course, the restriction of heaven and earth chi was also a major factor. 10 days had passed since the Second Alliance Conference. Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern was finally comprehended to 49%. Li Fuchen had a strong premonition that once he comprehended the blazing flame bone frame pattern to 50%, he would definitely be able to awaken the blazing flame divine ability. This step is probably the most difficult. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and immersed himself in the world of blazing flames. In the bone frame spatial zone, as Li Fuchen comprehended more blazing flame patterns, the blazing flame started to burn from the root of the blazing flame bone frame. Right now, the blazing flame was only at 49% and was just one step away from 50%. Li Fuchen didn't know that when he was comprehending the blazing flame patterns, the blue spirit soul in his mind finally had a trace of change. In the center of the blue spirit soul, there was a trace of pale purple that was created out of nothing. This pale purple was so pure and flawless. After being affected by the pale purple, the blue spirit soul had become transparent and there were traces of pure purple electric currents that were flickering. Li Fuchen, who was comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern, hadn't noticed the changes in his spirit soul. He only knew that his perception seemed to have improved a lot and there was a trace of connection with the blazing flame law. 49%. 49%. 49%. 49%. There was a frenzied flash of spirit light and the blazing flame on the blazing flame bone frame had finally burned to 50%. Boom! In the next moment, Li Fuchen felt that the blazing flame bone frame was absorbing the blazing flame power at a speed that was 10 times faster. If when comprehending 10% of the blazing flame patterns, the absorption of the blazing flame power would be 10 times faster than the initial speed, then 49% would be 50 times faster, and 50% would be 500 times faster. In almost every blink of the eye, Li Fuchen would see the fireball in the bone frame spatial zone getting bigger, and this fireball was the blazing flame power. At the same moment, inside the fireball, a blazing flame crystal was being produced. The blazing flame crystal was very flawless, so flawless that it looked a little illusory. On the surface of the blazing flame crystal, blazing flame patterns were rapidly extending. These blazing flame patterns weren't as mystical and profound as the blazing flame bone frame pattern, but they were self-contained and were similar to array patterns and martial patterns. A power that made contact with the blazing flame law spread out. This is the blazing flame divine ability. Li Fuchen was extremely curious. The blazing flame crystal was gradually condensing and emitting a stronger blazing flame wave. Li Fuchen had a feeling that once this blazing flame wave burst out, it would explode and incinerate everything. Swish! Li Fuchen soared into the sky and left the wind snow sect before arriving above the clouds. I wonder how powerful this blazing flame divine ability is. Li Fuchen's awareness entered the blazing flame crystal and tried to activate it. Blaze! Li Fuchen's body was instantly ignited with ferocious flames. His hair had turned into flames, his eyebrows had turned into flames, even his eyes had flames. Even his clothes were burning, but the strange thing was that his hair, eyebrows, eyes, and clothes weren't burned into ashes. It seemed like there was a law protecting them and the flames were only burning outside of the law. Blazing flame divine ability. Heart of blazing flame. The moment Li Fuchen activated the blazing flame crystal, he knew the name of this blazing flame divine ability. Go! Clenching his right fist, Li Fuchen blasted a fist forward. Huff huff huff. Immediately after, a blazing flame fist was blasted out and evaporated a large portion of the sea of clouds. The blazing flame fist was extremely scorching and extremely condensed. Because this blazing flame fist was produced by the blazing flame power. It was just like the relationship between martial arts and qi. When qi was blasted out, it would produce massive lethality. But after being activated by martial arts, the lethality would increase drastically. The blazing flame power was much more terrifying than qi, and the blazing flame divine ability was much more terrifying than regular earth-class martial arts. When the two were combined, the burst of power was obviously superior to Li Fuchen's previous strength. After drawing the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen wielded it with both hands and slashed. Blaze! The giant blazing flame sword qi split the surging sea of clouds into two. Its power was even superior to the blazing flame fist. The heart of blazing flame allows me to freely control the blazing flame power. I can use the blazing flame power to replace qi and burst out with stronger strength. Li Fuchen was surging with emotions. Before this, he wasn't able to burst out with too much blazing flame power at once. Because the blazing flame power was too violent, and if he used too much, it would easily burn his meridians and destroy his flesh. But after awakening the heart of blazing flame, Li Fuchen was able to control the blazing flame power perfectly. With the enhancement of the heart of blazing flame, he would be able to burst out with even more terrifying power. In other words, only by awakening the divine ability, would he be able to control extraordinary power or special power perfectly. However, the blazing flame divine ability is unable to be combined with qi and martial arts. When executing the blazing flame divine ability, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to burst out with qi, execute martial arts, or use secret techniques. The blazing flame power could only be combined with the blazing flame divine ability. It would repel all other powers and methods. The blazing flame power is still too little. 2 attacks have exhausted half of the blazing flame power. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile while looking at the fireball that had shrunk to half its original size in the bone frame spatial zone. Chapter 443. That's right, I obviously felt that my perception had increased by a lot, therefore, I was able to awaken the blazing flame divine ability, Heart of Blazing Flame. What exactly is going on? Li Fuchen's awareness entered his mind. The instant he saw the spirit soul sphere, Li Fuchen finally understood why his perception had suddenly increased. At the start, his spirit soul was gray, then it turned into light green, green, light blue, blue. Right now, his blue spirit soul had a smear of pale purple. It meant that the next spirit soul color would be the purple element spirit soul. Is my spirit soul going to evolve? Li Fuchen's mood was even more excited than when he awakened the blazing flame divine ability. The blazing flame divine ability was ultimately an external power, while the spirit soul was the most fundamental existence. With a stronger spirit soul, all other aspects would be enhanced. When he had the blue spirit soul, his perception was already far beyond the 6-star bone frame and was at least a 7-star bone frame. Li Fuchen couldn't imagine what level his perception would be at with the pale purple spirit soul. If my spirit soul didn't have any changes, my comprehension of the blazing flame pattern would probably be stuck at 49%. I would at most be able to comprehend the fledgling form of the divine ability. The difference between the fledgling form and the divine ability was rather huge. If Xiahou Wu's fledgling form could evolve into a true divine ability, his strength would probably be comparable with the Petrified Queen. The Petrified Queen was so powerful because she had awakened a powerful innate ability, the Petrify technique. In fact, the mountain-shaking elephant's Battle Heaven Tyrant body should also be very powerful, but Li Fuchen reckoned that the Battle Heaven Tyrant body should only be at the fledgling form of the innate ability and was similar to the fledgling form of the divine ability. Of course, the mountain-shaking elephant possessed the bloodline of the demonic king, mountain-pulling elephant, therefore, his foundation strength was very powerful. Once his Reign of Needles and Battle Heaven Tyrant body evolved into true innate abilities, his strength might even surpass the Petrified Queen and be comparable with the Evil King. When the pale purple spirit soul appeared, Li Fuchen's perception had greatly increased and his comprehension speed of the blazing flame pattern had also increased significantly. 51%. 52%. 55%. After the blazing flame pattern was comprehended to 50%, every additional 10% would increase the speed of absorbing the blazing flame power by 10 times. At 55%, it would be 550 times. But even with an increase in perception, it was still rather difficult to cultivate the Green Sun Sword intent and High Heaven Sword art to the trance stage within a short period of time. After all, these two sword arts were Earth-class mid-tier sword arts. Even a Battle Spirit Realm Master wouldn't be able to comprehend the intent within a short period of time. Evil Domain, Evil Fist Sect. Rumble. Above the dark sky, thunder and lightning crisscrossed and the wind howled. These lightning bolts were all purplish-black in color, as if they had been affected by something. Not long after, the wind became even more violent, and the sky became darker. The thick dark clouds converged to form a black shadow, and an indescribable demonic aura suddenly exploded, engulfing the entire Evil Fist sect. Welcome back, Sect Master. Everyone from the Evil Fist sect congratulated in unison, their voices suppressing the sound of thunder. Help me send a message. 1 month later, I will challenge Li Fuchen. The location will be the 100 Battle Region's 100 Battle Plains. The Evil King's voice was like a clap of thunder in the clear sky. Yes. An elder of the Evil Fist sect nodded. In less than a month, the news of the Evil King challenging Li Fuchen had spread throughout the continent. The Evil King was the #1 expert of the East Unicorn continent. With his strength alone, he had deterred the demonic 10 regions and the 100 sects alliance. Li Fuchen was the most outstanding heavenly prodigy in the history of the East Unicorn continent. Before the age of 30, he already had the strength to suppress everyone. The battle between the two of them was said to be the pinnacle battle in the East Unicorn continent for the past few centuries. Whoever won would be the supreme existence of the continent. Once this news was spread out, the continent was in an uproar. At the Wind-Snow sect, Mu Hanshin had a worried expression. The evil king wasn't easy to deal with. The evil king didn't just cultivate an Earth-class low-tier evil Dao cultivation technique, he also cultivated an Earth-class low-tier evil Dao martial art. After the Black Sky sect ruins was opened, he even obtained an Earth-class glove and an Earth-class cloak. No one knew how strong he was. Had it not been for his carelessness when he barged into the Mystic Tools sect and was severely injured by the Array Pagoda on the dilapidated battleship, before Li Fuchen returned, the 100 Sects Alliance might have already been conquered. Alliance leader, this battle is extremely treacherous. You must be fully prepared. Mu Hanshin reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded lightly, this battle will happen sooner or later. It just so happens that I wish to know how strong the evil king is now. He wasn't confident that he could defeat the evil king. Back at the Black Sky sect ruins, he had personally witnessed the evil king obtaining a glove and a cloak. His silver-scaled armor was an Earth-class mid-tier artifact armor. It meant that the evil king's glove and cloak were also Earth-class mid-tier. Of course, he might not be confident that he could defeat the evil king, but it wasn't that easy for the evil king to defeat him either. Elder Mu, here are 6 sets of equipment. Distribute them to Matriarch Shi and the other Supreme Elders. Li Fuchen took out 6 Earth-class low-tier weapons and 6 Earth-class low-tier artifact armors from his storage bag. The Wind-Snow sect had a total of 7 individuals that were above the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm. They were the 6 Supreme Elders and the Wind-Snow sect Matriarch Shi Huawei. All 7 of them cultivated the Dark Cold Palm art and weren't considered weak. After equipping the artifact armors and weapons, they would be able to resolve plenty of matters during crucial moments. So many Earth-class equipment? Mu Hanshin was shocked. He thought that during the Second Alliance Conference, Li Fuchen had already taken out all the Earth-class equipment and didn't expect for Li Fuchen to be hiding something. After thinking about it, everyone in the Alliance had their own thoughts. If it was Mu Hanshin, he wouldn't allow everyone to obtain Earth-class equipment at once. Li Fuchen had taken out 6 sets of Earth-class equipment at once, and it was enough to show that Li Fuchen was confident in the Wind-Snow sect and treated them as his own people. Alliance leader, are you worried that a war might break out? After keeping the Earth-class equipment, Mu Hanshin asked with hesitation. Li Fuchen replied, I have to be on guard. During the battle between him and the evil king, all the elite experts would definitely be present. If he didn't prepare for the worst, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Alliance leader doesn't have to worry. The Wind-Snow sect will pledge our lives to follow you. With these 6 sets of Earth-class equipment, Mu Hanshin was extremely confident. As long as it wasn't the evil king, the petrified queen, or the blood devil king, there was nothing to fear. In the blink of the eye, 1 month was up. On this day, at the 100 Battle Region's 100 Battle Plains, multiple figures flew over from the sky. The 100 Battle Region was the most chaotic region in the East Unicorn continent. At the same time, it was also the largest region in the East Unicorn continent. Its surface area was dozens of times bigger than the Azure Water region. This region was an ungoverned region. After the Evil Dao, the 100 Sects Alliance, and the Demonic 10 region split the world into 3, this region became the border of the 3 major factions. 100 Battle Plains, the border of the 100 Battle region. It was once one of the battlefields of the absolute experts. No one knew how powerful those absolute experts were back then and how strong they were. They only knew that after the 100 Battle Plains suffered the devastation from those absolute experts, it had become extremely dangerous. There were some extremely dangerous places that even Reincarnation Realm experts would be in danger. Swish swish swish. There were continuous air-piercing sounds. The first to arrive were the experts from the Demonic 10 regions. They were the Petrified Queen, Blood Devil King, Mountain Shaking Elephant, Devil Pattern Tiger, Power Devil King, Horn Devil King, Ground Rat King, Winged Devil King, Green Devil King, and Grey Devil King. Each of them brought along a different number of subordinates. It is best if the evil king and Li Fuchen suffer severe injuries. A terrifying existence with a rat head and human body emerged from the surface of the ground and grinned sinisterly. The Ground Rat King was the ruler of the Ground Rat region of the demonic 10 regions. He wasn't strong, but his survivability was extremely strong. If he focused on escaping, no one would be able to kill him. It is not enough for both sides to suffer severe injuries. It is best if one perishes and the other is on the verge of death. The Grey Devil King, who had grey skin and a body size of 40 feet, spoke. The Grey Devil King's strength was similar to the Horn Devil King. In the demonic 10 regions, the strongest individual was naturally the Petrified Queen. The Blood Devil King and the Mountain-Shaking Elephant were on the same level, while the Devil Pattern Tiger and the Power Devil King were on the same level. As for the rest, their strength was almost the same. Do not underestimate the Evil King. His strength is probably at another level. The Petrified Queen had a grave expression. Before obtaining the gloves and cloak, the Evil King's strength was already superior to her. Although they didn't use their full strength back then and were merely probing each other. That's right. The Evil King is more worthy of our attention. I hope that Li Fuchen is strong enough. The Blood Devil King also had a grave expression. They are here. Just as the Blood Devil King finished speaking, there were continuous ear-piercing sounds. The experts from the Evil Dao and the 100 Sects Alliance had arrived. On the side of the demonic path forces, the golden-masked Evil King led the way, his aura like that of a king descending upon the world. To his left was a pale old man with cold and merciless eyes. To his right was a majestic old man with red hair and red eyes. The two elders were the Evil King's left and right hands, the Extreme Een Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor. Behind the trio, there were plenty of high-leveled reincarnation realm experts. The one with the silver mask was the Evil Fist Sect's high-leveled reincarnation realm expert. The rest were the Extreme Een Cult and 10,000 Blood Cult's high-leveled reincarnation realm experts. All of them were at least at the 6th level of reincarnation realm. On the other side, the 100 Sects Alliance's experts led by Li Fuchen had also flown over. Li Fuchen was wearing green robes and had a long sword at his waist. He looked exceptionally graceful. Mu Hanxin was in high spirits as he flew on the left side of Li Fuchen. The Eternal Spring Valley's Supreme Grand Elder, Su Yuanhe, was smiling as he flew on the right side of Li Fuchen. Behind him were Hua Jianxiu, Gui Feng, Xiahou Wu, and the others. The 100 Sects Alliance's chi presence seems a little different. The Blood Devil King couldn't help but comment. How is it different? I feel that it is about the same. It might be because of Li Fuchen's existence that they are more confident. The Mountain-Shaking Elephant said with disdain. Apart from Li Fuchen, he didn't even bother about anyone else. When his eyes landed on Su Yuanhe, the Mountain-Shaking Elephant's eyes flickered with murderous intent. During the previous battle, he had lost a descendant, but with Su Yuanhe obstructing him, he wasn't able to take revenge. Li Fuchen, if you surrender now, you still have a chance. Otherwise, my Evil Fist sect will eradicate your entire clan. On the right side of the Evil King, one of the silver-masked individuals shouted. Courting death. The joint heaven sword was instantly unsheathed as Li Fuchen slashed. Thousands of sword lights were like radiant sunlight that instantly penetrated the silver-masked individual's body. Chapter 444. Puff puff puff, like a sieve, the silver-masked man died instantly. So strong. Grandmaster Zenith Een and the Blood Ancestor were startled and apprehension appeared on their faces. Just from this sword art, the duo knew that they weren't a match for Li Fuchen. This kid's luck is really heaven-defying. Damn it. Thinking of what happened in the ruins of the Black Sky sect, the Blood Ancestor was still angry. The golden-masked Diablo snorted coldly. Sir, you're really domineering. You want to silence me with just one sentence? Li Fuchen said, if you threaten my family, I will naturally kill without mercy. There is no need to be tyrannical. My subordinate threatened your family and you want to kill him? Since you killed my subordinate, how should I deal with you? The evil king's eyes shone with a demonic light and his aura was terrifying. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. If you have the capability, then do as you please. I'm just afraid you don't have the capability. How dare you? Evil King was so angry that he laughed. This was the first time someone spoke to him like this ever since he was born. He really didn't know if Li Fuchen was courageous due to his superior skills or if he didn't know his limits. Is this Li Fuchen really a young prodigy that isn't even 30 years old? The petrified queen was rather astonished. A person's ability could increase exponentially in a short period of time, but it was hard to achieve the same result with experience and imposing manner. Li Fuchen's relaxed manner didn't look like a young man at all, but more like a veteran general who had been through the battlefield for a long time. Even when facing a formidable foe, he could still talk and laugh freely. Evil King, let's cut the crap. Let's fight. Li Fuchen took a step forward and the surging sword chi started to converge. As you wish. The Evil King took a step forward and blasted at Li Fuchen with his horrific evil Dao Chi presence. Kill! Both of them were swift and decisive people. Once the killing intent rose in their hearts, they immediately attacked. In the void, two figures crisscrossed and flashed. There was a massive chi wave that burst out. Behind the Evil King, the ground was split open and the cut was smooth. Behind Li Fuchen, the ground was plowed by the horrific fist force that was a few miles long and a few feet deep. The battle has begun. Everyone retreated, giving the two of them a fighting space of more than 10 miles. Great sword technique. Take my demonic tempest shower. The Evil King let out a long roar. Behind him, a shadow of a ferocious demon was born. In the next moment, the sky was filled with shadows of fists. Each shadow of the fists carried the force of a thunderbolt, and each shadow of the fists carried an unparalleled demonic fist intent. With a single punch, half of the sky darkened and fell into chaos. Earth-class low-tier Devil Dao cultivation method, Black Demon Tactics. Earth-grade low-rank demonic Dao fist art, Extreme Demonic Fist. Good timing. You're like a fish in water. Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword drew across the sky and countless blue sword lights were shot out like a school of fish, intercepting the fist shadows. Bang 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 bang, the force of the explosion was terrifying. Devil's sun in the sky. A black sun slowly rose up. In the next moment, the black sun was like a bullet that was instantly launched at Li Fuchen. The speed was so fast that it felt like it was teleporting. Li Fuchen's eyes were sharp as he raised the joint heaven sword above his head and cleaved. The brilliant sword light looked like it was going to cleave and slash everything. It flashed across the constantly expanding black sun. It was completely silent. The black sun was split into two halves and shot out from both sides of Li Fuchen. Boom boom. Behind Li Fuchen, there were two giant cracks that were just like two large canyons. If the reincarnation realm had 16 levels, the Evil King's combat strength was almost at the regular 16th level of reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen's cultivation was at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, but his chi quality was already at the 6th level of reincarnation realm. When complemented with the blazing flame power on the periphery of the fireball, he would be able to reach the 7th level of reincarnation realm. When complemented with the perfection stage green sun sword intent or the high heaven sword art, he would be able to reach the 10th level of reincarnation realm. With the enhancement from the earth class mid-tier joint heaven sword, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the 13th level of reincarnation realm. Lastly, it was the bronze sword essence secret technique. This secret technique would be able to increase Li Fuchen's strength by 3 levels. As such, Li Fuchen's combat strength was basically comparable with the Evil King. If he didn't use his trump card, it wouldn't be easy to determine the victor. As for the core blazing flame power, Li Fuchen planned to use it sparingly. Different from regular blazing flame power, the core blazing flame power was the essence of the blazing flame power. If he used too much, it would affect the absorption of the blazing flame power. Otherwise, his strength would be able to increase by another level. But this increase was meaningless. Li Fuchen had a feeling that the Evil King hadn't gone all out yet. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was confident that he could defeat anyone with the same combat strength. Because he had exceptional awareness. The ground cracked and chi waves engulfed the area. The duo's battle area was getting bigger. Unknowingly, the duo arrived at a barren mountain that was 2,000 feet in height. On one end of the barren mountain was the Evil King and on the other end was Li Fuchen. The duo couldn't see each other, but their awareness could sense each other. Black lightning surged violently as the Evil King's fist penetrated the barren mountain, leaving behind a deep hole in the center of the mountain. On the other side of the hole was Li Fuchen. It was a pity that it was just an illusion left behind by Li Fuchen. In the next moment, the barren mountain was split into two. A blue sword light that had heaven-defying willpower suddenly extended out and enveloped the Evil King. The Evil King frowned while the cloak on his back shook like a dark cloud. The strange thing was that the Evil King's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Li Fuchen and blasted a fist over. The illusion was shattered while Li Fuchen dodged 100 feet away. He suddenly thrust his sword and thousands of green sword lights burst out from a single point. The cloak engulfed the dark cloud and the Evil King vanished again. This time, Li Fuchen could clearly sense that the Evil King's speed had suddenly increased by several times. Or it should be said that the air resistance had suddenly decreased by several times. Furthermore, the cloak obviously had the effect of eliminating the air-piercing sound. When the Evil King moved, it wasn't just extremely fast, it felt as though he was teleporting. It was also silent and didn't have any movement. This cloak is mystical. It should be a cardinal artifact. Li Fuchen executed the Flying Flame 9 transformations and instantly dodged the Evil King's attack. The Flying Flame 9 transformations was a Mystic-class peak-tier light body technique. In the 7-color continent, Li Fuchen might not be able to casually cultivate Earth-class martial arts, but it was still very easy for him to find a suitable Mystic-class peak-tier light body technique. After cultivating the Flying Flame 9 transformations to the trance stage, Li Fuchen's movement speed was shockingly fast within short distances. When complemented with his exceptional awareness, it was nearly impossible for the Evil King to sneak an attack on him. After all, the Evil King wasn't truly teleporting and every time he moved at high speed, he would have to shake the cloak. The Evil King seemed to know that he couldn't sneak an attack on Li Fuchen. He flew up and stood in the sky. Li Fuchen, I have to admit that you are the strongest opponent that I have ever encountered. The golden mask covered the Evil King's face, but everyone could clearly hear the praise in the Evil King's tone. Li Fuchen's body had also flown up and was facing the Evil King from a few miles away. Evil King, show me your true ability. The probing had ended and it was time for the real battle. The Evil King didn't make a move immediately. Li Fuchen, I heard that you were originally a 1-star normal bone frame. I wonder when did you possess the Blazing Flame bone frame and can even activate the Blazing Flame power. Without the Blazing Flame power, you would already be dead earlier. Li Fuchen didn't comment. The Evil King continued, you have the Blazing Flame bone frame, but don't you know that I also have the Devil Thunder bone frame? I shall let you witness what is the Devil Thunder bone frame. The Devil Thunder bone frame was a mutated Thunderbolt bone frame. In this world, there were many types of bone frames. There were extraordinary bone frames, mutated extraordinary bone frames, and special bone frames. Mutated extraordinary bone frames were very rare and were almost as rare as the special bone frames. As for the strength of the bone frame, no one could say for sure if it was comparable to the special bone frames. After all, no matter how powerful the bone frame was, it depended on the owner. Crackle boom. The Evil King's body surged with purplish-black thunderbolts. When the purplish-black thunderbolts fused with the Black Devil Chi, it caused the Evil King's Chi presence to surge crazily. It was as though his entire body had become the source of the purplish-black thunderbolts. Countless purplish-black thunderbolts swept out and wreaked havoc in all directions. This is the Evil King's true strength. Everyone held their breaths and had unpleasant expressions. During the battle between the Evil King and Li Fuchen, the strength that he burst out was enough to suppress them. With the addition of the Devil Thunder bone frame's power, if the Evil King wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing chickens. It was impossible for them to resist. Devil Thunder Bone Frame huh? Li Fuchen's expression had a slight change. He might not have heard of the Devil Thunder Bone Frame before, but just from the name, he knew that it was an extremely formidable Thunderbolt Bone Frame. Correspondingly, the Devil Thunder power was definitely superior to the Thunderbolt power. His Blazing Flame power was inferior to Yu Lai's Thunderbolt power. After all, his Blazing Flame Bone Frame was only 4-star while Yu Lai's Thunderbolt Bone Frame was 6-star. Devil Wind Shower. When executing a fist, a purplish-black Thunderbolt Fist shadow enveloped Li Fuchen. When facing such a large area of effect attack, Li Fuchen's Flying Flame 9 transformations couldn't dodge and had no choice but to resist. Crackle Boom. Li Fuchen burst in retreat while his body was covered with purplish-black electric arcs. The Evil King's strength had actually increased by 1 or 2 levels. If Li Fuchen didn't dual cultivate and his body refinement was stronger than his chi cultivation, this fist would have severely injured him. I am fine. The Evil King took a deep breath and executed the finishing move of the Extreme Evil Devil Fist, Devil Sun in the sky. Like a bouncing star, a black sun that was mixed with purplish-black thunderbolts was shot out. When it approached Li Fuchen, it had already expanded to a few hundred meters in size. It was simply unavoidable and unavoidable. Bronze Sword Essence, Shadow of Scarlet. Circulating the 5-star secret technique, Shadow of Scarlet, the bronze sword chi in Li Fuchen's body was released in an extremely mystical way and formed into a bronze shadow. When Li Fuchen brandished his sword, the bronze sword shadow had also brandished its sword. In the next moment, there was a giant bronze sword light that had the willpower to go against the current and slashed on the black sun. The bronze sword light exploded while the black sun was still shooting over. But the power had already been reduced by half as it was shattered by a single palm strike from Li Fuchen. What? Stacking of secret technique? The Evil King's vision was terrifying and he could clearly sense the changes in Li Fuchen's chi. Chapter 445. How could the Evil King know that Li Fuchen's sword essence secret technique could be stacked with most of the secret techniques? Even the sect origin swords could be stacked, therefore, it could also be stacked with the Shadow of Scarlet that had both offense and defense. To be serious, the sword essence secret technique wasn't considered a regular secret technique, it was a secret technique that modified the bones. If it was a regular secret technique, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to execute 2 secret techniques at the same time. But when the 2 secret techniques were stacked, Li Fuchen felt that his chi consumption had increased significantly. Just executing the Shadow of Scarlet was already exhausting a lot of chi. After stacking with the bronze sword essence, the chi consumption had increased drastically. Li Fuchen was only at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm after all. His strength might be formidable, but it couldn't conceal his lack of chi. Of course, no matter how little chi he had, it was still dozens or even 100 times more than the blazing flame power. He didn't have to worry about chi exhaustion for now, unless he used a sword move like the Green Sun Absolution that consumed a lot of chi. I would like to see how long you can last. The Evil King spoke in a calm tone. Even though Li Fuchen's strength was beyond his imagination, it was still inferior to him. Furthermore, a battle was exhausting. Be it Li Fuchen's chi or extraordinary power, they were both lesser than the Evil King. If the battle dragged on, the Evil King would be the one to die. Li Fuchen naturally didn't wish to fight a protracted battle with the Evil King. As of now, he had yet to execute the High Heaven Sword Art's 3rd move, Soar into the Sky. It was time to execute it now. The Joint Heaven Sword was glowing as Li Fuchen executed an absolute sword move. This sword move didn't consume as much chi as the Green Sun Absolution, but the power wasn't inferior. It contained Sword Dao laws and was extremely mystical. It could use 10% of the power to burst out with 30% of the lethality. Furthermore, this sword move might be straight, but it was too fast. It was so fast that the Evil King didn't have time to use his full strength. Without a choice, the Evil King could only burst out with the Devil Thunder core power. The purplish-black thunderbolts on the surface of his body turned into black thunderbolts that were even more powerful. It didn't just block Li Fuchen's sword light, it had also immediately extinguished the sword light. After the evil king burst out with the Devil Thunder core power, even if his strength wasn't at the regular 19th level of Reincarnation Realm, it wasn't too far off. Demon Hammer Strike. The core power of the Devil Thunder would affect the efficiency of absorbing the power of the Devil Thunder. The evil king did not intend to consume too much of the core power of the Devil Thunder. Therefore, the first thing he did was to display the most true chi-consuming and the most terrifying killing move of the extreme demonic fist, Demonic Hammer Strike. The evil king leaped into the sky and arrived above Li Fuchen. He clenched his fists tightly and two black spheres of light appeared on his fists. Buzz! Buzz! At a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, the evil king's left and right fists bombarded the void one after another. At this moment, there seemed to be ripples in the void. Patches of black ripples extended towards Li Fuchen. The speed at which the ripples spread was too fast, and the area it covered was also extremely wide. The ground beneath Li Fuchen was instantly dislocated, as though there was an earthquake. Crack! Sensing the terror of this fist, Li Fuchen quickly burst out with the core blazing flame power and slashed with his sword. The ripples were split apart layer by layer. Finally, Li Fuchen was shaken to the ground by the ripples and was shaken into the ground. What a terrifying move. The petrified queen believed that she wouldn't be able to block the evil king's fist. Of course, as the #1 expert of the demonic 10 regions, she wasn't a fool to forcefully resist the evil king's strongest kill move. Back then, Yu Lai's strength was much inferior to her, but with his superior speed, he was still able to escape. Even if she couldn't defeat the evil king, the petrified queen was confident that she could protect herself. How can he be so powerful? The mountain-shaking elephant's eyes contracted and had an appalled expression. Back when he exchanged moves with the evil king was already able to suppress him, but wasn't able to instantly kill him. Right now, the evil king was already able to instantly kill him. Even if the mountain-shaking elephant activated his innate ability, the Battle Heaven Tyrant body, he would still be turned into a blood mist without any suspense. As for Li Fuchen's strength, it had also shocked the mountain-shaking elephant. Previously, it was already very terrifying for Li Fuchen to fight against 4 people by himself. But as compared to the strength that he burst out with now, it was undoubtedly insignificant. The situation of the East Unicorn continent is changing too quickly. At this moment, even the Blood Devil King was trembling with fear. The Evil King and Li Fuchen were both existences that had broken the balance. With these two individuals around, how could the Blood Devil King stand out? He couldn't help but recall a saying that was passed down among the humans. The river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years. Previously, the demonic 10 regions were extremely awe-inspiring. But after the evil Tao emerged, the demonic 10 regions immediately quieted down. Right now, the 100 Sects Alliance had also caught up. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to live past today. Otherwise, the demonic 10 regions would be at the bottom. They wouldn't dare to offend the evil Tao, they wouldn't even dare to offend the 100 Sects Alliance. Seeing Li Fuchen being smashed into the ground, Mu Hanxin's heart tightened. He didn't expect the evil king to be so powerful. He knew Li Fuchen's strength better than anyone else. The other members of the 100 Sects Alliance didn't have great expressions either. They might not have submitted to Li Fuchen and were rather unconvinced and unwilling, but Li Fuchen was still the alliance leader of the 100 Sects Alliance. Once Li Fuchen died, the 100 Sects Alliance would be finished too. The current evil king was unstoppable. Everyone let out a breath of relief as Li Fuchen wasn't dead and wasn't even injured. The ground shook as Li Fuchen rushed out. The evil king's fist earlier was only 10% or 20% stronger than him. It wasn't even able to injure him. Frowning, the evil king's eyes burst with devilish light. Li Fuchen's defense was simply beyond his expectations. He didn't think that this fist would be able to kill Li Fuchen, but it should at least be able to injure Li Fuchen a little, right? But with the current situation, even if he executed dozens of fists, he might not be able to kill Li Fuchen. After dozens of fists, his Devil Thunder core power would be depleted by at least half. I cannot drag this on. The evil king made up his mind. He isn't even injured after that. The Extreme Een ancestor and the Blood ancestor opened their mouths but couldn't make a sound. After forcefully letting out a turbid breath, the evil king sized up the silver scale armor inside Li Fuchen's damaged clothes and said slowly, "This armor of yours should be Earth-class mid-tier, right? Otherwise, that fist earlier would have severely injured you." "That's right." Li Fuchen didn't lie. It didn't matter what he said, as long as he was defeated or killed, he wouldn't have a good ending. But if he wasn't defeated, so what if he exposed the silver scale armor? No one would dare to snatch it and no one would be able to snatch it. Earth-class mid-tier armor. The Extreme Een ancestor and the Blood ancestor revealed greedy expressions, but they were quickly disappointed. With the evil king around, if Li Fuchen died, they wouldn't have a chance to obtain this armor. On the 100 Sex Alliance's side, everyone had expressions of shock and jealousy. They didn't even have an entire set of Earth-class low-tier equipment. They didn't expect for Li Fuchen to have an Earth-class mid-tier armor. How profound was Li Fuchen's fated encounter? Why didn't they have such profound fated encounters? Your artifact sword should also be Earth-class mid-tier. The evil king continued. Right now, everyone was numb. This Li Fuchen was simply a heavenly prodigy, a favored child of the heavens. His equipment was Earth-class mid-tier, while they were still struggling at the Earth-class low-tier. Your fated encounter is heaven-defying. If you are given time, the entire East Unicorn continent will be under your rule. It is a pity that you encountered me. While speaking, the evil king withdrew the black devil chi in his body. In the next moment, the horrific and violent Devil Thunder power replaced the chi and filled the body. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. In normal situations, extraordinary power wouldn't be able to fill the body and would only burst out together with the chi. Furthermore, the amount of extraordinary power that burst out wouldn't be too much, as it might destroy the meridians and flesh. But right now, the evil king's body was obviously filled with Devil Thunder power and his body wasn't damaged at all. This meant that the evil king had awakened a Devil Thunder divine ability. Is this your true trump card? Li Fuchen was moved. The evil king let out a light smile while his body suddenly released a purplish-black thunder light. The violent chi prowess had caused the sky to change. The ground couldn't withstand the pressure and started to crack. Pieces of rocks and soil rose into the air and floated there. You are very unfortunate. During my seclusion, I have already awakened a Devil Thunder divine ability. Just by relying on this divine ability, I am confident that I can fight against a regular first-level battle spirit realm expert. The evil king's voice was extremely cold. A battle spirit realm expert must have cultivated an Earth-class cultivation technique. But without the extraordinary bone frame and divine ability, one would only be a regular first-level battle spirit realm martial artist. If it was a first-level battle spirit realm martial artist that cultivated an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique, the evil king was confident to contest with him. This was because of his confidence in the Devil Thunder divine ability. As for a first-level battle spirit realm martial artist that cultivated a mystic-class peak-tier cultivation technique, it was almost impossible. The evil king knew clearly that if one didn't cultivate an Earth-class cultivation technique, it was impossible to progress to the battle spirit realm. Let's fight. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. He had indeed underestimated the evil king, but it wasn't as if he didn't have a trump card. Supreme Black Devil Thunder. The evil king made a move. The instant he made his move, the thunder light on his body was blazing to the extreme. Thunder patterns were swimming in the thunder light and they were divine ability patterns. When the evil king opened his right hand, a massive purple-black thunder sphere was produced. The evil king swung his hand and the thunder sphere was blasted at Li Fuchen. The thunder sphere was expanding at an extreme speed and the power was at the extreme. The horrific thunder power had electrocuted all the rocks and soil into dust. The wandering thunder power had also affected everyone, causing their bodies to feel numb and forcing them to retreat frantically. Too terrifying. Is this the power of a divine ability? Everyone was terrified. It was recorded in the ancient records that a martial artist that awakened a divine ability would be invincible in the same realm. This statement wasn't just for show. Clear Sky Sword Art. Li Fuchen activated the Clear Sky Sword Art martial pattern on his wrist and clashed with the Evil King's Devil Thunder divine ability. A resplendent and boundless sword light burst out and was also in the shape of a sphere. Boom! The world lost its color and the only thing that could be seen was the devastating purple-black thunder and the resplendent sword light. It was obvious that the Evil King's Devil Thunder divine ability had its own circulation system. The Devil Thunder power was circulating and was able to maintain a complete state. As for Li Fuchen's Clear Sky Sword Art, it was ultimately inferior by one level and quickly crumbled. Chapter 446. It is over. The Evil King felt that it was a pity. Killing an unrivaled prodigy would definitely make one sigh. It was just like destroying a priceless artwork. But this sigh was only for an instant. The path of the martial Tao had always been the survival of the fittest. After killing Li Fuchen's chief fate would more or less be absorbed by the Evil King. Impossible? Mu Hanxin had a painful expression and a trace of fear. So what if he is an unrivaled prodigy? A dead prodigy is just a wild dog. The Blood Ancestor grinned. At the side, the Extreme Yin Ancestor nodded. Is he still a stepping stone for the Evil King? The Petrified Queen sighed. She wasn't just sighing for Li Fuchen, she was also sighing for the future of the demonic 10 regions. With the Evil King around, the demonic 10 regions would probably be the same as before. They could only hide in a corner and wait for an opportunity. It was fortunate that demonic beasts and demons had a lifespan that far surpassed humans. As long as the Evil King didn't progress to the battle spirit realm, he would eventually die of old age. The spectators all had different thoughts. TSS, after wreaking havoc, the Thunder Sphere had expanded to the size of a few miles. Immediately after, the circulation system collapsed and it suddenly exploded. Countless purplish-black thunderbolts wandered in the air and plowed the ground over and over again. The dense electric arcs had even filled the space over a dozen miles. Just this divine ability was probably enough to kill thousands of Heaven Dipper realm martial artists. Finally, the thunderbolts dispersed and the electric arcs were extinguished. At the place where Li Fuchen was, a giant pit appeared in everyone's vision. This pit was too big and was able to contain a small city. The center of the pit was over 1,000 feet deep and when looking down from the sky, it was extremely shocking. The Evil King's expression suddenly changed. It was as though he saw something unbelievable. Soon enough, the others also noticed something strange. In the center of the pit, a figure gradually became clear. Normally, the Evil King's divine ability was enough to shatter a person's body and bones. At most, the person would only be able to preserve their equipment. But Li Fuchen was actually able to preserve his body and it was truly a miracle. Immediately after, an even greater miracle happened. Li Fuchen, who was supposed to be dead, actually moved. Swish! Bending his knee, Li Fuchen flew into the sky. Evil Monarch, your divine ability isn't powerful enough. At this moment, apart from a few scorch marks on his body, he was not injured at all, and his aura was not weak in the slightest. How did you do it? Evil King's voice was deep. I did it just like that. Li Fuchen replied. The Alliance Master isn't dead. Mu Hanxin was on the verge of collapsing. He felt as though he had just experienced life and death. He's still alive? Everyone was speechless and didn't know what to say. This was especially true for Grandmaster Zenith Yin and the Blood Ancestor. The two of them looked as if they had eaten filth, their complexions extremely unsightly. After sizing up Li Fuchen carefully, the Evil Monarch finally saw something. Li Fuchen's body was emitting a layer of pale golden halo. This halo contained Qi blood waves, but it was several times stronger than Qi blood. It was obviously the extraordinary Qi power that was produced when the body refinement reached a certain level. His body also had extraordinary Qi power, but it wasn't as powerful as Li Fuchen. It wasn't as simple as just 1 or 2 levels lower. Evil King, what skills do you have? Bring them all out. The reason why Li Fuchen had the confidence to return to the East Unicorn continent wasn't because of his strength, but because of his superior defense. Class 5 demons had extremely tough defenses and were extremely hard to kill, unless one's strength was far superior. Li Fuchen's physical defense was much stronger than Class 5 demons. Back at the Black Sky Sect ruins, Li Fuchen's physical defense was already at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn continent. It was fine if it was just that, but Li Fuchen's chi defense wasn't to be underestimated either. After all, it was enhanced by the silver scale armor. After the chi defense weakened, the lethal power that actually landed on Li Fuchen's body was already reduced by half. Therefore, the Evil King's Devil Thunder divine ability was only able to put Li Fuchen in a miserable state, but it wasn't able to truly injure Li Fuchen. Supreme Black Devil Thunder. The Evil King didn't say anything as he didn't believe that Li Fuchen could withstand 2 rounds of Supreme Black Devil Thunder. The horrific Supreme Black Devil Thunder burst out and engulfed Li Fuchen again. This time, Li Fuchen didn't even execute the Clear Sky Sword Art and used the High Heaven Sword Art to eliminate a portion of the Supreme Black Devil Thunder's power. As for the remaining power, Li Fuchen would forcefully resist it. There was another giant pit on the ground. Li Fuchen was still standing in the pit and his body was still unscathed. Die! The Evil King was enraged and blasted the 3rd round of Supreme Black Devil Thunder at Li Fuchen. The Devil Thunder power in the Evil King's body had been accumulated for over a dozen years and it was far more vigorous than Li Fuchen's blazing flame power. Therefore, even if the Evil King executed the Supreme Black Devil Thunder over a dozen times, he would still be able to withstand it. 4 rounds. 5 rounds. 6 rounds. The Evil King had released 4 rounds of Supreme Black Devil Thunder in a single breath. That giant pit had increased from 1,000 feet to a few thousand feet in depth. Even the underground undercurrents had been blasted out before they were vaporized by the thunderbolts and rose into the sky. But Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all. Evil King, you cannot kill me. Li Fuchen's dragon elephant power was extremely vigorous. With 55,000 strands of dragon elephant power protecting his body, Li Fuchen's body was watertight. Unless the Evil King was able to destroy the dragon elephant power, it was impossible to injure Li Fuchen. On the contrary, Li Fuchen's chi was extremely chaotic. The 5-star secret technique, Shadow of Scarlet, had already been dispersed by the 1st round of Supreme Black Devil Thunder. Subsequently, Li Fuchen had to rely on the silver scale armor's barrier as the first layer of defense. Every time the barrier was destroyed, Li Fuchen's body would suffer a chi impact. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's body refinement was tough enough. Just a portion of the dragon elephant power was enough to suppress the chaotic chi. If it was someone else, their body would have exploded and died. This is impossible. The Evil King was panting slightly. Even if the Devil Thunder power in his body was very vigorous, after executing the Supreme Black Devil Thunder so many times, it felt like it was being emptied. But what about Li Fuchen? Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all. How could the Evil King remain calm? Evil King, you have a divine ability. I, Li Fuchen, also have a divine ability. Taking a beating wasn't Li Fuchen's style. The violent blazing flame power surged into Li Fuchen's body from the bone frame spatial zone. In an instant, Li Fuchen turned into a flaming man and a chi presence that wasn't inferior to the Evil King burst into the sky. Li Fuchen's blazing flame power might be inferior to the Evil King's Devil Thunder power, but Li Fuchen had a higher utilization rate. This was mainly because Li Fuchen cultivated the Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, Ardent Sun Divine Technique. The higher the grade of the cultivation technique, the more meridians would be opened up. There were some meridians that could only be found by following the cultivation technique. Otherwise, it would be hard to find them even with the awareness scan. The blazing flame power was the same as chi, it had to be burst through the meridians. The more meridians there were, the more blazing flame power that could be burst out in an instant. Blazing flame patterns were circulating on the surface of Li Fuchen's body. Immediately after, Li Fuchen raised the Joint Heaven Sword and slashed at the Evil King. Swish! The ferocious blazing flame sword chi felt like it was going to explode the void as it cleaved at the evil king. The heart of blazing flame divine ability was very unique. It wasn't like the supreme black devil thunder which could only be released in one way. The heart of blazing flame could be released in any form because it had completed the final transformation inside Li Fuchen's body. If the supreme black devil thunder was a martial art, then the heart of blazing flame was a cultivation technique. One was transforming on the outside, while the other was transforming on the inside. Blazing flame divine ability. The evil king's expression changed as he quickly released the supreme black devil thunder. Rumble. The radius of a few miles was split up by the Sea of Thunder and the Sea of Flames. The horrific prowess made everyone speechless. The divine ability duel was too horrific. If one had to describe it, it was as though two individuals were using Earth-class high-tier martial arts to duel. Ultimately, the blazing flame sword chi was still slightly inferior and was extinguished by the supreme black devil thunder. However, the supreme black devil thunder had lost most of its power and its circulation system had collapsed. It was unable to deal with Li Fuchen. How is this possible? His blazing flame divine ability is actually able to contest with my supreme black devil thunder. The evil king had an extremely gloomy expression. All of a sudden, he thought of something. Extraordinary power also required meridians to burst out. The reason why Li Fuchen's blazing flame divine ability was able to contest with his supreme black devil thunder was because Li Fuchen's cultivation technique's grade was higher than his. Therefore, Li Fuchen's meridians were naturally more developed. Boom! Boom! The two's divine abilities collided again and again. After releasing 4 blazing flame divine abilities, Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile in his heart. The blazing flame power in his body was only enough to execute the heart of blazing flame 6 times. It was merely 2 more times than when he just awakened the heart of blazing flame. Li Fuchen's devil thunder power was definitely much more than his. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had already used up 6 divine abilities. With the addition of these 4 divine abilities, Li Fuchen's devil thunder power probably wouldn't be able to last much longer. Li Fuchen, you are not bad. You are actually able to contest with me to this extent. The evil king didn't execute any more divine abilities. So what if he used up Li Fuchen's blazing flame power? With Li Fuchen's defenses, the evil king wouldn't be able to kill Li Fuchen within a short period of time. Once the battle dragged on, even if the evil king killed Li Fuchen, he would exhaust a lot of his energy, giving others the opportunity to kill him. If he wanted to kill Li Fuchen, he wouldn't be able to rely on himself. He had to rely on everyone to work together. After all, no matter how tough the defense was, there was a limit. As long as the attacks were frequent enough, even a piece of wood could be smashed into pieces. Of course, if Li Fuchen could rely on his physical defense to resist the evil king's attacks, the evil king wouldn't hesitate and would immediately leave. But Li Fuchen's physical defense obviously wasn't at this level. He had to rely on his chi defense to act as the first layer of defense. Li Fuchen felt it was rather strange and got vigilant. Petrified Queen, if you don't make a move now, when are you going to do it? The evil king suddenly looked towards the Petrified Queen's direction and yelled out. I will naturally make a move. It was unknown when the Petrified Queen had already appeared a few miles behind Li Fuchen. She slapped at Li Fuchen with both hands and an overwhelming white radiance enveloped Li Fuchen. Innate ability. Petrification technique. The petrification technique was lacking in terms of offense, but even the evil king wasn't willing to be enveloped by the petrification technique. Back then, Yu Lai was only touched by a little bit of the petrification technique and was instantly injured. Chapter 447. Once the Petrified Queen made her move, the demonic beasts and demons of the Monster and Demon 10 territories also made their moves. Kill! Without waiting for the Evil King's order, the Zenithine Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor had already charged towards the 100 Sect Alliance experts. With his aura exploding, Mu Hanshin roared, the demonic Tao and the demonic 10 regions have gone too far. Kill as many as you can and raise the prestige of our 100-sect alliance. Crackle. Su Yuanhe took out a long green whip and whipped a silver-masked man to death. The green treasured sword in Hua Jianqiu's hand stabbed out wildly, and streams of tyrannical sword qi shot out. At this juncture, not a single person from the 100-sect alliance took a step back. If they did, they would face annihilation. As compared to the 100-sects alliance, Li Fuchen had to face a much more severe situation. He had 3 opponents, the Evil King, the Petrified Queen, and the Blood Devil King. Needless to say, the Evil King was stronger than him. The Petrified Queen's petrification technique was an extremely powerful innate ability, and the Blood Demon King had also grasped an innate ability, the Blood Lightning technique. But for the trio to kill Li Fuchen, it was still very difficult. After withdrawing the blazing flame power, Li Fuchen's body was filled with ardent sun qi again. In order to weaken the petrify art, using the ardent sun field power was definitely the best. After all, the petrify art contained the petrification Dao laws and the ardent sun field power also contained the ardent sun Dao laws. After weakening a portion of the petrify art, Li Fuchen was confident he could resist the remaining petrify art. But to release the ardent sun field power, it required the support of the ardent sun qi. As such, Li Fuchen's combat strength would be greatly reduced. After all, Li Fuchen's strongest qi was the bronze sword qi and not the ardent sun qi. The ardent sun true qi passed through the bronze sword essence and instantly transformed into bronze sword qi. In the next moment, Li Fuchen placed the joint heaven sword horizontally in front of him. A resplendent green radiance burst out and enveloped Li Fuchen. The green sun sword intent had no concept of moves. Every move was the green sun sword intent and could be used for both offense and defense. Ka ka ka. The moment the green light enveloped Li Fuchen, the white light had already engulfed him. Visible to the naked eye, the earth began to petrify, the dust in the air began to petrify, and even the heaven-earth yuan qi began to petrify. The petrify technique could petrify anything. It was rumored that the best petrify technique could even petrify the void. Azure Sun sword intent was eroded by the white light, and part of it was petrified. After a while, Li Fuchen was wrapped in a huge white stone ball. Blood Lightning Art. A blood-colored ball of light condensed in the Blood Demon King's hand. Blood-colored lightning surged on the blood-colored ball of light as it smashed towards the white stone ball. The white stone ball exploded and Li Fuchen who was within it staggered backwards. The Petrified Queen's petrification technique was very mystical. It forcefully sealed his green sun sword intent and brittle his defense. Fortunately, it could only brittle his true qi defense and not his physical defense. Supreme Black Demon Thunder. The Evil King followed closely behind and blasted at Li Fuchen with the Supreme Black Devil Thunder. This time, Li Fuchen suffered serious injuries. His skin was lacerated and there were scorch marks everywhere. After all, his true qi defense had been destroyed by the Blood Demon King's Blood Thunder spell. The silver scale armor itself could only weaken a small part of the Supreme Black Demon Thunder's power. The rest had to be resisted by the Dragon Elephant Force and Qi Force. Injured? Blood Demon King is happy. He is really afraid that Li Fuchen will not be injured. Li Fuchen, today is the day you die. Evil King's gaze was cold and callous. Li Fuchen, surrender. The Petrified Queen persuaded. Li Fuchen grinned, do you think you have me for sure? Li Fuchen executed the Flying Flame 9 transformations to dodge the Blood Demon King's Blood Thunder spell. Thousands of green sword lights were shot at the Blood Demon King. PFFF PFFF PFFF, the Blood Demon King's body was penetrated repeatedly. The Blood Demon King's strength was only equivalent to a regular 14th level reincarnation realm expert. How could he resist Li Fuchen's attack? It was fortunate that the Blood Demon King's greatest trump card was his tenacious vitality. It was 10 times more tenacious than the Horn Devil King and the other Class 5 demons. This was also the reason why he was able to sit firmly on the number 2 seat of the demonic 10 regions. Li Fuchen's sword lights weren't just targeting the Blood Demon King, the Petrified Queen was also within the sword light's attack range. But the petrified queen was indeed the petrified queen. She took out a shield and there was a burst of white radiance on the shield. It instantly turned into a thick rock wall that blocked in front of her. The rock wall naturally couldn't withstand the sword light's penetration, but it had eliminated most of the power. The remaining power wasn't enough to threaten the petrified queen. Everything was done while flying at a high speed. In a split second, Li Fuchen was already close to the Blood Demon King. When facing the trio's alliance, Li Fuchen could only stall one of them. Otherwise, when facing the trio's continuous attacks, Li Fuchen would be exhausted to death sooner or later. The evil king naturally saw through Li Fuchen's thoughts. He didn't bother about the Devil Thunder's power consumption and blasted the Supreme Black Devil Thunder at Li Fuchen, who was flying in the sky. Bang bang! No matter how fast Li Fuchen's flying speed was, it wasn't comparable to the speed of the thunder. He was immediately struck and his chi defense collapsed, causing him to be blasted to the ground. Blood Thunder technique. The Blood Demon King tossed a Blood Thunder which exploded on Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen's mouth was bleeding. His defense was divided into 2 layers, and with both layers, no one in the East Unicorn continent could injure him. But if one layer was destroyed, there were still a few people that could injure him, and the Blood Demon King was definitely one of them. The evil king knew that this opportunity couldn't be missed and executed the 12th Supreme Black Devil Thunder. Immediately after, the Petrified Queen's Petrify technique had also enveloped Li Fuchen. Even if he doesn't die now, he should be close. The Blood Demon King opened up his palm and continued to condense Blood Thunder. Li Fuchen's injuries were indeed severe. He might have executed the Green Sun Sword intent to defend at the first moment, but he was still severely injured by the Supreme Black Devil Thunder. The Petrified Queen's Petrify technique had solidified his wounds into rocks, and the Petrify power was trying to invade Li Fuchen's body through the wounds. Once it invaded, Li Fuchen would definitely turn into a stone statue. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen burst out with Blazing Flame power again. With the burst of Blazing Flame power, the Petrify power was dispersed and the rocks on the surface of the wounds had exploded. Li Fuchen's injuries were even more severe. But it was better to get the pain over with. After doing everything, Li Fuchen activated the healing ring. Under the cover of the green halo, Li Fuchen's injuries were recovering at a visible speed. As such, when the Blood Demon King's Blood Thunder was blasted over, Li Fuchen had already recovered and slashed at the Blood Thunder. PFFF. The Blood Thunder was split open and the remaining Blazing Flame Sword Chi made the Blood Demon King scream miserably. His body felt as though it was on fire and was emitting green smoke. What? His injuries have recovered? The Petrified Queen took a deep cold breath. Even if the Blood Demon King wanted to recover from such injuries, he would need a certain amount of time. How did Li Fuchen do it? The evil king's expression turned gloomy again. Li Fuchen had too many tricks, and it wasn't something a young man should have. It was more like an old monster that had lived for many years and had plenty of trump cards. No one would know how many trump cards Li Fuchen had until the very end. When Li Fuchen was tangling with the 3 experts, the 100 Sects Alliance, the Evil Tao, and the demonic 10 regions were in full swing. Damn it, where did they get so many Earth-class low-tier equipment? The Blood Ancestor cursed loudly. The one fighting with the Blood Ancestor was the High Heaven Sword Sect Supreme Grand Elder, Hua Jianxiu. Originally, Hua Jianxiu wasn't a match for the Blood Ancestor, but it was unknown when Hua Jianxiu obtained an Earth-class low-tier artifact sword and even an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor. The Blood Ancestor's various sinister methods weren't able to deal with Hua Jianxiu and was instead forced into a miserable state. If the Blood Ancestor didn't carry a large number of blood corpses, he would already be injured. The Extreme Yin Ancestor was also very gloomy. His strength was stronger than the Blood Ancestor, but his opponent was even stronger than Hua Jianxiu. It was the originally unremarkable Wind Snow Sect's Supreme Grand Elder, Mu Hanxin. When being suppressed by Hua Jianxiu's cold underworld palm intent, the Extreme Yin Ancestor could only defend. The Evil Tao was gloomy, but the demonic 10 regions were even more gloomy. The mountain-shaking elephant originally wanted to take revenge and immediately went to look for the Eternal Spring Valley's Supreme Grand Elder, Su Yuanhe. As a result, he was stunned by Su Yuanhe's slap. That's right, he had awakened two fledgling innate abilities and had a drastic increase in strength. Logically, he should be able to suppress Su Yuanhe. However, Su Yuanhe actually had an Earth-class low-tier whip and an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor. When the whip struck, even his Battle Heaven Tyrant body couldn't withstand it. Furthermore, Su Yuanhe's whip art was at the acme stage and would always be able to wrap around him, restricting his movements and preventing him from exhibiting his pinnacle combat strength. The Devil Pattern Tiger, Power Devil King, Horn Devil King, Ground Rat King, Winged Devil King, Green Devil King, and Grey Devil King were all extremely sullen. Their opponents had excellent equipment, and with the enhancement of the equipment, the strength they could exhibit would only be stronger than them. After taking a glance at the battlefield, Mu Hanxin sneered. The current 100 Sex Alliance was no longer the 100 Sex Alliance of the past. The high-level reincarnation realm experts that came this time were all equipped with Earth-class low-tier weapons and armors. Their overall strength was instantly superior to the demonic 10 regions and the evil Dao. Even if they were to face the alliance of the two major factions, they wouldn't be fearful. All of these changes were brought about by Li Fuchen. To be honest, Mu Hanxin also wished to know where did Li Fuchen obtain so many Earth-class low-tier equipment. After all, there were too many, and it was enough to fully equip all the high-level reincarnation realm experts of the 100 Sex Alliance. This wasn't just increasing the individual strength, it was increasing the overall strength. Of course, Mu Hanxin knew that this was Li Fuchen's secret, and even if he was going to die, he wouldn't casually ask about it. Li Fuchen was still in battle with the Evil King and the other experts. Before coming, Mu Hanxin had already made ample preparations. He originally didn't intend to distribute the Earth-class low-tier equipment, but he had distributed them one by one. He was afraid of any accidents. In any case, Li Fuchen had as many Earth-class low-tier equipment as he wanted, he was just distributing them in advance. Seeing that the 100 Sex Alliance was in a great situation, Li Fuchen had less worries. The Evil King, Petrified Queen, and the Blood Devil King were also observing the situation on the battlefield. When they saw that the 100 Sex Alliance was suppressing the Evil Dao and the demonic 10 regions, the trio looked at each other with unpleasant expressions. This wasn't just a simple change, it was obviously a reversal of the situation. The situation of the East Unicorn continent had instantly reversed. If they didn't guess wrongly, everything was because of Li Fuchen. We must kill him. Chapter 448. Immediately after, the Evil King, the Petrified Queen, and the Blood Devil King's attacks were even more ferocious. As long as Li Fuchen was eliminated, the 100 Sex Alliance would just be a group of small fries for them to crush. 13th strike. 14th strike. 15th strike. Unknowingly, the Evil King had already activated the Supreme Black Devil Thunder for 15 times. The Devil Thunder power in his body was almost depleted. The Evil King didn't plan to use the remaining Devil Thunder power, after all, it was his foundation. Once the Devil Thunder power was depleted, it would be 10 times or even 100 times more difficult to accumulate Devil Thunder power. He wouldn't be able to recover to his peak condition within 1 or 2 years. Furthermore, so what if the remaining Devil Thunder power was depleted? Li Fuchen's healing cardinal artifact could obviously support a few more rounds of healing. 1 or 2 attacks wouldn't be able to kill the Evil King. Li Fuchen's healing ring indeed couldn't last for a few more rounds. The green crystal on the ring had dimmed significantly. But he was already very satisfied that he could last until now. After losing the restraints of the Supreme Black Devil Thunder, Li Fuchen continued to approach the Blood Devil King. Among the 3 experts, the Blood Devil King was the weakest and the easiest to cripple. The Blood Devil King retreated, and his subconscious told him not to engage in close combat with Li Fuchen. However, Li Fuchen's Green Sun Sword intent was extremely fast. Thousands of sword lights shot out, and the Blood Devil King's body was filled with holes, making it impossible for him to increase his speed. Devil's Sun in the sky. Even without the supreme Black Devil Thunder, the Evil King was still the Evil King and his strength wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen, unless Li Fuchen used his Blazing Flame divine ability. With a shake of the cloak, the Evil King instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen and blasted a black sun at Li Fuchen. "I have been waiting for you." The moment the Evil King appeared, Li Fuchen had already used the Flying Flame 9 transformation to dodge, leaving behind only an afterimage. The Evil King's reaction was extremely fast, but he was still a step too slow. "Evil King, this is my gift to you." On the left side of the Evil King, Li Fuchen produced a dark red metal bullet and shot it at the Evil King. By the time the Evil King reacted, the metal bullet was already 10 feet away from him. No matter how stupid Evil King was, he knew that this metal bullet was not simple. Hence, he immediately activated his phantom cloak and planned to leave. Boom! The iron bomb exploded, and its explosive power was even greater than that of the Evil King's supreme Black Demon Thunder. The terrifying fireball rose into the sky and turned into a fire dragon that wreaked havoc. The Evil King did not even have the time to take a breath before he was severely injured. His skin and flesh cracked open, and there were flames coming out of it. Even though the Evil King instantly unleashed the power of the Demon Thunder to protect his body, it was still too late. "What is this?" Evil King was a little dumbfounded. He was stunned by the explosion. The might of this metal bullet was clearly not inferior to the Formation Pagoda on Mystic Tools sect's damaged battleship. Evil King was stunned. Petrified Queen and Blood Devil King were also stunned. The power of this iron bullet was too great. Even the Evil King was heavily injured in an instant. If it landed beside the two of them, the Petrified Queen would barely be able to keep her life, but the Blood Devil King would definitely die. After all, no matter how much vitality he still had to preserve a large portion of his body. If even his body was blown up, what was the use of having more vitality? As expected of a quasi-level 6 firearm, Dragonfire Bullet. This Dragonfire Bullet was Li Fuchen's strongest trump card. On the East Unicorn continent, the Thunderbolt sect was the best at refining firearms. But on the Seven Color continent, there were too many formidable firearms refiners. A mere Thunderbolt sect wouldn't even be presentable on the Seven Color continent. This Dragonfire Bullet had cost Li Fuchen 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, there was only one of it. If it was used properly, it would be enough to injure a regular first-level battle spirit realm master. Taking advantage of the weakness, Li Fuchen seized the opportunity to blast the High Heaven Sword Art's third move, soar into the sky at the Evil King. PFFF. Blood sprayed out. At the crucial moment, the Evil King shook his cloak and distanced himself from this place. It was a pity that half of his body was still slashed by the sword and his left arm was turned into a blood mist. Not good. The Petrified Queen and Blood Devil King turned pale with fright while feeling bitter in their hearts. The trio had worked together and Li Fuchen had actually turned the tables. "Evil King, don't think about leaving." Li Fuchen chased after the Evil King. As long as he killed the Evil King, even if the others worked together, he would still be able to defeat them. Hateful. The Evil King activated the Ghost Cloak and fled far away. As for the Extreme Een Ancestor, the Blood Ancestor, and the others, he couldn't be bothered anymore. Retreat. The Petrified Queen and Blood Devil King didn't dare to fight with Li Fuchen anymore. They quickly gave the order to retreat. Die! Li Fuchen executed the Green Sun Sword intent to the extremity. Thousands of sword lights were shot out in the air. A large number of Class 5 peak-tier demonic beasts and a few Class 5 demons were pierced by the sword lights and burst into blood mist. Sect Origin Swords. This wasn't the end yet. 100,000 Sect Origin Bronze Swords Chi appeared around Li Fuchen and blasted at the Blood Devil King. The Petrified Queen's defense was too incredible and 100,000 Sect Origin Bronze Swords Chi wouldn't be able to kill her. Damn it! The Blood Devil King's scalp turned numb. He turned around and executed the Blood Thunder technique to blast tens of thousands of Sect Origin Bronze Swords Chi, but even more Sword Chi enveloped him. PFFF PFFF PFFF. The blood mist exploded violently and the Blood Devil King couldn't even maintain his human form. Hurry up and leave. The petrified queen executed the petrify technique and petrified half of the sword chi before urging the Blood Devil King to leave. Swish! The Blood Devil King, who was only left with a blood shadow, fled frantically with extreme speed. A pity. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. He might have the Flying Flame 9 transformations, but the Flying Flame 9 transformations could only increase his speed within a short distance. Long-distance speed wasn't comparable to these people. After all, speed was related to cultivation level and chi quality. But after such severe injuries, it was impossible for the Blood Devil King to recover without 1 or 2 years. Ultimately, more than half of the evil Dao forces had perished and even the extreme Yin ancestor had perished. The Blood Ancestor was rather lucky, mainly because his survivability was too tough. Even if he wasn't as good as the Blood Devil King, he wasn't too far off. Half of the demonic 10 regions had also been slaughtered. Among them, the Horn Devil King, Green Devil King, Grey Devil King, and a few of the weaker demonic region lords had perished. Of course, Li Fuchen was the main reason why they were able to kill these elite existences. Apart from the Evil King and the others, there weren't many that could withstand a single sword from Li Fuchen. After a single sword, these people basically didn't have any combat strength. They were swarmed by the 100 Sex Alliance's experts and slaughtered like vegetables. After the battle ended, Su Yuanhe, Xiahou Wu, and Mu Hanxin led the 100 Sex Alliance's experts and bowed with cupped fists. Alliance leader has unparalleled strength and overwhelming martial strength. We are willing to follow until death. This battle didn't just scare the evil Dao and demonic 10 regions, the 100 Sex Alliance was also trembling with fear. Li Fuchen's combat strength was too heaven-defying and he had endless methods. Let alone the fact that their strength was far inferior to Li Fuchen, even if they were stronger than Li Fuchen, they would still be apprehensive. The Evil King was severely injured by Li Fuchen and had to flee miserably. In their opinion, even if there were 2 Evil Kings, Li Fuchen would still be able to deal with them. However, Li Fuchen wouldn't use those methods unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, they didn't have any other thoughts right now. They were afraid that if they didn't react proactively, they would become the next Thunder God sect or Mystic Tools sect. Everyone has contributed greatly in obtaining complete victory in this battle. I, Li Fuchen, am not a ruthless person. As long as everyone knows their place, I will not mistreat everyone. Li Fuchen swept a glance at Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu was the most quick-witted person among everyone. Xiahou Wu was shocked and quickly said, Alliance leader doesn't have to worry. Our Dolin clan will definitely obey the Alliance leader's decree. That is good. Li Fuchen nodded. He didn't think of ruling the entire East Unicorn continent by himself as it was too tiring. It was enough to restrain these people. After all, his journey wasn't just the East Unicorn continent. The East Unicorn continent was just his starting point. After taking inventory of the spoils, everyone left the battlefield. Before they came, everyone was apprehensive. Before they left, everyone was feeling contented. This battle was too satisfying. For the past few years, the 100 Sex Alliance had been extremely sullen. They had close to 100 regions and had lost more than half of them. Everyone had lost face and couldn't lift their heads. Even though they were able to defeat the evil Dao and the demonic 10 regions because of Li Fuchen and not the 100 Sex Alliance, everyone had put in effort. Even if they didn't make any contributions, they still put in hard work. In the blink of the eye, 1 week had passed. 20% of the blue spirit soul in Li Fuchen's mind had turned pale purple. When the spirit soul started to transform, the transformation speed would be extremely fast. This time, it was already considered slow. As the spirit soul gradually changed color, Li Fuchen's perception had increased by an unknown amount. The blazing flame bone frame pattern had been comprehended from 55% to 58%. After awakening the first divine ability, the difficulty of comprehending the extraordinary pattern on the bone frame would increase by several times. This was mainly because the higher the level of the extraordinary pattern, the closer it was to the Great Tao laws. If Li Fuchen's perception didn't increase by several times, the time required to comprehend the extraordinary pattern would increase by several times or even dozens of times. After all, there was a limit to a person's perception. If one couldn't comprehend it, it was normal to not be able to comprehend it for the rest of one's life. It was the same logic for regular martial artists. Even if they lived for a few hundred years, they wouldn't be able to cultivate a high-class martial art to the trance stage. Li Fuchen's perception was already heaven-defying, but now, it was even more heaven-defying. Apart from the increased speed of comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern, Li Fuchen's speed of comprehending the green sun sword intent and the high heaven sword art was also increasing. I have already used up the dragon fire bomb. With my current strength, it will be a little forceful to face the evil king again. It is a good idea to return to the seven-color continent to search for trump cards that are similar to the dragon fire bomb. But in comparison, increasing my strength is the best way. External items were ultimately external items. They could only help him for a moment and not forever. Comprehending the Earth-class mid-tier sword intent was much harder than Li Fuchen imagined. After half a month, the high heaven sword art was just one step away from the trance stage. However, he wasn't able to take this step and it felt as though there was a shackle that was restricting him. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry either. He knew that the Earth-class mid-tier sword intent wasn't a trivial matter. If the Earth-class low-tier sword intent had only made contact with the sword Dao Law, then the Earth-class mid-tier sword intent had already grasped a trace of the sword Dao Law. Once Li Fuchen grasped the Earth-class mid-tier sword intent, he didn't even need to rely on the Heart of Blazing Flame to contest with the evil king. Furthermore, he could fight for a long time. Chapter 449. Monster and Demon 10 Territories, Stone Domain. Other than the Petrified Queen, the other demon region lords were also gathered in the 10,000 Snakes Stone Palace. This time, the Monster and Demon 10 regions were too miserable. Although only 3 of the 10 Monster and Demon region lords died, and most of their top combat power was retained, half of the level 5 fiendish demons and peak level 5 demonic beasts they brought with them died. This Li Fuchen is too formidable. We aren't a match for him. The mountain-shaking elephant still had a lingering fear in his heart. On the battlefield, he had almost died. If he hadn't made a prompt decision to ignite his blood essence to erupt with battle strength, how could he be sitting here and talking right now? Is there a need for you to say that? This child's growth trajectory is unpredictable. It isn't an exaggeration to say that he is the #1 prodigy of the East Unicorn continent in the past millennium. In a few more years, I really don't know to what extent he will grow. Compared to the mountain-shaking elephant, the Blood Devil King was even more terrified. He had experienced life and death, and if it wasn't for the Petrified Queen's help, he would definitely be dead. In my opinion, we should head to the Myriad Demon Island and the Chaos Demon Island in the North Sea to seek support. The Gopher King suddenly said. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and their expressions darkened indeterminately. The experts among the demonic beasts and demons weren't just the 10 of them. In fact, the demonic beasts and demons on the Myriad Demon Island and the Disorder Devil Island were even more terrifying. There were even Class 6 demonic beasts and demons. But ever since the East Unicorn continent had a great change in heaven and earth, there were restrictions on any Class 6 demonic beasts and demons. As long as they broke through to the Class 6, they would be constantly suppressed by heaven and earth. Furthermore, as time passed, the suppression would become more and more terrifying until they were crushed into pieces. Therefore, in the demonic 10 regions, as long as anyone broke through to the Class 6, they would immediately head for the Myriad Demon Island or the Disorder Devil Island. But the Myriad Demon Island or the Disorder Devil Island was separated from the East Unicorn continent by a small ocean, and this small ocean was too dangerous. The reason why it was so dangerous was that there were sea beasts living in the ocean. Sea beasts were also demonic beasts, but they were demonic beasts that lived in the sea. Although they were both demonic beasts, the sea beasts would not give face to the demonic beasts on land. They would eat whatever they wanted. Just like the demonic beasts on land, if there was no stronger demonic beast to rule over them, they would actually kill each other and devour each other's demonic cores. Of course, while the sea beasts were cruel to demonic beasts, the sea beasts were even more cruel to humans. As long as they saw humans, they would madly hunt them down. The Myriad Demon Island and the Chaotic Demon Island are not easy to go to. The Petrified Queen said. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she really did not want to leave her fate in the hands of the ocean. The Gopher King said, actually, it isn't impossible to communicate with sea beasts. My Gopher region is close to the Northern Sea, and we have befriended a powerful Class 5 peak grade sea beast. Oh, how strong is the other party? What authority does he have in the coastal waters of the North Sea? The Blood Demon King's eyes lit up and he quickly asked. They were both Class 5 peak demonic beasts, but the difference in strength was huge. Excluding the mutated demon beasts, those who have comprehended the innate ability are undoubtedly the truly powerful peak level 5 demon beasts. For example, the mountain-shaking elephant and the magic pattern tiger can only be regarded as slightly more powerful peak level 5 demon beasts, because both have not awakened the true innate ability, only awakened the embryonic form of the innate ability. However, the mountain-shaking elephant has the bloodline of the Demon King mountain-pulling elephant, so its strength is a little stronger, but it is still a little worse than the truly powerful peak level 5 demon beasts, and the magic pattern tiger has swallowed the demon treasure, at the same time has the demon chi and demon chi, so its strength is also relatively strong. Meanwhile, the Petrified Queen is a truly powerful peak level 5 demon beast. This peak level 5 sea beast is a member of the sea rat race, and he has comprehended a type of innate ability, water seismic wave. In the sea, he can release a seismic wave to attack the enemy. On land, the power might be slightly weaker, but it should be about the same as the Blood Demon King. The Gopher King glanced at the Blood Demon King and said, Sea rat race? The Petrified Queen's eyes lit up. She had heard of the sea rat race before. This sea beast race has a huge population, and they are the hegemon of the coastal waters of the North Sea. The Gopher King continued, his status in the sea rat race isn't low, just like the Elephant King, who has the bloodline of the Demon King. He promised that as long as we give him 1,000 storage bags and 5 million inferior-grade spirit stones, he will help us cross the sea. 5 million inferior-grade spirit stones, his appetite is really huge. The mountain-shaking elephant couldn't help but comment. Martial artists needed to use spirit stones to cultivate, demonic beasts and demons also needed spirit stones to cultivate. Be it heaven and earth chi or chi from spirit stones, they actually contained great Tao laws. When martial artists absorbed the chi, they would also absorb the corresponding great Tao laws and convert them into their own chi. Demonic beasts would also absorb the corresponding great Tao laws and convert them into their own demonic chi. As for why demonic beasts and demons could devour humans to increase their strength, it was because the human bloodline could perfect their bloodline and increase their wisdom. 5 million low-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum. After all, they didn't occupy a large territory in the East Unicorn continent and they needed spirit stones to cultivate. Under the situation where their cultivation levels were similar, they would consume spirit stones at a rate that was 10 times faster than humans. 5 million it is then. Since we can continue to dig in the future. The Petrified Queen nodded in agreement. As for 1,000 storage bags, it was a small matter. They had killed more than 1,000 Heaven Dipper realm martial artists and basically, every Heaven Dipper realm martial artist would have one storage bag. At the same time, the Evil King and the Blood Ancestor were also having a discussion. After recuperating for a period of time, the Evil King's severed left arm had recovered a little. Of course, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to fully recover. He wasn't Li Fuchen and didn't have any healing cardinal artifacts or Earth-class elixirs. The Blood Ancestor's injuries weren't light either. At the final juncture, he had to burn his essence blood to escape. Evil King, this child is an anomaly. We are unable to rule the East Unicorn continent by ourselves. We have to contact the Evil Ancestor Island and ask the Evil Ancestor to send a group of experts over. Those that the Blood Ancestor addressed as the Evil Ancestor were naturally Battle Spirit Realm Evil Tao Masters. After the world changed, the East Unicorn continent wasn't suitable for Battle Spirit Realm masters to survive. Those evil Dao masters that survived brought plenty of people to leave the East Unicorn continent and found an island group in the Western Sea as a shelter. The lifespan of a Battle Spirit Realm master was 500 years. After so many years of reproduction, the evil ancestor island had plenty of people, and there might be reincarnation realm existences that were stronger than the evil king. But to be honest, the evil king and the blood ancestor had never been to the evil ancestor island. They had only seen the people that came to the East Unicorn continent from the evil ancestor island and had received some aid. Furthermore, they found out from those people that there were still surviving evil Dao masters on the evil ancestor island, and there wasn't just one. The evil king stayed silent for a moment before saying, "Let's talk after my injuries are more or less recovered." He was an ambitious person, and even if the evil ancestor island sent people, he still wished to be in the highest position and not be ordered around. Therefore, he would only seek help from the evil ancestor island after his injuries were more or less recovered. The blood ancestor nodded as he naturally knew what the evil king was thinking. Of course, he was just saying it casually. It was still unknown if the evil ancestor island would send anyone over. After all, the evil ancestor island and the East Unicorn continent were separated by a small coastal sea. It wasn't that easy to come over alive. When 40% of the blue spirit soul turned pale purple, Li Fuchen finally comprehended the High Heaven Sword art to the trance stage. High Heaven Sword. Above the sea of clouds, Li Fuchen rushed into the sky and brandished his sword. This sword was an extremely terrifying sword. When the sword was brandished, the surging sword Dao Law was emitted. With the support of the sword Dao Law, the sword seemed to ignore space and distance. There was a flash of blinding blue light and a hole appeared in the sea of clouds. It was so fast that it felt like it was already there. Such a powerful High Heaven Sword intent. Li Fuchen lamented. Sword intent was the materialization of sword Dao Law. The stronger the sword intent, the stronger the sword Dao Law contained. If it was a heaven-class sword intent, it could even interfere with the operation of heaven and earth. If it was just this, the High Heaven Sword intent wasn't considered powerful. In that instant earlier, Li Fuchen could clearly feel that the High Heaven Sword field released by the sword had already suppressed the void. Only a sword field that contains sword intent is considered a true sword field. Li Fuchen had a feeling that even if he encountered someone stronger than him, as long as the opponent couldn't contest with the High Heaven Sword field, the opponent would be at his mercy. Unless the opponent's defense was at a level where Li Fuchen couldn't break through. Of course, this was an Earth-class mid-tier sword intent. If it was an Earth-class low-tier sword intent, it would be a different story. Like the evil king's field power, it didn't affect Li Fuchen. But it was mainly because Li Fuchen's cultivation technique and martial arts were all at the Earth-class mid-tier. Even if he didn't cultivate them to the extremity, the field power produced was already extraordinary and was enough to neutralize the opponent's field power. Earth-class intent can be separated from martial arts and exist independently. I wonder what the exact situation is. Li Fuchen raised his right index and middle finger and drew a line. PFFFTSS. A formless and immaterial sword intent burst out. Along the way, it constantly absorbed heaven and earth chi to strengthen itself. It then split the sea of clouds into two halves before crashing onto the ground ruthlessly. There was a crack in the ground and the sword intent hadn't dispersed yet. It was emitting a horrific murderous and sharp chi presence. I see. Li Fuchen understood. After cultivating the High Heaven Sword art to the trance stage, Li Fuchen's body was branded with the High Heaven Sword intent. In the future, even if he lost his memories, he wouldn't forget how to execute the High Heaven Sword art as it had already become his instinct. Mystic-class sword arts weren't able to do this. This was mainly because when a Mystic-class sword art was cultivated to the extremity stage, after producing the Mystic-class sword intent, the sword Dao Law contained would be too weak and wouldn't be enough to brand it in the depths of the body. The path of the martial Dao is truly mystical. Perhaps, there will be a day when I grasp the complete law and I will truly be able to change the world. Li Fuchen recalled about the 100 battle regions, 100 battle planes. The 100 Battle Planes was so dangerous because of the aftermath of the battle between the Battle Spirit Realm Masters. The intents contained in the battle would be intertwined and form all sorts of perilous situations. As a result, the laws of the 100 Battle Planes had changed. It was a kind of chain reaction and it wasn't possible for a single person to do it. Of course, as time elapsed, everything would probably be restored, unless the opponent's intents were at the state of eternity. Chapter 450. His high heaven sword art had reached the trance stage and he had comprehended sword intent. However, his green sun sword intent had not made any progress. Li Fuchen knew that the green sun sword intent was rather special. With sword intent as its name, one could imagine how terrifying the power would be once the true green sun sword intent was comprehended. Furthermore, the green sun sword intent did not have any moves. It could be used for both offense and defense. After comprehending the high heaven sword intent, Li Fuchen might be able to cover his entire body with sword intent, but the defensive effects weren't great. It was mainly because the Ling Tian sword intent was a pure offensive sword intent. It was originally meant to be used for attacking. Perhaps my Azure Sun sword intent has not been completely perfected? Li Fuchen thought of a possibility. The power of the Azure Sun sword intent depended on the martial artist's own perception. The stronger the perception, the more terrifying the Azure Sun sword intent that was comprehended. If one's perception wasn't too high, being able to comprehend the low-grade Earth-level Azure Sun sword intent was already not bad. Of course, the lowest power of the Azure Sun sword intent was the Earth-level low rank. It was impossible to comprehend the profound-level Azure Sun sword intent. Thinking of this, Li Fuchen's mind became active. He felt that he might have gone astray, but he still had a chance to correct it. The cultivation picture of Azure Yang's sword intent emerged in his mind, and Li Fuchen started from the first picture and slowly sorted it out. The more Li Fuchen sorted out, the more certain that his green Yang sword intent was indeed not perfect. Perhaps the starting point was right, but the path after that was crooked. And the starting point often determined the final level of the green sun sword intent. For example, if the starting point was low, the final level of the green sun sword intent would naturally be Earth-class low tier. If the starting point was slightly higher, the final level of the green sun sword intent could be Earth-level intermediate. Li Fuchen's starting point was undoubtedly very high, but it was a pity that it was crooked and wasn't perfect. However, this was mainly because the time he spent comprehending the Azure Yang sword intent was too short. As time passed, his Azure Yang sword intent would gradually be perfected, but the time spent would increase by several times. Now that Li Fuchen's perception has greatly increased, and he has woken up in advance, there is no doubt that there is a chance to perfect the green sun sword intent in a short time. Perfecting the green sun sword intent wasn't something that could be done in a day. When comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern, there would be changes every day. During this period of time, Li Fuchen's blazing flame pattern had already been comprehended to the 65% mark. For the blazing flame bone frame pattern, the further one progressed, the harder it would be to comprehend. There was no reason for Li Fuchen to comprehend it to the 65% mark so quickly. However, Li Fuchen's perception was also changing every day. Even if he wasn't able to keep up with the increasing difficulty of the blazing flame bone frame pattern, he wouldn't be left behind. As the blazing flame pattern was comprehended to 65%, Li Fuchen's heart of blazing flame had been enhanced by one level. If he were to face the evil king now, his heart of flame would be able to suppress the evil king's supreme black devil thunder. After the great victory, the 100 Sect Alliance began to reclaim their lost territories. Actually, even without the 100 Sect Alliance, the demonic Dao and demonic 10 regions had already retreated. What a joke! If they didn't withdraw and provoke Li Fuchen to start a massacre, they wouldn't even have the time to recuperate. For now, every second counted. The former Heaven Fiend sect was now the Heaven Fiend Hall. Because of the defeat of the Fiend Dao forces, a storm was brewing in the Heaven Fiend Hall. Some wanted to return to the 100 Sect Alliance, such as the Yen clan. Some didn't, such as the Heaven Fiend Hall's Hall head Li Xietian. Li Xietian wasn't willing to return to the Hundred Sects Alliance because he was afraid of being punished by the Hundred Sects Alliance. They might have betrayed the Hundred Sects Alliance and surrendered to the Fiend Dao, which was a great crime. But back then, they either surrendered or were annihilated. There wasn't a third choice. Even if the Hundred Sects Alliance punished them, they wouldn't punish them to death. Li Xietian was afraid of Li Fuchen. After all the calculations, he didn't expect that Li Fuchen would actually stand at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn continent and nearly rule over the entire East Unicorn continent. Back then, Li Xietian had tried to kill Li Fuchen multiple times and there was a huge grudge. Therefore, he would never return to the Hundred Sects Alliance as it would be courting death. However, the Yen clan wanted to return to the Hundred Sects Alliance, and with the Yen clan taking the lead, many of the clans in the Heaven Fiend Hall had thoughts. As compared to the Fiend Dao, the Hundred Sects Alliance was too bright and didn't need to be afraid. Who would be willing to be on tenterhooks every day? In the Heaven Fiend Hall's Grand Hall, Li Xietian said coldly, "Yen Baitian, we have betrayed the Hundred Sects Alliance. Do you think we will have good days if we return?" Yen clan head Yen Baitian said, "Not having good days is better than having no hope. Furthermore, we had no other choice back then. Are you really going to return to the Hundred Sects Alliance?" Li Xietian glared at Yen Baitian. Yen Baitian replied, "Yes." He naturally knew why Li Xietian didn't want to return to the Hundred Sects Alliance. It was a pity that Li Xietian was the one who offended Li Fuchen and not his Yen clan. "Do it." Li Xietian gave an eye signal to a few of the Heaven Fiend Hall's supreme elders. Among them was the #1 expert of the Heaven Fiend Hall, Li Feihe, who was at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. Rumble. When their chi presences burst out, the Heaven Fiend Hall's Grand Hall immediately collapsed. Yen Baitian sneered and didn't make a move. Beside him, the peerlessly beautiful Yen Qingwu stood out. "Die!" Yen Qingwu drew her curved saber and casually slashed a few times. In the void, the black saber lights interweaved like a net and looked like black threads. Walala! Li Xietian and the others didn't even have time to scream and were split into pieces. "You progressed to the reincarnation realm?" Li Feihe's body was covered in black lines as he stared at Yen Qingwu. Li Feihe had concealed himself too deeply. He was obviously at the reincarnation realm but had restricted his chi presence to the Heaven Dipper realm. Yen Qingwu didn't say anything and had an indifferent expression. Crash! Li Feihe's body split open and he died with everlasting regret. "Qingwu, your strength has improved again." Yen Baitian looked at his familiar yet unfamiliar daughter and sighed. Ever since the Stars ranking tournament ended, he noticed that Yen Qingwu had some changes. Subsequently, she told him that she had already progressed to the reincarnation realm and didn't need to consider Li Xietian's opinion. Even though he couldn't believe it emotionally, his rationality told him that his daughter wasn't the same as before. Fortunately, apart from being a little unfamiliar, she didn't change at all. "Qingwu, do you want to return to the Hundred Sects Alliance with us?" Yen Baitian asked. Yen Qingwu shook her head, "It's fine. I still have some things to do." "Alright then. Be careful." Yen Baitian nodded. "Father, don't worry. I am still Yen Qingwu and your daughter. It's just that there are some things in my mind." Yen Qingwu suddenly said. "Alright." Yen Baitian revealed a smile. He believed that Yen Qingwu didn't lie to him and he could feel her emotions. To be serious, he had always felt that Yen Qingwu's feelings towards him and the Yen clan hadn't changed. It was just in a different way. "Li Fuchen, I wonder if you are the same as my daughter and have encountered a great fated encounter?" Yen Baitian thought of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's growth trajectory was too strange and it was the same as Yen Qingwu. Eternal Spring Region, 2 Seasons Mountain. The Eternal Spring Region could be said to be the most beautiful region in the East Unicorn continent. The mountains here were definitely the most beautiful mountains in the East Unicorn continent. The 2 Seasons Mountain might not be the Eternal Spring Valley's mountain gate, but it was a mountain peak that was heavily protected by the Eternal Spring Valley and no one was allowed to damage it. Today, there was a tea party being held on the Two Seasons Mountain. The host of the tea party was Li Fuchen. In addition, Su Muyu, Fan Qiansong, Fan Qianyu, and some of the heavenly prodigies that Li Fuchen knew were all here. There were also plenty of heavenly prodigies that Li Fuchen didn't know. Li Fuchen's current identity was the alliance leader of the 100 Sects Alliance, and he was the most fearsome heavenly prodigy in history. Everyone wanted to pay respects to him, and Li Fuchen wasn't a cold and emotionless person. Be it Su Muyu or the Fan siblings, they were all his friends, and it was reasonable for him to meet them and interact with them. He also wanted to support these heavenly prodigies and allow them to become the pillars of the East Unicorn continent as soon as possible. It wasn't that Li Fuchen was kind, but he felt that it was a pity. These heavenly prodigies were considered first-rate prodigies in the seven-color continent's Violet Flower Kingdom. However, the East Unicorn continent's resources were too barren. If they wanted to achieve something, they would have to put in 10 times or dozens of times more effort. Since Li Fuchen had the capability, he didn't mind helping them. It is my honor for everyone to participate in this tea party. These are Earth-class heart cultivation elixirs and should be useful for everyone. In addition, I will also reward the top 10 rankers of the tea party with Earth-class elixirs. During the tea party, Li Fuchen waved his hand and there was an additional sparkling and translucent elixir in front of everyone. After smelling the fragrance of the elixir, the heavenly prodigies were shocked and delighted. This was an Earth-class heart cultivation elixir, and it was enough for them to have a drastic increase in their mental state within a short period of time. With a drastic increase in their mental state, they would naturally be able to increase their cultivation rapidly. It wasn't exaggerating to say that this one heart cultivation elixir was enough for them to save a few years of bitter cultivation. After hearing that there would be rewards for the top 10 rankers of the spars, everyone was eager to try. When the tea party started, everyone drank tea while watching the spars. In the pavilion that Li Fuchen was in, Fan Qiansong laughed and said, "Li Fuchen, you are now the alliance leader of the 100 Sects Alliance. You won't be bored when you are with us." Li Fuchen said, "This world is very big and I am just walking a little ahead." He was only at the reincarnation realm now. After the reincarnation realm, there was still the battle spirit realm and the primary sea realm. There were even higher realms above the primary sea realm. The saint that the joint heaven sword spirit mentioned was obviously an existence that was far superior to the primary sea realm monarchs. In the eyes of these experts, Li Fuchen was probably no different from Su Muyu and the others, as they were all very weak. Su Muyu said, "It is a pity that the East Unicorn continent has restricted us. It is said that once a martial artist progresses to the battle spirit realm, they will be expelled from the East Unicorn continent." That's right. I also found out from an ancient book that there are actually battle spirit realm experts living on the islands around the East Unicorn continent. But they are unable to enter the East Unicorn continent. Fan Qianyu nodded. Li Fuchen said, "This is too far away from us. It is better not to talk about it." Chapter 451. After the tea party ended, Li Fuchen rewarded the top 10 participants with some pills. Before he left, he gave each of the siblings Su Muyu and Fan Qiansong a storage bag. Other than pills, there were also Earth-class equipment and other good stuff. It is time to tour the East Unicorn continent. In the entire East Unicorn continent, Li Fuchen had been to very few places. In the past, he didn't have the strength. Now that he had the strength, he naturally wanted to explore. Li Fuchen's speed was extremely fast. It would normally only take a few days to travel from one region to another. This was after he stayed for a while to admire the beautiful scenery. Of course, it was just a cursory glance. If he wanted to see every beautiful scenery, it would take at least 3 to 5 years. He didn't have so much time to waste. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already traveled through dozens of regions. During the journey, Li Fuchen found that his body and mind were much more joyful and his mind was much more broad-minded. He felt that the world had never been so vast before. Traveling is also a way to cultivate the mind. On the path of martial arts, apart from cultivation, there are times when you need to relax. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen arrived at the demonic 10 regions. The monster and demon 10 territories were much more barbaric than the human territory. It was very primitive, but this kind of primitive was sometimes a kind of beauty. Li Fuchen sighed in secret. It was reasonable to exist. Demonic beasts and demons may be savage, but they also sharpened humans. If there were no external enemies, humans would still have internal strife. Of course, the premise was that it was within a controllable range. Previously, the monster and demon 10 regions were somewhat out of control, and they were too harmful to humans. Along the way, Li Fuchen didn't kill a lot of demonic beasts and demons. To him, as long as he eliminated the demonic 10 regions masters, he didn't have to worry about the rest. Of course, when he was in a bad mood, Li Fuchen would go on a killing spree. Take for example, in the Horn Devil region, Li Fuchen saw many human prisons. In these human prisons, there were more than 10 million humans imprisoned. Even if Li Fuchen was a fool, he would know that these humans were the demons' rations and would be eaten at every turn. Kill! The Ardent Sun domain expanded to its limit. Under the Ardent Sun domain, as long as it was not a level 5 fiendish demon, it would burn to death. The doors of the prisons were melted by Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun field power. Countless humans walked out of the prisons while trembling with fear. "You're free!" Li Fuchen shouted. "Damned human, this is the territory of my monster and demon 10 territories." A few class 5 demons flew into the sky. They had never seen Li Fuchen before. Even if the demonic 10 regions were defeated, they thought that the demonic 10 regions were very safe. Die! Without even drawing his sword, Li Fuchen brandished his finger and burst out with the High Heaven Sword intent. Puff puff puff, the 5th grade demons were instantly shredded into a mist of blood by the sword chi. "I am the alliance leader of the 100 Sects Alliance, Li Fuchen. The demonic 10 regions have been defeated. Everyone can return home in peace." Li Fuchen's voice echoed in everyone's ears. 100 Sects Alliance leader Li Fuchen. These humans had been imprisoned for too long. Even if they were newly imprisoned, it was before the demonic 10 regions defeat. How could they have heard of the 100 Sects Alliance leader, Li Fuchen's name? But they knew that Li Fuchen was definitely an absolute expert, otherwise, he wouldn't have barged into the Horn Devil region alone and killed demons like slaughtering chickens. "I know who he is. He is the human race's absolute prodigy, Li Fuchen." There were people who had heard of Li Fuchen's name, although they didn't know that Li Fuchen was so powerful. Every time Li Fuchen arrived at a region, he would definitely release the humans that were imprisoned. He had killed so many humans that the demonic 10 regions were trembling with fear. This was also the reason why Li Fuchen didn't start a massacre. Li Fuchen found it strange that the rulers of the demonic 10 regions had vanished. Li Fuchen guessed that they had either gone to look for reinforcements or had hidden themselves. This journey took Li Fuchen 3 months and half of the time was wasted in the demonic 10 regions. During the later stages, the 100 Sects Alliance didn't need Li Fuchen's orders and had already sent people to the demonic 10 regions to search for the human prisons. They would also go on a killing spree, turning the demonic 10 regions into a river of blood. If the rulers of the demonic 10 regions didn't appear, the demonic 10 regions would probably become history. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at the border of the Northern Sea and was near the coast of the Western Sea. There were countless humans living here, and a few hundred miles away, there were cities. This place was the intersection between the evil Tao and the demonic 10 regions. Due to the strength of the evil Tao, the demonic 10 regions weren't willing to provoke them. Therefore, these humans were able to survive. The evil Tao might be inhumane, but they wouldn't massacre humans wantonly. Only the blood ancestor would frequently massacre humans to refine blood corpses to condense the myriad blood pearl. But he would normally do it in places with a lot of humans. There were too few humans here, and if they were all killed, this place would truly become a land of death. Of course, even if there were few humans, Li Fuchen reckoned that there were at least 10 million humans here. There was no choice as humans were reproducing too quickly. If a couple was willing, it wouldn't be a problem for them to have 3 or 4 children. Those who weren't willing were mainly because they couldn't afford to raise them. On a barren and short mountain, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and comprehended the green sun sword intent. In front of him was a white beach and surging waves. In the sky, there was a blazing sun that was emitting boundless light and heat. During the past 3 months, 70% of his spirit soul had turned pale purple. With his powerful perception, he finally corrected the green sun sword intent. The corrected green sun sword intent was actually an Earth-class high-tier sword art. In terms of lethality, it was even superior to the high heaven sword art. But Li Fuchen knew that the perfection stage of the green sun sword intent wasn't comparable to the trance stage of the high heaven sword art. When martial artists fought, it wasn't the one with the stronger attack that would win. It depended on various factors. The high heaven sword art's lethality might not be comparable to the green sun sword intent, but the high heaven sword field was able to suppress the opponent. As long as the opponent couldn't resist the high heaven sword field, they would be at Li Fuchen's mercy. This was something that the green sun sword intent couldn't compare with. Therefore, in order to make the green sun sword intent a true killer move, Li Fuchen had to comprehend the sword intent. Before comprehending the sword intent, the green sun sword intent contained sword Dao laws that were rather scattered and didn't have a core. After comprehending the sword intent, the sword Dao laws would form a closed loop and form an independent body. It was a pity that even if Li Fuchen's spirit soul was 70% pale purple, it wasn't a simple task to cultivate the green sun sword intent to the trance stage. Earth-class high-tier sword arts were considered elite sword arts in the 7-color continent. As for Earth-class peak-tier sword arts, only monarch sects would have them. Sitting cross-legged on the short mountain, Li Fuchen's body was emitting green light. He was like a green blazing sun and was resonating with the blazing sun in the sky. Apart from correcting the green sun sword intent, during these 3 months, Li Fuchen had comprehended the blazing flame bone frame pattern to the 70% mark. After comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern to the 70% mark, even Li Fuchen found it extremely strenuous to comprehend it. It was fortunate that the more he comprehended the blazing flame bone frame pattern, the deeper Li Fuchen felt his comprehension of the green sun sword intent. The green sun sword intent didn't just contain the sword Dao laws, it also contained the blazing flame laws. Or rather, it was the blazing flame sword Dao laws. As the days passed by, Li Fuchen continued to sit on the short mountain. Be it the wind, rain, lightning, or thunder, nothing was able to shake Li Fuchen's body. There were times when the green light expanded and even the dark clouds would disperse. It was just like a blazing sun that was rising from the ground. But later on, the green light on Li Fuchen's body was gradually withdrawn until there wasn't a single anomaly. Rumble. It was unknown when the sea waves got bigger. The surging tide was like a magnificent army, creating waves that were dozens of meters tall. Hurry up and leave, the sea beasts are here. On the beach, some of the fishermen were frantically fleeing. These fishermen might be Qi realm martial artists and there were even Origin realm martial artists, but how could they compare to the speed of the tide? All of them were swept into the tide. Haha, young ones, kill your way over and capture more humans back. In the tide, a giant shark appeared. This giant shark was too big and it was at least 2,000 feet in length. It was several times bigger than the largest mountain-shaking elephant in the East Unicorn continent. When it emerged from the water, it was like a long and narrow island. It had a pair of giant eyes that were emitting icy cold and brutal chilling light. Yes, Lord Bai. Sea beasts appeared one after another. These sea beasts were all massive in size and at the same tier, they were at least twice the size of the demonic beasts on land. Having a large size meant that they were harder to kill. The sea beasts' target wasn't the fishermen as they weren't even enough to fill the gaps of their teeth. Their target was the human cities that were a few hundred miles away. Sea beasts. The foot of the short mountain was already submerged by the tide. Li Fuchen woke up from his cultivation state. Seeing this scene, Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. This was his first time encountering sea beasts. Sea beasts were considered one of the natural barriers between continents. The endless sea beasts were enough to terrorize any human and they wouldn't dare to cross the sea easily. Li Fuchen released his ardent sun field power and incinerated groups of sea beasts. Sea beasts didn't like fire to begin with. All of them were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves after being incinerated. We are saved. Most of the fishermen climbed up the short mountain and looked at the sea beasts on the beach with lingering fear. Many thanks to my lord for saving our lives. The leader of the fishermen knelt on one knee and expressed his gratitude. Li Fuchen asked, "Do sea beasts frequently come ashore near the coast?" As compared to the demonic beasts on land, sea beasts were definitely more dangerous. Once the endless sea beasts came ashore, it would be a disaster and even he wouldn't be able to stop them. One of the fishermen nodded and said, "Sea beasts are the same as demonic beasts and love to devour humans. But not all sea beasts can come ashore. Only sea beasts that are class 5 and below can casually enter the East Unicorn continent. As for class 5 demonic beasts, once they come ashore, they will immediately be dehydrated. The deeper they go, the more dehydrated they will be until they die. We don't know the reason either." "I see." Li Fuchen nodded. The East Unicorn continent obviously had its own rules. Any demonic beast that reached class 6 would be banished by the rules. If they didn't leave, they would die. The restrictions on sea beasts were even stricter and class 5 sea beasts couldn't even move around in the East Unicorn continent. "My lord, this great demonic beast is a class 5 peak-tier demonic beast, Megalodon. It is called by Gula and it is extremely powerful. It is rumored that even the evil king isn't a match for it." An old fisherman said. "So incredible. I would like to meet him." Chapter 452. Baigula was a prodigy of the Megalodon race, and the Megalodon race was a dominant force in the coastal seas that could contest with the sea rat race. When Baigula saw Li Fuchen slaughtering his subordinates, he was extremely infuriated, but he was helpless. He could reach Li Fuchen, but in a dehydrated state, he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. In the past, he was able to defeat the evil king because the evil king thought highly of himself and flew above the sea. Just as Baigula was about to provoke Li Fuchen, he suddenly saw Li Fuchen arriving above the sea. Splash! Baigula transformed into a 20 feet tall creature with a shark head and a human body. Water control technique. Baigula grasped the air with his right hand and the tide behind Li Fuchen rapidly gathered together to form a giant water wall. The water wall was crystal clear and looked extremely dense. "Let's see where you can escape to now." Baigula grinned. The water control technique was one of his innate abilities. As long as he was willing, he could make the seawater harder than steel. If Li Fuchen wanted to break through the water wall, it would be impossible without a lot of effort. If Li Fuchen used all his effort, Baigula would have already killed Li Fuchen. "If I want to leave, can you stop me?" Li Fuchen sneered. Courting death, water control arrow. The water control technique was a jack-of-all-trades innate ability and didn't have a specific form. With a wave of Baigula's hand, countless seawater condensed into water arrows and shot at Li Fuchen. There were at least 10,000 of them and each of the water arrows had powerful kinetic energy. Back then, Li Fuchen had only used this move to force the evil king to flee miserably and even suffer minor injuries. "You have some skill, but it is a pity that it isn't enough." Li Fuchen wasn't being arrogant, but these water arrows couldn't even break his defense. Of course, he wasn't so bored to tangle with the opposition. The High Heaven Sword art was executed and the sword field expanded. In the next moment, the water arrows had a drastic decrease in speed as though they had sunk into glue. "What?" Baigula's eyes contracted. Before he could do anything, the sword field had already enveloped him. TFFF. The sword light penetrated Baigula's body and caused a large splash of fresh blood. Bloodthirst technique. Baigula was anxious. Li Fuchen's sword light was too powerful and it didn't just penetrate his body, the remnant sword chi was also destroying his vitality. Blood-red light blossomed, and a blood-red halo appeared on the surface of Baigula's body. His eyes also turned blood-red. Under the effect of the blood-red halo, his wounds healed quickly, and the sword chi in his body dissipated. Bloodlust could greatly increase his recovery speed and strength. However, when the effects of bloodlust dissipated, he would be in a period of weakness. The longer he used bloodlust, the longer he would be in a state of weakness. The longer he used bloodlust, the longer he would be in a state of weakness. Whoosh! Turning into a blood light, Bai Gula suddenly lunged at Li Fuchen. Is it useful? With a swing of the sword, Bai Gula, who had turned into a bloody light, froze for a moment. Then, rays of sword light that resembled fish pierced through Bai Gula's body. The sharp sword intent destroyed Bai Gula's life force wantonly. Even the bloodlust art could not extinguish it instantly. After comprehending the high heaven sword intent, Li Fuchen's strength had increased tremendously. Especially the high heaven sword field, it was simply a killer weapon. Putting aside the fact that Bai Gula wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, even if Bai Gula's attack power was superior to Li Fuchen, as long as he was suppressed by the high heaven sword field for an instant, Li Fuchen's sword would be able to penetrate his body. Unless, his defense was immune to Li Fuchen's attack, but it was obviously impossible. Flee! Bai Gula was afraid and couldn't be bothered to repair his damaged body. He immediately dove into the sea. As long as he escaped into the sea, even if Li Fuchen was stronger than him, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to kill him. It just so happens that I also wish to know the true power of the Green Sun sword intent. If Li Fuchen wanted to kill Bai Gula, there were a few methods and the high heaven sword art could kill him too. But Li Fuchen wanted to test the power of the Green Sun sword intent. The joint heaven sword released a resplendent green radiance as Li Fuchen brandished the sword at the sea. The dazzling green radiance was like a blazing sun. A green pillar of light that was over a dozen meters in thickness was suddenly shot out. The seawater was instantly penetrated while the green pillar of light didn't slow down and devoured Bai Gula. Without any sound or presence, Bai Gula's body was annihilated and there wasn't even a drop of blood. Because this sword had already incinerated Bai Gula into ashes and turned him into nothingness. This sword was a little similar to the Green Sun Absolution, but it was several times stronger than the Green Sun Absolution. No wonder it is an Earth-class high-tier sword intent. The power is peerless. A few days ago, Li Fuchen pushed the Green Sun sword intent to the trance stage, but he had been comprehending it in silence and didn't practice it. After 70% of his spirit soul turned pale purple, he was able to deduce sword arts in his mind and the efficiency was much higher than practicing sword arts in real life. Because there were plenty of factors that would disturb him in real life, but in his mind, he could practice and verify it multiple times with a single thought. Of course, the prerequisite was that the spirit soul was powerful enough and the perception was high enough. Otherwise, it would be easy for one's spirit soul to weaken. After the Green Sun sword intent reached the trance stage and comprehended the sword intent, a casual slash from Li Fuchen would be several times stronger than the Green Sun Absolution. Furthermore, the consumption of qi wasn't a lot and it contained the complete Green Sun sword Dao law. A trace of sword qi would be able to expand into a sword qi pillar, unlike the Green Sun Absolution which had to compress a large amount of sword qi to form a sword qi pillar. You can change to another place to fish in the future. This place isn't very safe. After killing Bai Gula, Li Fuchen flew back to the short mountain and said to the fisherman, "My lord, aren't you leaving?" A young fisherman asked curiously. Li Fuchen said, "I still have some matters to attend to." The Green Sun sword intent might be at the trance stage, but it wasn't perfect. After all, the Green Sun sword intent was different from the High Heaven sword art. The latter had moves, while the former relied on self-comprehension and there would always be flaws. Furthermore, Li Fuchen wanted to know how powerful a Class 6 demonic beast was. As a member of the Megalodon race, Bai Gula reckoned that his status wasn't ordinary. There might be a Class 6 Megalodon that would stand up for him. Since Li Fuchen was on the shore, even if he wasn't a match for the Class 6 Megalodon, he would still be able to escape unscathed. After the fisherman left, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend the Green Sun sword intent. As time elapsed, the blazing sun was gradually setting in the west. Splash splash! The sea that had calmed down was now surging with waves again. This time, the undulation of the sea was extremely terrifying and it gave off the feeling that the entire sea was moving. If a regular person were to take a glance, they would be dumbfounded and their limbs would go soft. Who killed my son, Baigula? A boundless murderous aura burst out from the sea and turned the entire place bleak. Rumble. In the next moment, a shark sea beast that was over 10,000 feet in length emerged from the sea. Its scarlet eyes were like two small lakes that shot out scarlet beams of light. Is it here? Li Fuchen opened his eyes and looked at the shark sea beast. Is it you? The shark sea beast's eyes were locked onto Li Fuchen. The horrific murderous aura was like a substance that caused the air to solidify. The sea waves were getting more turbulent and surged, creating waves that were 100 meters tall. Chapter 453. No wonder it is a Class 6 sea beast. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. At the same class, sea beasts were much stronger than land demonic beasts. A Class 6 land demonic beast's strength was equivalent to a battle spirit realm master that cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. It also meant to say that without an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, one wouldn't be a match for a Class 6 demonic beast and would be immediately suppressed, let alone a Class 6 sea beast. This Class 6 megalodon had a murderous aura that felt like a substance. Its danger level was more than 10 times or 100 times more than Baigula. You killed my son, Baigula. Pay with your life. The Class 6 megalodon didn't turn into a human form. It opened its mouth and spat out a water sphere that was 1,000 feet in size. The water sphere might only be 1,000 feet in size, but it gave Li Fuchen the feeling that it was condensed from a lake's water. It was extremely heavy and condensed. The moment it appeared, the void seemed to be trembling and crackling. The surface of the water sphere burst out with countless horrific thunderbolts and blasted at Li Fuchen with a speed that was almost instantaneous. Li Fuchen retreated rapidly in the air. While retreating, the green sun sword intent burst out and a giant sword chi pillar welcomed the water sphere that was filled with thunderbolts. PFFF. As though a flame had been extinguished, the water sphere instantly extinguished the sword chi pillar and continued to blast at Li Fuchen. Such terrifying power. Li Fuchen was moved. His green sun sword intent was at the trance stage and contained the complete green sun sword Dao Law. But it couldn't even resist for a moment and was immediately extinguished. Li Fuchen retreated extremely quickly, but no matter how fast he couldn't outrun the water sphere. It was fortunate that the East Unicorn Continent's law suppressed Class 6 sea beasts' attacks. As the water sphere penetrated deep into the East Unicorn Continent, the water sphere's power started to diminish. When approaching Li Fuchen, the water sphere's power was only left with less than 10%. Bang! Li Fuchen's chi defense instantly collapsed and the remaining power poured onto Li Fuchen's body. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen retreated even faster. Less than 10% of the power is able to injure me. If it is 100%, even 10 of me would be blasted into smithereens. Li Fuchen realized that he was too careless. If he retreated a little slower, he wouldn't just be injured, he would at least be severely injured. Damn it! The Class 6 megalodon roared with rage and set off layers of waves. With the continent's law suppression, he couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Human, come out and fight if you are capable. The Class 6 megalodon was overflowing with murderous aura. The Class 6 megalodon said with murderous aura. Li Fuchen left. After witnessing the power of a Class 6 sea beast, he was already satisfied. Human, one day I will kill you. One day. The level 6 megalodon sank back into the ocean unwillingly. Megalodon, now that the green sun sword intent was at the trance stage, the only thing Li Fuchen could do now was to comprehend the blazing flame pattern and the joint heaven sword pattern. The blazing flame bone frame pattern was closely related to the power of the divine ability. The more blazing flame bone frame patterns one comprehended, the stronger the divine ability. Currently, Li Fuchen's strongest trump card was still the Heart of Blazing Flame and not the Green Sun Sword intent. Beast, God, God, Megalodon, Beast, God, Beast, Beast, Demon, Demonic Beast. As for the Joint Heaven Sword, it was closely related to unlocking the second seal. Once Li Fuchen unlocked the second seal, he would be able to upgrade the Joint Heaven Sword to Earth-class peak tier or even Heaven-class low tier. By then, he would definitely be able to learn an Earth-class peak tier sword art or Heaven-class low tier sword art. By then, let alone lower cultivation realms, even higher cultivation realms would be a piece of cake. Wind Snow Sect, Elder Mu, our White River Sect requires 5 Earth-class low-tier equipment. They are the Battle Saber, Spear, Artifact Sword, and 2 Artifact Armors. Here are 350,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. In the Wind Snow Sect's Grand Hall, the White River Sect's Supreme Grand Elder, Xian Wuyuan, handed a storage bag to Mu Hanxin and said respectfully, "Sure, once we have the goods, I will inform you immediately." Mu Hanxin smiled with squinted eyes. The 100 Sects Alliance's experts that participated in the previous war were each equipped with an Earth-class low-tier weapon and an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor. But no one would complain about having too many Earth-class low-tier equipment. After defeating the Evil Dao and the Demonic 10 regions, Li Fuchen decided to sell the Earth-class low-tier equipment at a fixed price. Earth-class low-tier weapons were priced at 50,000 low-grade Spirit Stones, while Earth-class low-tier armors were priced at 100,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. This price was very fraudulent. After all, in the 7-color continent, Earth-class low-tier weapons rarely cost more than 2,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. Earth-class low-tier armors would only cost around 5,000 low-grade Spirit Stones, and Li Fuchen had increased the price by more than 20 times. But this was the East Unicorn continent after all. In the East Unicorn continent, Earth-class low-tier equipment were considered priceless treasures. Let alone 50,000 or 100,000 low-grade Spirit Stones, even if it was more expensive, everyone would still buy it, just that they would buy less. If you didn't buy it, others would buy it. When the gap was too huge, it wouldn't be easy to make up for it. Furthermore, everyone had a Spirit Stone or vein. Even if the Spirit Stones were depleted, they could excavate more. At most, they would look for a new Spirit Stone or vein. The East Unicorn continent might be lacking in resources, but it wasn't to the point where they couldn't find a Spirit Stone or vein. Due to their good relationship with Li Fuchen, the Wind Snow Sect didn't have to spend Spirit Stones to purchase Earth-class low-tier equipment. Li Fuchen promised that all the Wind Snow Sect's martial artists that were above the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm could have a weapon and an artifact armor. After sending off Xian Wuyuan, Li Fuchen returned. Alliance Leader. Mu Hanxin quickly went forward to welcome. Li Fuchen nodded. "How is the sale of Earth-class low-tier equipment?" Mu Hanxin replied with excitement, "We have received a total of 12 million low-grade Spirit Stones." So much? Li Fuchen was shocked. Mu Hanxin said, "Actually, it isn't a lot. Like the Dolin clan, they spent 600,000 low-grade Spirit Stones to purchase Earth-class low-tier equipment. Most of the other sects have also spent a few 100,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. Apart from that, after those sects that were attached to the major sects became independent, they had also purchased some Earth-class low-tier equipment. At the peak of the 100 Sects Alliance, there were over 90 sections. After the war, less than 20 sects were destroyed. The rest had either surrendered to the Evil Dao or attached themselves to the major sections. Now that the war was over, all the surrendered Evil Dao factions had returned, while those attached themselves to the major sects had also become independent. As such, the 100 Sects Alliance now had around 70 sects and had an average of 200,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. 70 sects would have 14 million low-grade Spirit Stones. What about mid-grade Spirit Stones? Li Fuchen was rather expectant. On the 7-color continent, a single mid-grade Spirit Stone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. In order to encourage everyone, Li Fuchen decided that a single mid-grade Spirit Stone could be exchanged for 50,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. As such, one mid-grade Spirit Stone would be enough to purchase an Earth-class low-tier weapon. Everyone rarely used mid-grade Spirit Stones. After all, only Battle Spirit Realm Masters would choose to use mid-grade Spirit Stones. It was too extravagant for reincarnation realm experts to use mid-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Mu Hanxin said, "There aren't a lot of mid-grade spirit stones, but there are 105, 105, not bad." Chapter 454. With the addition of over 12 million low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen's low-grade spirit stones had reached an astounding 15 million. This number was massive and probably only the pinnacle battle spirit realm masters would be able to compare with it. Even a wealthy alchemy grandmaster like Grandmaster Ever Youth would probably only have a few million low-grade spirit stones. It was already not bad for regular low-level battle spirit realm masters to have a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Elder Mu, can you make an announcement? Whoever can find me a herb that can upgrade a 4-star bone frame, I will use an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique or something of equivalent value to exchange for it." Herbs that could upgrade a 4-star bone frame were extremely rare and only Earth-class peak-tier herbs would be able to do it. Earth-class low-tier herbs were hard to come by in the 7-color continent, let alone the East Unicorn continent. But nothing was absolute. The East Unicorn continent wasn't considered small, and even if it was barren, Li Fuchen didn't believe that there wasn't a single stock of Earth-class peak-tier herb. There might be some hidden domains that had yet to be discovered. If Li Fuchen relied on himself, it would definitely be hard to find them. But if he gathered the strength of the entire continent, there was still some hope. "Yes, Alliance Master." Mu Hanxin felt his breathing getting a little hurried. His Wind Snow sect was also lacking an Earth-class low-tier technique. If he could cultivate this Earth-class low-tier technique to the extreme, his strength would reach a whole new level, and he would become the number 2 expert in the 100 Sect Alliance. Noticing Mu Hanxin's change in expression, Li Fuchen smiled and said, "Elder Mu doesn't have to be anxious. There will be a chance." He didn't have a low-rank Earth realm cultivation method now, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't have one in the future. In the 7-color continent, Earth-level middle-rank cultivation techniques would basically not leak out, but Earth-level low-rank cultivation techniques could often be seen in major auctions. With enough spirit stones, he didn't have to worry about not being able to get it. Kanglin Peak. On this day, an aura that could burn the heavens soared into the sky and melted the snow. "The Great Elder has broken through." Li Fuchen revealed a smile. With sufficient elixirs and spirit stones, Zhao Wujin recovered his cultivation a week ago, and with the Shedding Body Rebirth Pill, he naturally advanced to the Shedding Body realm. The first level of Reincarnation realm might not be considered much in the East Unicorn continent, but the lifespan was doubled. If one took good care of themselves, they could live for more than 200 years. Congratulations to Elder Zhao for advancing to the Reincarnation realm. Everyone from the Azure Water sect came to congratulate, so did Wind Snow sect's Mu Hanxin and the other upper echelons. Zhao Wujin smiled and cupped his fists from time to time. Advancing to the Reincarnation realm was his greatest wish in this life. Now that this wish had been fulfilled, with his current age, he could live for at least another 100 years in the future, which was enough for him to pursue higher ideals. "Great Elder, congratulations." Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived. "Fuchen, thanks to you, this old one has been reborn." Zhao Wujin is grateful and emotional. Who would have thought that the Azure Billow sect disciple he favored more than a decade ago has not only become the ruler of the East Lin continent, but also helped him break through to the Shedding Body realm? Li Fuchen laughed. "Grand Elder is blessed by the heavens. Even without my help, he will definitely break through to the Reincarnation realm one day." Alliance leader is right. Elder Zhao has a firm will. If he doesn't progress to the Reincarnation realm, it will be the East Unicorn continent's loss. This is heaven's will. Elder Zhao doesn't have to be modest. "Elder Zhao, let's drink together when we have time. We Shedding Body realm have twice the lifespan of ordinary people. We should enjoy it." Everyone knew that Zhao Wujin and Li Fuchen had a close relationship, hence, they were all sucking up to Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin knew that these people were sucking up to him because of Li Fuchen, but he was too happy today and didn't mind it at all as he greeted them passionately. "Li Fuchen, when do you think I can progress to the Reincarnation realm?" Zhao Mingyue asked from the side. Li Fuchen replied, "There is no hurry. You will definitely reach the reincarnation realm. I feel that you should expand your target, at least the battle spirit realm." Zhao Mingyue might only be a 4-star bone frame, but her bone frame was extremely rare. It was the 1 in a million purine bone frame. The purine bone frame was also a special bone frame and was blessed by the heavens in cultivation. In terms of pure cultivation talent, the 4-star purine bone frame was comparable with the 5-star bone frame. If she reached the 7-color continent, there was a chance for her to progress to the battle spirit realm. After experiencing multiple upgrades to the bone frame, Li Fuchen had a feeling that the star grade of the bone frame wasn't the most important in the eyes of absolute experts. Because the star grade of the bone frame could be upgraded, the attribute of the bone frame was the most important. Extraordinary attributes were fine, but special attributes could only be innately possessed. Li Fuchen decided that if there was an opportunity, he would search for more herbs that could upgrade the bone frame star grade to upgrade his and Zhao Mingyue's bone frames. Once a special bone frame matured, it would truly be an invincible existence and must not be wasted. East Unicorn Continent's northern sea, a group of demonic beasts and demons were escorted by the sea beasts below. Among the group of demonic beasts and demons, there were 6 that were the most striking, and one of them was the Petrified Queen. The current Petrified Queen had more similarities to a human. Previously, her upper body might be a female human, but it was just the appearance. Right now, her upper body had completely turned into a female human. Her green hair was like a waterfall, her eyes were deep, and her chi presence was condensed. When she landed on the ground, even the soft beach was petrified. This was a phenomenon caused by an overly powerful chi presence that wasn't completely reserved. The second one was the Blood Devil King. Similar to the Petrified Queen, the Blood Devil King's chi presence had also increased greatly. He stood there like a blood-colored lake, and the surging chi presence had spread out, causing the air to be filled with a bloody and murderous chi presence. The third one was the mountain-shaking elephant. The mountain-shaking elephant's chi presence wasn't inferior to the Petrified Queen and was much stronger than the Blood Devil King. If the Blood Devil King was a blood-colored lake, then the mountain-shaking elephant was like a tall mountain. The heavy and oppressive chi presence had spread out and suppressed the air, causing the beach to sink. Let alone fighting with the mountain-shaking elephant, a regular person would probably have to endure the unbearable pressure. The fourth one was a Class 5 petrified demonic beast with an eagle head and a human body. This demonic beast looked extremely terrifying and had a pair of eyes that were bright like lightning, as though they could penetrate the soul spirit. The fifth one was a Class 5 petrified demonic beast with a dog head and a human body. This demonic beast looked ordinary, but only the Petrified Queen and the others knew that this howling moonhound was the strongest existence among the demonic beasts. Its body had the bloodline of the Demon King, Dark Moonhound, and the concentration of the bloodline was even higher than the mountain-shaking elephant's bloodline. The last one was a demon. This demon had a silver horn on its head, and its chi presence was even stronger than the howling moonhound. Its status was extremely noble and far surpassed the Blood Devil King because its body contained the bloodline of the silver-horned Great Demon King. The so-called Great Demon King was an existence that was at the pinnacle of the Demon King. It wasn't something that an ordinary Demon King could compare to. Demon Kings were the same as Demon Kings, they were both Class 7 existences. Other than these 6, the Devil Pattern Tiger, Power Devil King, and the other existences had a huge increase in chi presence. It was as though they had eaten some great nourishment and were reborn. Black Boss, many thanks for this. The Gopher King cupped his fists towards the sea rat demonic beast in the sea. This sea rat demonic beast didn't have a huge body. As compared to the Class 5 petrified demonic beasts that were over 100 feet or 1,000 feet in length, it was only a few dozen feet in length. Its body was covered with black and hard fur that were like steel needles. It had a pair of eyes that were much smaller compared to its body, but it was emitting an ominous glint that caused one to shiver. The sea rat demonic beast grinned and said, "If there is any business in the future, call me again. With me, hey go around, I guarantee that you will have a smooth journey." Definitely, definitely. The Gopher King nodded repeatedly. The Howling Moon Hound and the Silver Horned Demon also squeezed out a trace of a smile. They who lived on the Multitude Demon Island or the Disorder Devil Island knew how terrifying the sea rat race was. If they offended them, they could forget about going out to sea in the future. The massive sea rat race was able to force you into a corner. Even if their strength was superior to Haegu, the Howling Moon Hound and the Silver Horned Demon didn't dare to put on airs and had to smile along. After Haegu and the sea rat race's demonic beasts left, the group of demonic beasts and demons flew towards the East Unicorn Continent's demonic 10 regions. After arriving at the demonic 10 regions and finding out that Li Fuchen and the 100 Sects Alliance had cleansed this place with blood, the Petrified Queen, Blood Devil King, Mountain Shaking Elephant, and the others had cold expressions. The eagle-headed demonic beast spoke viciously, "If he dares to cleanse my demonic beast lineage with blood, the fierce Wind Eagle will deal with him." He, the fierce Wind Eagle, was the number 2 prodigy on the Multitude Demon Island and was just inferior to the Azure Moon Hound. He didn't think highly of the East Unicorn Continent. The Petrified Queen said, "Do not underestimate this child. He isn't just extremely powerful, he also has plenty of trump cards." Is his strength really that powerful? The fierce Wind Eagle didn't believe it. The Petrified Queen said, "His strength is still stronger than the current me. If we fight alone, perhaps only Brother Howling Moon and Brother Silver Horned can deal with him." Li Fuchen gave her a deep impression. Not only did he have formidable strength, but his defense was also invincible. With those incredible trump cards, he was simply a killer god. If he is too weak, it will be too boring. Silver Horned, don't you think so? The Howling Moon Hound laughed. The Silver Horned Demon nodded, "It is best if he is stronger so that I can enjoy myself." After pausing for a moment, the Silver Horned Demon revealed a bloodthirsty expression, "There is no time like the present. Let's go to the human territory now." "All right." The Petrified Queen nodded. With the Howling Moon Hound and the Silver Horned Demon around, she believed that Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to do anything. The Howling Moon Hound and the Silver Horned Demon were much stronger than the Evil King. A single one of them would be able to deal with Li Fuchen. If the two of them worked together, unless Li Fuchen still had that incredible firearm, he would definitely perish. Moreover, they had gained plenty from the Multitude Demon Island and the Disorder Devil Island, causing their strength to increase drastically. If they worked together, even 2 or 3 Li Fuchen wouldn't be enough. The group of demonic beasts and demons didn't stop for a moment and headed straight for the 100 Sects Alliance's Wind-Snow region. At the Wind-Snow sect, it was snowing heavily and there was a vast expanse of whiteness. The Wind-Snow sect's elder that was observing the external environment through the array was drinking a mouthful of tea and was preparing to change shifts. All of a sudden, his eyes contracted as there was an additional black dot in the light screen formed by the array power. The black dot was rushing over at an astounding speed. In the blink of the eye, the black dot revealed its true form and it was a group of demonic beasts and demons. The Petrified Queen, Blood Devil King, Mountain Shaking Elephant, Devil Pattern Tiger Power Devil King, and others were all here. Apart from them, there were a few unfamiliar demonic beasts and demons that seemed to be stronger than the Petrified Queen. Enemy attack.